degree in sustained engagement. And I think that's where the breakdown is happening for women that we especially work with in resource constrained environments, both in rural and urban settings, that sustained engagement is something that is currently not available.
Thanks, Tanya. I think from my perspective, I do see a lot of well-intentioned funding coming into AI for health initiatives. Really good teams such as Maina Mahila working on the ground, working with communities, philanthropic actors who are really passionate about solving this challenge, right? But at the end of the day, what they have to reckon with is a system that has been chronically underfunded over the past many decades, right? We have primary health infrastructure in many regions, outside of our own bubbles of Delhi and Kerala and Bangalore, where primary healthcare centers continue to remain understaffed, under-resourced. Plus, there is also the issue of simply having good, well connected doctors available, right? We simply do not have that currently in many villages. Over and above that, there's the added layer of, and I don't see that being articulated enough, is that healthcare is also dictated by a lot of patriarchal norms for women, right? That access to doctors, to clinics, it is itself mediated by male members in the household, right? There is a very specific practice in terms of shared handsets, right? A lot of women are unable to even access healthcare chatbots that are very well, their UI, UX is fantastic, right? But women simply don't have access or private access to a lot of those chatbots. Over and above that, I also feel, and this is, I think, specifically something that needs to be discussed with the kind of funding that's coming within the AI for healthcare space, is that whose and who's helping you diagnose the problem, right? Is it a top down diagnosis, right? Is it done by philanthropic actors, tech companies have no visibility of the kind of challenges we see women in many different under disadvantaged parts of India facing? Or is it something that is happening bottom up, right? So as part of even my work with Maina Mahila Foundation, then we went within the slum areas in Bombay, right? There was almost a process of co-development, understanding how are women interacting with technologies, how do they access healthcare, what kind of questions do they have, right? And it's not always classic like, oh, should I take paracetamol? It's not even the right language, it's not the right terminologies, and those things can only be surfaced through sustained community interactions.
Thank you so much. I think Tanya and Arushi have covered it very well. Additionally, there are 2-3 points I can briefly make. One is that the healthcare system has systemic inequities, and technology is just one of the channels to deliver or solve for it. So it's not like a silver bullet. But just like any technology hype, like internet, IoT, cloud, big data, AI has the potential and an opportunity for us to reset some of these inequities. And that won't happen through funding, that will happen through intention. And that intention needs to be not just from the people who are funding, which I think a lot of people have that intention, but through and through in the system, private and public both. The second point is around historical marginalization. The data that AI is taking is biased, because the data in the world today is biased. Anything that is built according to market forces, any product or service will be biased because it is patriarchal in nature, and it is typically mostly highly conservative and traditional in nature. That's the data. How do we again use this as an opportunity to put checks and balances, proactively build something which is, yes, for the binary gender, but also for the non-binary gender? So it is actually a big opportunity, but as is, if we let it continue, it will be the same biases now magnified with all the hallucinations in that way. So it's a tricky thing we need to figure.
So you all kind of alluded to the existence of systemic challenges in the sector, gender kind of differentials that shape who accesses healthcare. So these are issues that are not new. both to healthcare and to digital health, and of course not new to AI. So I'm very curious now, given that we have this long history of failed pilots in the space of digital health and health, how do we get away from this concern around pilotitis, as we call it in the development sector? What can we learn from this history of past efforts to actually inform future AI efforts? And here, when I say AI, I'm taking a broad framing. So not just large language models, there may be more predictive models, there might be a range of AI tools. But how do we prevent these solutions from meeting the same fate? What can we learn? And then on the funding side, what are funders looking for in terms of evidence, given that we have this history of failures in the space?
Yeah, hi. So, I mean, if I can share from my construct, so we work with a lot of CSRs, and so philanthropy is also two kind of. One is CSRs, and other is I would say, philanthropies like outside India. And in CSR, they're very cyclical in nature. So, a lot of funding which goes into healthcare, we have seen it's very 1 year duration, and healthcare systems look for long-term funding. So, this is, I see, one constraint. And when funder, like I think in the CSR construct, when they look for healthcare funding, they are not building solution. I mean, we as a technology company build solution, but their problem statement is, how do I get more data? How do I get more dashboards? These health solutions are not designed to solve for the, how do you reduce burden for the healthcare worker on the ground? How do these AI solutions integrate in the workflows of the program? And also once the funding, let's say 1 year, 2 year funding goes away, then what is the long-term viability of it? CSR funding also not looked at unit economics of the scalability aspect of it. There's also no integration with the other government healthcare systems. So these are some of the, while we say there's a 30,000 crore CSR fund, but and part of it also goes in the healthcare, but beyond 1 year programs or 2 year program, I keep seeing these getting diluted and not get institutionalized within the government ecosystem. So those are some of the areas I think we need to look for, and so that they can sustain beyond these pilots. Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe I'll be the optimist on the panel, right? And I'll say that one of the ways that we've always looked at this question of inequities, etc., is there early signs that this is getting better, right? I think we need to remember that AI is still an infant or maybe a young child now that's just growing into our ecosystem, right? Are we seeing offshoots that access, decision making, overall benefit as far as outcomes is concerned, is specifically for marginalized, underprivileged groups is getting better? I think the answer is yes. I mean, if you go to Kenya and we look at how sex workers are using AI to self-diagnose whether they have HIV, RDTs, red positive or negative, and whether they are able to then subsequently order PrEP for themselves, that is access that they never had before. Right? If you go to Odisha and you look at how technology like cervical smart scopes is being used to early screen women for cervical cancer, yes, it is getting better, right? Are we there yet? And I think the classical answer to the question is no, there's a long way to go, right? I mean, so for sure. But what does it take to really get there, right? How do you really now start to incorporate all of this into mainstream as far as healthcare is concerned? Or we've coined a word for it. We call it systematize AI inside the public health system or inside the health system itself, right? I think there is a couple of components that we need to be very, very careful of, right? And I think part of those steps are now being started to be taken by governments themselves, right? Very few sectoral AI-led policies themselves, right? So it starts at the governance level itself, right? Do you have a trusted mechanism that's going to certify, validate some of the tech that's coming in? Is it starting to happen now? Yes. Again, we're launching the policy now as far as India is concerned. There's a couple of other countries that have launched these policies as well. And perhaps that'll get more and more common, right? Do we have a system for, and this is where the departures are, right? we've been used to the pharma world, we've used to the medical devices, diagnostics, technology world, right? There, one certification is all you need. Once certified, you're done. That's not true for AI, right? You have to do this again and again and again and again. So now you're suddenly entering into a world of life cycle validation and trust building on the AI itself. Are we set up for that just as yet? No, I think there's ways to go on there, right? So those for me are stage gates, right? I mean, are you safe? Are you protected? Is there enough privacy, security in the system itself? Is there reliability in the system itself? That is stage gates, right? But perhaps more importantly, it is understanding whether our processes, whether our people, and whether our priorities have been set right or not, right? So how are you set up in order to be able to do it? So a lot more effort needs to go into that side of the equation, right? For fear of taking a little bit of time, I'll tell you a little bit of a story, right? So our very first AI training that we did for auxiliary nurse midnights, which are really frontline care providers in India. We went to them and we started talking to them about here's a predictive model that we're introducing. You know what their first question was? Their first question was not about whether this is AI or what kind of tech is being used. Their first question was, if this system is going to do that, what is my identity afterwards? Right? What is my role going to be? And I think we need to spend a lot more time preparing our workforce for that. And I think the last part of it you've really touched on, right? Where does the sustainable finance really come from? Right? This is not a one-time job, right? You have to spend time, even for an LLM in that manner. And Prerak and others, and we were talking yesterday on how having individuals who can constantly monitor, govern, retrain, train, evaluate the output, all of that is necessary, right? Forget about ground truthing. That is another whole layer that needs to constantly be established. So I think the fundamental plumbing that is needed in order for AI's water pump to continually push out water is still being built as we speak, right? So it's nice to experiment with newer water pumps and newer downstream things, but I think some of the upstream's work is still a work in progress, right? But we'll get there.
Thanks, AJ. And I think I'll also be the optimist, and I also wanted to say that as a community, we probably need to give ourselves a bit of grace in terms of this space, particularly because as AJ described, there are several sort of elements which we need to figure out. But I think certainly the intention is there, and as you said, there's a lot of attention to the space, and we are all sitting here. So I think let's take it with a slight positive frame. Now, from my perspective, I'm a sort of more an implementer programmer. So I'll bring in and then also work with a funding institution. So I'll try and bring in some experience from previous initiatives, and you framed it that way. The digital solutions, pilotitis, etc. We've all had experiences, and I'll speak largely about initiatives which actually system-led and potentially also led to the scale. And I think I'll mention a couple of elements which I felt and through experience seen, have led to, increased scale or, improved scale of some of those solutions. And I think first one, beyond governance and all the elements Anunay mentioned, I think the change management aspect, which he touched upon, it's a really, really critical, pointer which we often neglect when we, enter into a solution space. With the quest to actually testing it out in a controlled environment. When you go to scale, there is a huge amount of sort of people engagement to the process which need to be figured out. And, as I said, we need to give ourselves grace, but also build time and energy and engagement for users, for administrators, and for managers for that process. So I think that is another element which you need to bring as we move forward with the solution to scale. Second, also, when we talk about systems, I think also looking at a system scale owner. I mean, oftentimes, there are many owners of the success of a program. There might not be as many owners of a failure or learning from failure. So from that perspective, having a good sort of identified institution, it could be individual. I'd prefer institutions actually owning the scale attention to the program. So I think that's another element which if we give attention to right from the beginning, we've seen solutions getting to scale. But now quickly talking about what people look for when you're, investing in newer solutions, I think, one has been mentioned enough in this panel, right? Client centricity is absolutely essential. So, people who are using it, they should feel comfortable and actually more empowered. So I'll not dwell on that. But oftentimes the most commonsensical thing is, a problem and solution orientation, right? Oftentimes there is a solution which is available, and then, there are times when we are finding problems for that solution. So I think, what problem the solution set is actually talking about, and responding to, I think that attention right from the beginning, improves the investment potential for that solution. And as Sunandan mentioned, the system integration elements, right? So because any such solution is going to interact with the existing infrastructure or existing system in terms of, the digital infrastructure or human care potential, etc. So that needs to be also considered, and that element needs to be figured out. I'll pause here for now and see, if there are other reflections. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that, and lots of parallel kind of common threads here, kind of really thinking about system integration, really thinking about also like having grace for ourselves as we make mistakes, and kind of thinking about how do we sustain these within institutions more broadly. Since Dr. Ananaya, you mentioned like the stage gating and kind of the safety piece, and I want to dig into that a little bit more because I'm sure that's at the forefront for a lot of people. So part of the challenge with the generative systems in particular is that they are unpredictable, and it's hard to kind of evaluate once and then have a certification or things like that. So there have been some serious safety concerns that have been raised. There have been documented cases, for instance, in the US now around like suicide and self-harm. So how do we think about safety? How do we make these systems work for us in the kinds of contexts we are in, especially given that these are some of the most vulnerable people, right? So we'll maybe start with Prerak and then, yeah.
Hello. Yeah, thanks. This is a very interesting and quite highly debated topic right now, right? There is the really positive aspect. Everyone's excited. Like you said, we all are here. And then there is the really dark underbelly, which is not as much talked about around the harms and stuff. So I go back to the thing that AI is again a tech. It's not good or bad. And just like any technology, we need a stronger legal framework around it that gives protection, a rights-based approach. At the same time, we also need an industry body or a coalition that agrees to self-regulate themselves so that the governance angle and the load is reduced. And third, we need civic society, which is also taking up and saying this is not good, right? There's always this discussion that privacy of data, how much is it important for who? And yesterday, someone in one of the events was saying, if someone's getting this for 10 rupees versus 100, and their data is, privacy is not so good, what would they say? Now, I'm just saying there are very interesting arguments being made in this way, but we do need to make sure for folks who are, again, historically marginalized, we need proper protections. And that is a large part of our country, actually, right? And people who don't have a lot of economic say, which is also a large part of our country. We are a poor country today in those terms, despite all the growth that is coming. Taking one or two specific examples, you talked about people unaliving themselves and like really doing self-harm and stuff. There is also a lot happening around with children. It's unregulated. It's almost like a race to the bottom for the LLMs, right? That how many users can I get? So again, if we had to look at this as an opportunity, there is an opportunity. It's the early days. We can have good examples, lead by those examples. We have like large-scale implementers here, like large-scale funders. We have like think tanks here in the panel. So if we can lead by examples and establish that here are 4 or 5 ways you can do this, adopt it in the system, which is acceptable by people, then there is something to replicate. So yeah, that's a high-level take from me.
Thanks, Prerak. I think we've at Digital Futures Lab have been thinking about AI safety a lot, especially how safety looks like when we apply it to context outside of the US and UK, right? A lot of the AI safety discourse is currently dominated by Western institutions, and there's, of course, a need to take a contextual lens. Even more so when we talk about AI and healthcare in India, right? That the contextualized lens needs to be further sort of zoomed in. Now, and it's sort of worth breaking down this problem, right? So let's imagine a scenario of all the things that can go wrong when somebody from an underprivileged, disadvantaged background whose environment has been chronically understaffed, there are no doctors around, is suddenly introduced to an AI-based chatbot, which is also designed to appear as a human, the Behen Dr. Saab, right? And the narrative around the chatbot is that you can ask any healthcare related questions to this chatbot, especially when you can't access a doctor. So, in this scenario, let's try to unpack what all can go wrong, right? And for this, we've tried to use a very simple framework. The first, almost foundational set of harms is around the very nature and reliability of the information that the chatbot provides, right? A lot of the chatbots, as is very well established, a lot of them are, of course, catering to high resource languages. English, even Hindi in the Indian context is a high resource language, right? But a lot of individuals in India want to interact with a chatbot in their own dialects, right, in their own regional language. And for that, the quality of AI models is not as high as we see for English chatbots. So a lot of those regionally customized chatbots are prone to hallucinations. They can provide incomplete information while all at the same time sounding extremely authoritative and confident, right? So there's a very real harm of an individual taking the advice provided by a not so well designed, not so well fine tuned AI chatbot and relying on their advice for medical purposes, for even for personal emotional purposes, right? So that's the first kind of harm. The second kind of harm could also be very much in the form of psychological harms, right? When I disclose something personal, something that is also prone to social taboos when it comes to medical issues, the chatbot might also respond in a manner that could be judgmental, that could be rude, that could be harsh. And this is possible because the chatbot's also picking up on the conversations that are happening in our social and physical sphere, right? The third kind of harm I would imagine is more structural in nature, which is that harm is not always episodic. It's not always going to happen in one chatbot interaction I'm having. It can also unfold over years and years and months, right? It can outlive the length of the pilots, right? So, for example, if a person is only relying on a medical chatbot for advice while not having access to solid physical infrastructure, they can come to over rely on the chatbot, right? It can over time shape their health seeking behavior. It can increase emotional dependence on the said chatbot. So I would imagine that when we talk about safety, we sort of unpack it and we really look at it A, from a contextual lens, and B, in this multi-dimensional manner. Sorry, I know I only spoke about problems, but I am optimistic about this space too.
Perhaps just add one point to it, right? Um, I think it's very important to understand where this harm comes from more, right? Is it coming through structured bots that have been trained, that have RAG ecosystems behind them, that have strong governance behind them, etc.? I think that is perhaps a lesser part of the evil, right? I think the bigger piece is coming from random conversations that then you start having with the chat GPTs and the Geminis and the Claudes, etc. of the world, right? But therein lies perhaps a little bit of our fault as an ecosystem as well, right? So let me use the analogy for cars, right? How many of you have looked at crash ratings for cars? Right? You know that crash ratings exist on cars, right? It's a very, very well published database that tells you exactly how a car fares. It's a quantified number. All the details about safety there, performance of a car is there. Do we have the same thing for some of these bots? No. Right? And I think we've just not had the system of bringing not just evaluation, but visibility to the evaluation on a lot of this tech itself, right? I think if we brought more publicity to it, right? I mean, imagine a cigarette packet essentially saying this is harmful, right? But you do it in a much more amplified manner now, and constantly say that ChatGPT or Gemini or Claude or whatever, has these warnings to it. Right? Do we have a warnings label that all of these can then carry? I think that's the piece that I would want us to potentially get to in the future, that we have these crash ratings available for these bots themselves.
I think both of you have raised a bunch of important points, and I'm very excited to also talk about it because these are the things that we grapple with, and because being a ground level implementer, I'm co-located with the communities that we serve. And I think the perspective there is very, very interesting. One, talking to the harm piece here is that we are working with women. So there's always that equity issue, there's an access issue, there's also the taboo, and we work in sexual and reproductive health. So again, a very, very sensitive topic. I think what we decided when we were talking about client centricity is that we also have a chatbot called Mena Bolo. And the idea there was that in these settings, if we introduce an AI chatbot, which is giving misinformation, then that's basically ruining everything that we've been doing for the past decade, right? So we have a rack-based model, and the what we've learned, and we've deployed it in multiple use cases, rural case in Andhra Pradesh, in Kuppam, we're using it in urban slums in Mumbai. And what we've realized, the uniform theme that's emerged is that one, accuracy, medically verifiable accuracy is extremely important, especially because these are resource constrained environments. They don't have access to information. And the access on information on internet, is anybody's guess on the quality there. So one is that. The second is how they are able to access the information. Is it available at a time and in a manner that's convenient to the client? So a lot of our clients are actually using the bot 11 to 3 a.m., right? Because that's when the household chores are done. That's when they can actually sit and think about themselves. So having something available to them. The third is the important point of language, right? And it's not just language saying our chatbot is available, let's say in Hindi, English, in Telugu, but also Hinglish, Minglish, Tinglish for taking the language uh, forward, but also contextualization of the language. I was making this point to someone earlier that it's very easy for us to say periods, or it's very easy for somebody to translate it to Mahabari in Hindi. But that's not how the community talks about their periods, right? A lot of us will use colloquial terms like chums. They will say mahina aa gaya. And there are several other terms for it in Marathi and Telugu. If that sort of localization is not built in the language, then the response, whether it's a RAG-based model or it's ChatGPT or whatever, the response is not what the user has asked you for. And that's the sort of localization that we've built into our chatbot, making sure that we sat with the women and made them generate the queries in the language. So if you want to talk about periods, what's the language that you will use? What is the language that you're comfortable in getting a response in? And then the chatbot, obviously, with being a technological solution, response to audio, video, and all of those things can come in. But so that sort of contextualization is extremely important, is what we feel. And we're generating evidence to see how it basically shifts, health-seeking behavior, it shifts agency, and, the Gates Foundation is helping us with that. The second thing that you talked about, Anane, was evaluation, and that's very, very important. We have a Western lens on how these models have been made. The evaluation also has a Western lens. So we have something called as the health bench, right? Where all these big guys are evaluating themselves. And what Arza and her team has been helping us, and what research we put out that we're showcasing tomorrow, is that even that metrics of evaluation does not factor into factor local context. So we put our bot on that health bench for evaluation, and we were rated extremely poorly. And when we look at the answers that we gave are correct. It's just that the Western model says that, eating bombil is not a source of protein because they just don't know what it is. They don't know what bombil is. I think a lot of people here don't know what bombil is. It's a typical fish that's found in coastal Maharashtra, and it's an absolute delicacy, and everybody eats it. And there's a whole business model. There are restaurants that only sell bombil. So those guys don't know about bombil, right? So if we say that we are telling our users eat bombil for protein, which is locally available, culturally acceptable, they're saying no, it doesn't count as protein. So we're actually working on, with the help of Arsa and her team, try to bring evaluation models that work in our context, that work in Asian context, that work in Indian context, and that's very important. I think one is not only looking at harm and evaluation, but also recognizing that the Eastern, the social, Southeast Asian context, the Indian context needs to come in, because everybody recognizes that the bulk of users are going to be here. We are going to have very interesting use cases, some of which is our work that I'd encourage everyone to look at. But those models and that sort of language needs visibility when, on a larger global scale as well.
Thank you all for that rich discussion. I do want to give Dr. Vikas and Sunandan a chance to speak as well. So please feel free to add any comments on the localization and safety component. I'll add one more question, which is really, trying to do this kind of work also takes additional funding, right? Often to build in safety guardrails, to build in evaluation, that's not something that might be included in a typical kind of pilot funding mode. So how do you sustain those kinds of components, especially as you try to scale your projects and really kind of keep the human at the center of what we do while continuing to expand our work? So would love to hear from you both.
Yeah, maybe I would say I can give one example, I think, from our experience. What is the importance of localization? I mean, just because the term is also the name Dhwani, why we started Dhwani, we built the first software as an IVR software. That's how the name Dhwani also came in. And 10 years ago, there was a non-profit we were working with. They wanted to set up a call center wherein people can ask information, and they were having 5 call centers, like for women helpline, call a Chandigarh number, from agriculture ask another number. And what was happening was that, because one, the local dialect, so this, they work in Mewat region, and while we understand Haryana, but someone calling from Mewat was not able to understand, or the someone from Chandigarh was not able to understand people language from Mewat. So within, I think, every 50, 100 kilometers, that dialect is also changing. And we built that IVR system wherein you could ask. And second was the information which, if you ask call a Chandigarh helpline and ask कि ये government की scheme है या मेरा block office कितने बजे खुलता है, that person sitting there will not have that local context. So we built an IVR system. So I'm saying, when we reach or when we aim for localization, I think these local dialect and having local information is very important whenever we solve for the localization part, and the ability to make it on demand, cost, uh, cost of access to information. These are some of the things which has to be solved for. And by the way, this software is running for 10 years. I believe when we reach the AI construct, so hopefully this will move from, there's a human currently answering this IVR system. Eventually, I believe when the localization truly hits that, it will be, yeah, solved.
Thanks. And I think what Tanya mentioned, I think really important. Our engagement has also been, particularly for me, I mean, learning experience in the sense that, while all the elements of sort of localization and evaluation, the context, I think absolutely essential. But I think what I really also appreciate as a part of the approach is actually this learning mindset. And oftentimes there is, when you're talking about pilots, when there is this speed at stake, or this competition at stake. Oftentimes the investments into sort of a structured learning process around the intended outcomes and also potentially harm, I think often are missed. And I really appreciate in our engagement, at least, this attention to a sustained learning process, I think, has remained central. And I think from a sustainability perspective, it's really important, right? So you need to bring out the necessary evidence that's actually making the desired changes, which is supposed to. And second, I think I mentioned it initially, but I really also feel that, apart from the model itself, I think that people layer and investment that people layer is also really, really important for sustainability. And, oftentimes, while these are sort of client facing solutions, but they're not sort of sitting in the vacuum, right? These clients. So they are also interacting with us, whole system set, and, you'll engage, you'll get some information, and then you'll validate that information. At least this is the reality of our context for today, right? So the surround sort of layer of folks who are engaged in the same ecosystem, what's their experience and what's their understanding of the system, of the solution set, is also really important. So that's another thing. And finally, from a sustainability perspective, and this is again, I'm repeating, the integration within the operational sort of ecosystem, I think, or whatever context you're working with, if you're talking about public sector, then, how the solution set integrates that with that sort of keeping that right sort of, in your like first set of things to be looked at. I think that's going to be really, really important. Over.
Thank you all for the really, really interesting conversation. I know we're technically over time for the panel, but really appreciate you all engaging and sharing your perspectives. We do want to give a chance for everyone in the room to engage. So we'll be moving on to the speed networking session of today. So please continue to ask these questions, and hopefully you'll get a chance to engage directly with the panelists as well. But thank you all so much.
Thank you, Azra. This and the panelists. It's been a very insightful conversation, and a lot of parts of it I resonate with as we work on Menabolo as well. So we'll move on to speed networking. Like it says, it'll be really quick. The idea is for us to connect across disciplines. So you will notice that you will have stickers on your tags. You'll be given color-coded stickers. And if you do not find them, you can connect with me or our colleague Dheeraj, who will kind of support you there. And each color represents a discipline that you're from, and we'll make it quick. We'll give you 2 minutes to find one person from another discipline, another color, so that you can connect with them. And in the next slide, I will share with you the prompts that you could probably just use as a conversation starter, which is the roadblocks that you're facing that you would like another discipline to kind of answer for you. And while we are on short of time, so we'll do one round of it, but I would request and encourage you to kind of do it even outside this conversation that we have. So we'll begin the speed networking. Let me know if you're all ready. I think we can get our feet up and we can move around and meet the people that we are sitting next to as well. Yeah. So yeah, these are the color codes, and this is how you've been given the tags. So yes, let's get started. We have 3 minutes from now to get this moving. Our panelists, please also join us in this. Thank you so much. It was lovely catching. Oh yeah, we have a small gift. We'll just give it to you.
session as part of the AI Impact Summit on one of the very important themes, AI for Her, how Catalyst women leaders are driving responsible and inclusive AI. As part of FICCI and FICCI Flow, we are happy to present this session for the part of the Impact Summit, and it's an important area, something which is very close to, I think, the people who are attending the session, to everyone's heart. That's what we go by the philosophy, we go by the term. So we do understand why this subject comes into high importance. Before I continue, can I request people at the back to take the seats, please? Requesting everyone to kindly please settle down in the room. So as we are saying, the subject of AI by her, I'm sure many of you, if I would ask, how many of you relate to that philosophy, that how women leaders are very important for creating a really inclusive and a trustworthy AI. When we talk about AI, or for that matter, any of the courses where this being talked about, we feel that women is just talked about as part of parity. But what I would like the attention to be drawn is to the important subject that from the grassroots level to the senior most level, how the things are being taken care of. How many people are actually able to complete the education? How many into the STEM? What is the I would say the people, how many women are able to go to the leadership roles? And if I talk about the AI workforce, what's the number we are talking about? The universities, the globally renowned universities, give a number of 1/4 or a quarter of the total AI workforce is currently a woman. And when we talk about AI, we know how it is trained. It is trained on the historical data. We know how the things would become different if we don't pledge it now. So that's why it's very important for a women to play a role in this. And why more so? It's just not about getting the equality. It's about getting the perspective. It's getting the safe and trusted AI, the accountability, and the removing the biases, is getting more transparency. So this is what the session is going to focus on. We have a really extreme good set of panelists who have joined us today. I'm very thankful. While it's all a women-led panel, I don't mean to say that we don't welcome men. Of course, we request you to join us also in the panel. The reason is we want our voices to be heard in a rightful manner. So we have with us today Ms. Roma Datta Chaube, Managing Director, Google India, and a session partner for this session. She will be also moderating the panel discussion. We have Ms. Poonam Sharma, National President, FICCI Flow. We are also joined by Ms. Ivana Bartolotti, Chief Privacy Officer, Wipro Limited. Ms. Sara, Vice President, International Government Affairs, Intel. Ms. Sandhya Varanasi, Vice President, India Hub CTO, Energy, and Chair, India R&D Council, Schneider Electric. And Ms. Sparsh Sehgal, Chief Growth Officer, Sparsh CCTV. This is the panel. Can I have a round of applause for the panel? And then can I request... Thank you. And can I now request Roma to kindly deliver her welcome remarks and set the stage for the interaction.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for choosing to be here this morning for this crucial conversation. In my day job, it's not very usual that I'm on an all-women's panel. So really a pleasure to share the stage with all of you and the people in the audience. Let me start by a small personal experience. A few years back, one of my friends had bought this car which had an AI as a voice assistant in the car. We were all very excited to explore it. So a group of us got into the car. We tried to talk to the AI assistant in the car. And while I was trying to give some instructions, somehow the assistant was not getting what I was saying. So I tried several times. I tried to speak slowly. I tried to make my voice clearer. And somehow it was not picking it up. And in that moment, one of my male friends just leaned in forward, said exactly the same words. And there you go, the assistant picked it up. Now he laughed and said, I think the car prefers my voice. We know it better, right? An assistant doesn't have preference of voice. It depends on the data that it is trained on. So if the data is limited, it's narrow, then the ability of that AI assistant to operate will also be very narrow and limited. Of course, we've come a long way, and In recent times, I haven't come across such examples. I'm a power user of Gemini, being a Googler. And today I can talk to Gemini in English, in Hindi, in my native language, which is Bengali. It not only understands what I say, it also picks up my tone on the days that I'm stressed and things like that. So we're coming a long way. Why I'm sharing these examples with you is that if we have to build technology for all, and if we want to ensure that nobody is left behind, we as part of this large ecosystem, whether we are policymakers, part of the industry, or organizations like FICCI, technology, etc., all of us will have to be very deliberate, very conscious in how we are shaping this technology, because we do agree it's a huge opportunity for us, but at the same time, it's a responsibility to shape it really well. So today, with this really diverse and impressive panel, we'll try to take this conversations a few level deeper and really unpeel the onion here, understand what's happening today in the space and what's required to be done. Now, this brings me to a very optimistic theme or a vision that our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, has set for the India AI Impact Summit. And he said, Sarvajana Hitaya, Sarvajana Sukhaya, which basically means welfare for all, happiness for all. Now, that's a massive vision. And I'm hoping this conversation today will be a small, responsible step towards making this huge vision a reality for all of us. So with that, should we dive in, Sarika? Yeah?
So thank you, Roma. I think for setting the tone, and that was something I just started off with, that the historical data actually, and we know that face recognition systems normally are opened by, if you talk about whether the darkened tones or you talk about the women. So, but I'm happy to learn that now the advancements are happening and the systems are able to recognize the tone as well. So that's a really good news, and we look forward to have many more for the all. I would say, especially for India, it's a case study. We have a 22 languages constitutionally recognized, so it's very, very important. So yeah, thank you, Roma, for setting the tone. Before we move ahead with the panel discussion, can I request Ms. Poonam Sharma ji, National President for the FICCI Flow, to share her remarks and what is her feeling about it? So over to you, Poonam ji. Yeah, your convenience, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. So I really thank you all for giving me this opportunity. Sorry, good morning. To stand here and speak something about tech. And before I start, I want to tell you that my perspective will be from a very non-tech person who is very interested in tech, but understanding also as I go along this talk, I will be understanding from very learned people in this panel, and it will be my pleasure to hear them. So I come from that background, non-tech background, and I know how powerful this technology of ours is and how things are changing, and every few years a new technology arrives which disrupts, which promises change and everything, and it does. And we saw computers coming in and we thought, what is internet? We didn't think much about it, and then it has now changed everything. When smartphones came, they were bulky, they were big, big phones, phones. And then when we thought they were only for listening and talking to each other. And then the smartphone came and everything changed. Now we are doing everything on our phones today. So changes come, and AI is the other change which is, come there, and it's like OpenAI, ChatGPT has generated human-like text, answers complex questions, and it assists in our everyday work. So like you said, Roma, surprisingly, so I have started getting technologically savvy, thoda thoda karke. And recently I was researching something, and what do I get in ChatGPT? Yes, Poonam ji. So it's become a nationalist call. I mean, look at that. Some people might have called me Poonamji somewhere or, written, and it's picked that up. So it is there to stay with us and change things in our life. Of course, there are many, many. I don't want to give you the data. I'm sure other people will be giving you how many 70% of the world's population is using it. Of course, there is a dichotomy because some of the developed countries use it more and the underdeveloped countries use it less. But we are also going at a very fast speed. And Indian users, whether computer, how we are good at computers. So we are reaching there. And imbalance actually captures that data, which is of bigger countries and about smaller countries, women and men. So I feel it is working so seamlessly that we barely notice it until it begins to reshape how we think, how we work, how we govern, and how we lead. And though AI rises to an extraordinary 84%, India's AI journey is clearly moving from pilots to performance. And it is shaping our economic landscape, and women, though, are underrepresented, though I would say even in Frankfurt, which is a hub, major hub for tech, only the 19% of the women are have AI talent there in women. So I'm specifically talking more on women because at Fiki Flow, we are there to empower women in business, in work, in skilling. And that is why concerns of women is more for me. So now, of course, they are underrepresented and it has serious implications. But other good news is that India leads globally in women's participation in STEM education, with women accounting for 43% of annual STEM enrollments. 84,000 women are working in AI and ML roles, and that is a number projected to be 3 lakhs in 2027. 7,000 women-led AI startups across the country. That tells us we are moving forward, women are going ahead. And does it translate into influence? That has to be seen. We are underrepresented. And AI, that's a common thing. Everybody's, or like Biden's voice was deep faked, I think in the elections a year back in America, and sent to everybody. So these are some challenges which we need to also talk about, especially where women are also concerned. And responsible AI, ethical AI, everything is very important. But I do want to tell you something about Fiki Flow. So this year, we have a lot of initiatives, whether it's industry, whether it's skilling, digital skilling and literacy, financial skilling and literacy. But this year, I thought that we should keep an initiative, which initiative means what we do in the center will then go down to our 21 chapters all over India and flow 4 flows, about 25 areas it goes down to, with 16,000 women working on it, working to power to empower. And we did keep women in tech and STEM as one of the initiatives, because we understood, I also understood the importance on how this is the thing and why women should come into leadership roles. And we connected it to leadership, women in leadership also. So on that, this year, the work, a little bit of our work that we have done, I would like to tell you all. And this will be an ongoing initiative now forever, because this is so important. So we've had skilling conclaves on AI. We've had AI conclaves. We had one in Delhi. We had one in Bangalore. And we have placed it at the center of our national programming. Our responsibility is to ensure that women are not just spectators to this transformation, but architects to it. Very recently, we had in Bangalore, it was so interesting because there was a humanoid there for me. This was the first time I was seeing humanoid made by an Indian company, and where all it can help us was a big eye opener. And there were many tech people, and we brought about 350 entrepreneurs, professionals, decision makers for immersive engagement with AI. Participants explored India-first AI systems, including building indigenous models, attending hand-on workshops, creating a second brain, AI for research, for writing, for strategic decision-making. And we moved from theory to adoption. And we had even investors who did pitch and tell us why investing in tech and why working with tech industries was so important for the future. So we also have digital skilling, in which we've conducted workshops such as AI-powered design sprint with Canva, build your Instagram content calendar in 30 minutes, AI, cyber safe, AI smart, I'm trying to make it short, scam survival guide, festive magic with AI, and everything connected. And we are connecting with all over India in these. Some of them are online, a lot of them are offline. And I'm just trying to tell you all how important it is, and we understand the importance of AI in today's life. In Pune, we are teaching children how to make robotics. It is our initiative, and we all pull in and try and do that. 500 women in Bareilly. We are women and children in robotics. We are training drone DDs with drone for agriculture, from BSF to industry and everything. So the work has started and the work is in progress. We are preparing young girls with all this, and we are skilling, reskilling. And I was reminded recently of a powerful thought that India today is powered by two AIs, artificial intelligence and aspirational India, which probably I will be talking about later. And without taking too much of your time, I would like to sit also and listen to all the powerful women here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Poonamji, for putting the perspective from the grassroots level and the work which is being, absolutely fabulous work which is being done by Feki Flow. I'm really proud about the ladies who have joined us on the panel today. While I hand it over to you, Roma, for the conversational discussion, I would request each one of you to please because I did the introduction which is in the program, but it's the work which you guys are really doing it in your field. And that is something what she's talking about, aspirational AI. So that's something is very important. So I would want each of you to also reintroduce when Roma takes the conversation ahead with you, and over to you, Roma. Next 30 minutes, I'll take in the last 2 minutes only because.
Let me do a quick introduction of our really impressive panel today. I'll start with Ivana, who's on my right, Chief Privacy Officer at Wipro Limited. She's also the co-founder of Women Leading in AI Network. Ivana is a globally recognized thought leader in privacy, data protection, and responsible technology, and has authored the book, An Artificial Revolution on Power, Politics, and AI. Let me start with you. Ms. Poonam Sharma spoke about how the numbers in STEM is encouraging. But as we keep moving upwards, looking at solution architects, people who are really designing the AI models and systems and policymakers and so on and so forth, from your experience in work, what can we do to ensure that we have adequate representation of women across areas that's really today shaping the digital future that we all look forward to?
Thank you so much. And can you hear me? Yeah. And I'm absolutely delighted to be here. I love all women panels. I feel there's always a lot of energy and a lot of thinking and aspiration, which is really good. You said something excellent. You said something to the center of, you said something like fairness and equity needs to be engineered in AI. And you know that because you come from Google. And this is the point I wanted to make with this regard. If we rely on the data that is out there, if we rely on the few people sitting in the room designing what are the parameters of AI tools, we are not going to have AI for all. We are going to have AI for the few. This means that we need more women coding, more women programming. And this is very much of a Western problem. I come from the West, and in the West, we haven't got women into AI. You do here. And that leads me to the second thing, that, pronounce it properly, that Ms. Poonam Sharma expressed beautifully. You asked the key question. I'm so grateful to you. You said we have the women. Do we have the power? That is the key question, because yes, it's important when women coding, but it's, let me say, more important to have the women at the top of company businesses, at the top of governments, to decide what AI we're building and why. To me, this is the crucial thing. And this is why we founded Women Leading in AI. We work with Equality Now, with the Alliance for Universal Digital Rights, because of that reason. Women in coding is great, because women in coding can say, hey, you're not massaging the data enough. Hey, we don't have enough representative data. Therefore, we may need to create some synthetically to make it more representative. But it's the top that decides that AI has to be equitable. It's the top that says, actually, manufacture it if you don't have it. It's not the programmer. So the key thing that brings us together, India, as all our countries in the world, is women. And the fact that we've got to count in the places where it matters. I'm vice president of Wipro. And I realize myself how much and how important it is to be in a role where you can lead from the front. So this AI for Her initiative, all this artificial intelligence and inspiration, India is greatly ready to lead and to compete in a global stage on AI. It would be fantastic to also, with this, bring women along to lead all of this. So yes, more women coding, but overall, the key message for me is more women deciding the policy around AI, the businesses around AI, which tools we are gonna use, who is going to benefit from them. And to me, this is the real change that we need.
So powerful. I really love that. Do women have the power or not? And you spoke about right from diversity of data to diversity of team to diversity of leadership, people who are really in the position to make those big decisions for all of us. Moving from one power woman to another, Miss Spash Sehgal. It's really great to see a woman in manufacturing. So really good to have you here. Ms. Sehgal is Chief Growth Officer at Spash CCTV, where she spearheads the company's expansion and the development of next-generation AI-powered video intelligence solutions. She's playing a vital role in advancing India's surveillance manufacturing and positioning the brand as a leader in global electronics and security. So let me ask you a question. Firstly, the speed, when it comes to speed and when it comes to inclusion, they move at different speeds. Today, growth and the way the technology is moving is expected to move at a neck-breaking speed. However, if we want to take everybody along and we want to create an equitable environment, that takes time. How do you balance the two? Do you find it tough? Is it really a competitive edge for you because you're building it holistically, or is it a burden that you carry?
Thank you so much, Roma. And I'm going to continue from where you've left it off. What is it that we are building this AI for, really? And I'm going to give you a quick glimpse of the security and manufacturing industry. I myself am very new in the industry, right? As you can tell by my age, I'm very, very new. And just last month, I was at Bharat Mandapam as well, and we had one of the biggest industry shows. And I asked my father, who's the founder of the business, he was discussing with the marketing team what gifts we are giving out. And we're big on indigenous development. And so we said, we'll give these pocket squares with the Indian flag on it. And my first question was, okay, what about the women? And the team said 90% will be men. They were lying. 99% were men. And it is amazing to see that in this industry that we are present in, 2 weeks ago, I was at another conference, and it was all CSOs and CIOs, the decision makers in the security industry. I went on the stage, and I was one of the 5 women in the room, and the youngest person there. And so I would like to look at this as the root, as we have to look at this as the root cause of the problem. If you don't have women, if you don't have young people in the industry, if you don't have young people who are giving you, or women who are giving you the use cases, you don't know what the requirements are, and you don't know who's building those requirements. And so realistically, inclusion only comes into play when we know who we are catering to. And this industry really does not know who we are catering to. And we're talking about the security industry of this nation. And so I'm very proud to be sitting on the stage here today and representing a company where, for us, for the last 10 years, the head of our product team is a woman, a dynamic woman. The head of our AI team is a woman. 60% of our AI team is women. And it's not just on the technology side. In manufacturing, 45% of the floor is female workers in the factory. Woohoo! And when you have representation like that, we're not sitting in the room and thinking, is it AI for her or is it AI for him? We're thinking about the use cases and the practicality of that technology. And when we think about the practicality of that technology, there are hundreds of use cases that do include women at the forefront, especially when we talk about technology. And so for us, it is a key pillar of our growth that we take that view into account. I'll give you a quick example of the technologies that are being worked upon. So it's not just AI, but it's also the new technologies in security industry. For example, there's something called a LiDAR technology, where the base case for that technology is you can detect if there is some intrusion on the railway line when the train is moving, so you don't hit someone or the train doesn't derail in fog or in those kind of conditions. And the first use case that my father and I discussed was that this is a technology that can actually be deployed in women's toilets, because that is somewhere you can't have CCTV camera. You cannot record somebody in a toilet. But this is a feature that's doing heat sensing and mapping. And that is when you start just intrinsically thinking about women use cases. And so for us as a business, and I think for the security industry in general, one of the biggest things to do is to make sure that that inclusion is included at the root level, not led as AI for her or AI for him, but built into the systems that we are creating. And so for us, it is hand in hand. In fact, I would say we will be leading the industry if we think about AI for her before we think about AI for him. And even though it is all the same, it does make a huge difference in creating the security ecosystem of the nation. Thank you.
That was really amazing. So inspiring to see the representation in your company. I'll move towards my left now. Ms. Sharma, is the FICCI FLO president, but she's also a distinguished entrepreneur in the field of health and wellness sector. She leads the Virangana Foundation, which focuses on uplifting women in Bundelkhand by providing skill development, medical aid, healthcare services to underprivileged community. It was really inspiring to hear the two panelists who just spoke, and role models have played an important role. Like you, I come from a non-technology background, right? I studied sciences in my graduation and started my career with banking. In the last 10 years, I have immersed myself in technology. And I also realized the value that I bring because of the differentiated experience that I have had. Now, you gave us really powerful stats. It was very encouraging to see. There are many initiatives that FICCI FLO is leading as we speak. What are some of the key ones that comes to your mind when it comes to, say, mentorship, role modeling, providing, say, AI-led tooling for women participation? Would you like to share some of those?
Thank you, Roma. So a lot of them, I mean, in a small way, I have said it while I was there, and so 16,000 women working, like I said, power to empower other women and other women at all three levels, which is the grassroots level, the middle class level, and the upper echelons of society. So it's not that the upper echelons of society are better off many way in AI or any other thing. And so we have started these programs, and like I said, I have started Women in Tech. So initially I said, I didn't know what I would do, but then I have such talented women all over the country who have put their minds together. We've all sat together, and of course they are very technologically forward also. They are into this line. So let me read out some of the things, because there is so much work. So some things I've talked about. I've talked to you about the conclaves that we've done. for a person like me, I went to inaugurate the conclave. The Bangalore chapter was doing it. The ones in Delhi I had organized. So Bangalore was together with the center. And I thought, okay, it's a whole day. I have to listen to things. I can't tell you, I came out so excited out of that with knowledge. So just hearing even the talks or meeting people or hearing them, you don't have to be a tech warrior to be in this field like we are listening to you. And I hope this is forwarded many times to a lot of people and women especially. We will take it up in all our wiki flow, the conversations. That itself was empowering. Just understanding, realizing that you can be tech savvy. It is not that difficult. Small steps that we are taking, it is going to make a difference. So just a little bit things which I might have missed out apart from the and the national digital literacy campaign we do at all through, like I said, even at the grassroots and at the middle class, depending on and the upper echelons, how do they digitalize, how they work, these women who make, how do we put them on Instagram, how do we connect them to markets, and so every kind of woman, because we leave no woman behind. On every kind of woman, that is my motto for the year. Leave no woman behind. They are entrepreneurs, they are solopreneurs, they are homepreneurs, and or they want to be preneurs. Everybody's in our ambit. So we we do future tech frontiers. We are training startups, and with Wise startups and MSMEs, they're tech. They are little small tech companies. There's one lady from Kashmir. It was so nice to see. Never thought that from Kashmir, a small part of Kashmir, and she has come in a burqa and everything, a little, but still she was wanted to learn, and she came online, and she's being mentored through our systems, which is Center of Excellence we have started for future skills by introducing robotics, like I said, drone. And so, for example, um, Amritsar, one of the chapters. So, of course, Bangalore, Chennai, all these are doing. I talked about, what we're training in tinkering labs, Atal Mission. We've talked about all these, done that. But a small example of how Amritsar, the ladies never went to a village. They come from the city, have gone and trained only these a small number, maybe not 300 as Bangalore did, but a small number, and I see the changes coming. They said, how will we do it, Poonamji? I said, connect with so and so, connect with so and so, connect with so and so in your area, and they will help you. And they did it. They managed, and they are very proud of it, and I'm very proud of them. Every small change is a pride for me. Generative AI workshops, like in Chennai that we've done to ensure that they enter the workforce tech ready. We've also tied up with FlexiBees. So there are women in tech, especially because of marriage or because of shifting places or because of having children or taking care of the elders. A lot of these women have studied science, have gone into tech, but they cannot come back. Once 2 year gap or few-year gap they take. Coming back into this workforce, tech workforce is so important. So we have these bounce back courses for them, So we are doing that, and we are connecting them to FlexiBees. Again, we had a tie-up. So these are few examples I'm giving you. There's a lot of work, and this is just 8 months of this work. And so we tie up that while you're at home, while you're doing all this, while you're unable to come out, you can keep connecting, learning, and doing some part-time things in the same industry so that you're connected. Because this industry moves fast. These are some of the few works that we can.
Thank you. That's really a lot of work in just a short span of 8 months. That brings me to Sarah Camp. Sarah Camp is the Vice President of International Government Affairs at Intel. She has also served as the Deputy Undersecretary for the International Trade Administration at the US Department of Commerce, and brings with her decades of global policy expertise. So Sarah, I've been really, really keen to explore many topics with you. Let's see how much we can cover today. But do bring in everything that you feel is relevant to this conversation. Now, when we talk about funding and these, analytics that work, they can get into loops. So do you see AI-led analytics helping in terms of picking up the right areas for investments? And also beyond funding, what are some of the things that you have learned from your decades of expertise in working in policy that will help in moving women from being consumers and users to really creators of AI as a technology?
No, thank you. And thank you for having this session. I'm going to echo some of the things you've already heard. So my answer is it depends. It's up to us, right? If we use design thinking, if we're intentional with what we do, if we look at the data, if we understand the biases that the data brings, then yes, AI can either disrupt the status quo as it exists, or we can just double down and embed it into the future, right? And I'm going to start with a data point, right? Because it's about AI. When you look at men and women doing startups, they start up at about the same rate. In technology, if you look at venture capital, global venture capitalist funds for the technology sector, anyone know what percentage of those funds goes to women-led tech startups? Anybody?
I'm guessing not 50%.
2%. 2%.
That's really.
Yeah. So we have a unique opportunity to disrupt that. But it goes to what you've said, right? What's the data behind it? Who is in the room that is designing the AI systems and designing the governance? When you have women, and it's not just about women, when you have a diverse group, you get better outcomes. You figure out the biases up front, you get better products. So we need to really double down on who is actually going to lead AI governance. And my question to all of you in this audience is, in your companies, what are you doing to ensure there's diversity on your AI governance? Every company should be thinking about this question. We also have to, besides recognizing the biases, which is critically important, and they have to be within a cultural context, right? Because you can't just take data from the West and import it into a country like India and expect it to work. That's crazy. So we have to ensure that we're not just identifying the biases, but we're looking at them in a cultural context, and then we're addressing them, right? With, I would say, gender agnostic and gender neutral metrics that value startups that focus on objective data, right? Why don't you look at the cost of a customer lock-in, the cost of acquiring a customer? Interesting fact, when venture capitalists interview men and women, startups in the tech sector, they ask women, what's your risk policy? How do you address risk? And they ask men, what's your growth policy? What are you doing to promote growth, right? That inherently biased questions leads to different outcomes. We can change that. I also want to very quickly talk about something completely different, which is, it's not just about access to capital. It's about access to capability. We have to start training women. Yes, what we see at Intel is if we do not work with women and girls before the age of 11, it is so much harder to get them into STEM. And to the point of, we have to bring them along, which means there has to be access. From everything from my question to everyone in this room, when you look at who has access to the laptops at home, is it the boys or is it the girls? Who's got access, right? So we need to really think comprehensively about what we're doing to be able to bring belonging. I love what you talked about, creating a sense of belonging for women and girls in terms of technologists, that there's a community for them, there's shared spaces for them, there's access, right? And it's access to opportunities and to equipment for sure, and data sets, but we have to look at it holistically. So let me just stop there.
Well, thank you so much, Sarah. That start of 2% was so heartbreaking. There's so much for us to do as we move forward. Now, last but not the least, we have Sandhya Varanasi. She's the Vice President and India Hub CTO at Schneider Electrics, a visionary technology leader. Sandhya is fostering future-ready research and development transformation and accelerating the culture of innovation within the industry. Thank you so much for being here, Sandhya. Yes, we have enough time for you. I was really looking forward to this question. Now, in the world of energy and manufacturing, the stakes for AI are very high. How does having diverse voices in R&D lead to safer and more sustainable industrial systems that will work for everyone?
Great. Good morning, everyone, and glad to be a part of today's discussion. And all of us are doing wonderful job here today in putting forward our thoughts in a very, very authentic manner. So kudos to everybody for doing that. So coming back to the question, I'm going to answer it in probably two parts. The first one is the stakes of AI is very high in every sector and also in the energy management sector too. Being an energy tech leader, Schneider Electric, these are some of the challenges as well as the growth opportunities that we are seeing. Couple of things. So three things that if I want to talk about where AI is really helping us is one, over the past years, if I have to talk about just the last 2 to 3 years, the customer usage pattern, or we call it mission profile, how a product is being used by a customer is quite rapidly changing. It's extremely important for our R&D, for our teams to understand how these trends are evolving and what does it mean for us when you are developing a product, one. The second thing is there has been an ask from the customers in terms of how do you make my product energy efficient, right? So gone are the days where if you take an UPS, right? Gone are the days where if you give 85% energy efficiency, people are so happy. Today, the customers are asking for anything not less than 97%, right? And that brings me to the third point, which is everybody is looking at the next gen architectures to make all this happen. So we have three things. One is make my products safer, make my products reliable, and I want the next gen innovation. So the three things. Earlier, we used to think that we need a trade off between these three aspects to be able to better serve our customers. No, it's not going to happen. To be able to stay competitive in this market, you need to have a right balance of these three. And that is where I would like to reiterate that AI is playing a very key role in terms of how well I can draw inferences from the product which is already right out there, and how well I understand the the customer pattern, usage pattern, and I will take decisions right based on the data that has been provided to make my product energy efficient. And then the third thing is AI for design, right? I mean, how well we will equip our design engineers to bring in that next gen architectures or innovations into the design. So this is a no-brainer that AI has a very high stakes in our overall product development. Now, having said that, can we achieve all these three things with our R&D teams or just homogeneous teams? Absolutely no. And that is where the diverse thought process would come in. Everyone need to understand what is that complexity that we are in, how well each one would bring in their diverse thought process to make these three things achievable for our customers and for ourselves.
Very powerful. I'm so glad to know that we don't have to choose between safety, reliability, and innovation. And thank you so much for that. We have little time left. I wish we had more. We have such an interesting panel.
Roma, I'll intervene here. I think we got the room at 10:30, so we will continue till 11:25. So
Okay.
you have another 7-8 minutes.
Okay,
So
great.
we can do that show. But I think I got a ping from the organizer's side that they need a group photograph because then they'll print it real time and give it to all of us. So can I request the panel to give us, and sorry, apologies to the audience. This is a part of the thing which I got it. Can we request all of you to please stand up and then they can click a photograph. And then we continue with the panel for another 10 minutes.
All right, I guess that little bit of action got our energies back. So I have one common question for all our panelists, which is looking forward at 2026 and beyond, what is that one AI-driven breakthrough you believe will have the most significant impact on leveling the playing field for women in the digital economy? So one most significant big breakthrough, and this time I will start with Sandhya in the reverse order. So what is your one big thing?
I think personalized learning. I think that's one breakthrough I would think of. Personalized learning at scale, definitely.
Personalized learning. Sarah?
I would say yes, and bringing compute to the edge so that everyone has access at a price point. So that on your laptop, if you're a student, you can do amazing things with an NPU, GPU, CPU, which is tech talk for basically getting the compute you need, where you need it, when you need it. Because if you do that, you can unlock the potential of the future technologists in a way that's extraordinary. And a very quick story on that. We have a global contest. Last year's Indian winner for the global contest came up with an app that you can download from the phone for 1 rupiah for farmers, and it tells the farmers where to put pesticides in a very concentrated way by using GPS and wind patterns. What does that do? It allows the farmers to increase their yield and not have their crops wiped out. When I asked the team why they did that, they said, I'm from a farming community. My community has been devastated by suicides because of crops being wiped out, and I can make a change. You put that kind of power in the hands of future technologists to be able to do that kind of data analytics, you are going to unleash unbelievable innovation, and that's what I'm excited about.
So thanks so much for the powerful example. So compute, which is affordable, available whenever, as and when required. Ms. Sharma, what your pick on
so
a big
I'll
breakthrough?
take it up from where you said, because in India, the talent is immense and the fire in the belly is immense to learn, even if they don't understand English at grassroots, because I work a lot in grassroots level. And so what we need to do is go down to 2-tier or 3-tier, because in bigger cities, there are opportunities. Go down to these ones, go down to communities, go down to self-help groups, maybe make, like AI Didi, we make a AI Sakhi, drone Didi, make a AI Sakhi, and we have somebody who goes down to communities, teaches them. So the spread is far and wide and useful, like in agriculture, in education, in for them setting up, and especially in vernacular languages, because a lady in Benares can go through AI and find out what the price of a sari in Delhi is, like helping them at the grassroots level. So I would like to, see how it can be distributed at a grassroots level also. It's
So taking the magic of AI across the length and the breadth of the country to every corner of the country. That brings me to you, Ivana. What's your one?
I've lost my I'm going to be a bit provocative here, and I would like to see AI that actually really benefits us. Because the key question that I always ask is, who's benefited here? Is our life actually become easier with AI? As a woman, you've got to look at yourself in the mirror and say, has your life become easier? Please ask your question. And I say this as a Western woman who is doing everything online, ordering stuff, and I feel I've become better at multitasking. That's right. So please look at yourself in the mirror and say, has my life as a woman become better? So sometimes I see these memes on Instagram, you see them as well, no? When there is this women say, I want AI to do my laundry, I want a guy to clean my house. So really, especially where, if you still go to the doctor now and you say, I feel a little bit heavy here, they tell you it must be stress. And it's not stress, it might be a heart attack. And the reason why they tell you stress is because women's data have not been collected and the health conditions of women have not been studied. So the breakthrough is AI for women. And let me add another thing. My wish would be that we don't call it AI for women. We call AI for all. You know why? Because women are 52% of the population. Yeah. So men's issue, they are population's issues. Women's issues, they're women's issues. No, they are society's issue. So I would very much to see that AI tools that make us feel better, they are AI tools for the world, not just for women.
Again, a very powerful thought, not for her, for all. Spash, your one big pick.
I was going to say the same thing as Sarah said, so I'll have to change my answer. But on edge is really, really important, especially when you think about a CCTV camera. You want to process everything so that quicker action can be taken, especially when it comes to security. So I'm going to say partnership, because that builds on accessibility, as was pointed out, because partnership is so important to make sure that the entire ecosystem is tight. When we talk about grassroots initiatives, when I even see startups and young people trying to build these technologies, now that I'm part of the bigger industry, I see a big gap in terms of those technologies actually becoming use cases and commercialization. So partnership is going to be such a key element in bringing the ecosystem together. And that's where actually on-edge ties as well, because we want to move away from GPUs and very, very expensive systems. And that's only going to promote that accessibility. So on-edge and partnership.
On-edge and partnership. And partnership, honestly, even at Google, we realized that if we have to solve anything for a country of our size and our population, it's not possible to do it alone. So cheers to great partnerships going forward. Sarika, do you want to add? Do you have a pick? Something that you want in the AI wish list, and we'll wrap up with that.
So it was a really powerful session. I would say that really fabulous one. Not that I being a woman sitting with the women panel, it was the thoughts which emerged. I mean, Roma, it was like I mentioned when we started it, we have tech leaders also leading our tech committees in FICCI. We have FICCI Flow president is a woman. Our director general is a woman. So we understand what's a power of women. I'm not saying it just because they are holding these posts. I'm talking about because of the mindset they get into the picture. Here, like Ivana mentioned, and I completely echo those thoughts, we are not talking about men as part of the population and women as being considered separate. It's a societal thing. Please take it as part of every damn thing which you plan it out, whether it's marketing, a product, R&D, getting it, it's very important. And definitely, when we talk with respect to technology, we see how AI is moving forward. We know the contributions of AI. When we talk about our country, numbers galore. I mean, for the 5 days of the summit, we are going to hear those numbers, so I'm not going to be repetitive. But we talk about 500 billions by 2030, and the decades is going to be 1.5 trillion for the globe, all taken. What's important is how it's affecting the countries, how it's affecting the population, which includes men and women both, and how the needs are being looked into. And like you mentioned, Sparsh, it's about partnerships. It's about getting it on the edge. And of course, compute, we talk about compute, but it's more about getting it to the edge so that it will solve the real-time problem, whether it's satisfying the customers or it's satisfying the individual. So for me, it is like people making a difference. And please take women, just not participation, take it as part of giving the direction, depth, and impact to the whole situation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being a great audience. I've thoroughly enjoyed the company of these fabulous women. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Roma, and thank you all the esteemed panelists. It was really enthralling to hear all of you. Like I said, lovely to share the dais with all of you. I think the photographs would have been ready by the organizers. Are we getting that currently, or 5 more minutes? Okay. If the panel is okay, should we open up for 2-3 minutes for 1 or 2 questions? Because we're getting the mementos by the time by the organizers. Yeah, we have another 3 minutes. 11:30 gets in. Yes, can I have that question from you?
Hello everyone, I'm Shruti this side, and thank you so much for sharing such deep insights. I represent an enterprise company named ServiceNow, and I am a gold facilitator of a global society that is called I'm Remarkable. So, whatever was shared today, we deeply resonate because the society also talks about how we can inculcate the concept of diversity, equity, and inclusion at workplaces and beyond. And more importantly, how we can increase that level of confidence when it comes to women and minority groups, right? So a recent McKinsey study has stated in the year 2023 that companies that is in the top quartile in the gender diverse boards, they have 27% of more revenue clocking in. So my question to all of you is centered around creating pathways. Like you mentioned, Ivana and Roma ma'am, all of you mentioned that as women, we have to be in the strategic board. The strategic decisions should guide the long-term impact, right? So my question is, as an ally, as a sponsor, or as an advocate, how can we make the AI movement less anxious for our women folks and become more enabling for them so that they can be a part and take a seat at the table that talks about AI deployment, AI investments, and long-term view for the company. Thank you.
I have a provocation, if you don't mind, on this, based on what you were saying, which said something really interesting when you said women are asked about risk and men are asked about growth. Now we are in a unique moment because when it comes to governance, governance is not about risk. Governance is not a tick the box compliance exercise. Governance is a growth capability. Okay? Stay with me. So what it would be really good to do right now is to push the narrative that governance and how we govern the deployment, development of AI is not about risk, is about growth. This will bring to shift the conversation, especially women, because a lot of women are in risk and governance, onto growth and talk about growth. This to me is very, very important. We have to stop seeing governance as compliance. It's not. It's about growth. It's about making systems that are resilient, they bring value. So to me, this is a shift that we absolutely need to have. So I think if we are able to remain connected across AI governance leaders and business leaders that share this thinking and support each other, I think we can get a lot of more women talking growth in our companies. And I think we desperately and absolutely need that.
Hello, yes. 9:30.
I think
9:30 session is over, please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Next session.
Yeah, we are wrapping it up. We got it and we are giving it to you in 55 minutes only. Don't worry. We're just wrapping it up, giving it back to you. So I think we'll wrap it up and we'll take the mementos from outside. So thank you all for being supportive and for a nice panelist. And thank you, audience, for being there and being supportive. Thank you.
Co-creating the medtech frontier, ecosystem innovation towards AI-enabled health for all. I would request all to kindly space out this front area.
Ten 30 session is over, please.
Session. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the India AI Summit and to the special plenary session on co-creating the medtech frontier ecosystem innovation towards AI-enabled health for all. Integration of AI technology in medtech industry is changing how healthcare is delivered. It is widening access, enabling earlier and more preventive care, and improving system efficiency. But the real shift is not just technical, it is structural. It is about how innovation moves from labs to clinics, from pilots to scale, and from isolated solutions to system wide impact. Today's discussion will focus on what is working, what is holding us back, and how collaborative pathways can move AI-enabled medtech innovation from ideas to real-world impact, not just in India, but globally. For this session, please welcome on stage Dr. T. Thangaraju, Scientist F, Anasadhan National Research Foundation. Request everyone to please give a big round of applause. Mr. Gaurav Agarwal, Co-Chairman, CI, National Medical Technology Forum and Managing Director, Involution Healthcare Private Limited. Mr. Kinjal Saxena, Chief Product and Technology Officer, AIG Hospitals. We'll also be joined by Dr. Taruna Madan Gupta and Mr. Christian Wickert in a couple of minutes. And this session will be moderated. Dr. Taruna is here. Please welcome Dr. Taruna Madan Gupta, Scientist G and Head, Development Research Division, Indian Council of Medical Research. This session will be moderated by Dr. Prashant Nag, Vice President, Clinical Excellence, Tata 1MG. Over to you, Dr. Nag.
So, good morning, everybody. So, we are over here for a session where we are talking about how we are co-creating the medtech frontier. And we are talking of something with MedTech, which will create an AI-enabled healthcare for everyone. So when we talk of healthcare, healthcare is transformed into waves, not gradually, but probably there are inflection points which change everything. Antibiotics, it doesn't just kill the infection, it changed the survival itself. When we talk of advent of CT and MRI, it just didn't add to some diagnostic imaging, it changed the whole clinical paradigm. When we talk of Human Genome Project, it just didn't decode the DNA and told us that there are 30,000 genes. It gave birth to precision medicine, right now our biggest frontier to fight oncology. When we talk of digitization in healthcare, it is not about going paperless. It is about bringing that AI-driven healthcare or a data-enabled healthcare, which is right now the soil for the whole thing. So what all I want to impress upon with these all inflection points is that there are important components in it, what AI is bringing to MedTech. One is capability. So AI has proven its capability. One is that these inflection points created their own regulatory and validation protocols, and they forced the ecosystem to change around themselves. So that is what AI in MedTech is bringing together. We all know that MedTech is a fairly sized industry. It's over $500 billion across the world, and India is poised to go to $50 billion by 2030. So fairly a large size valuation. But what AI can add to it is the velocity. So what we are looking at is, can it be that fuel, that it is not just incremental, it is exponential. And how we enable all those things, how we prioritize, how we look at that we can take the models to scalability, sustainability, its seamless integration to the clinical flows is something what we will be exploring in the today's session. And as we have all the experts around it, so we'll be looking at how can we align our research, validation, pilots, manufacturing, and seamless integration. So we'll take up the session, not waiting much. We'll invite first Dr. Thangaraju to talk about how ANRF is bringing MAHA and taking things along.
Yeah, very good morning to all.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. Before we begin, can we please have a quick photo op? Request all our speakers to kindly come in front of the dais. Thank you.
Good morning to all. I'm from Anushandhan National Research Foundation, which was established in the year 2023 as a primary national funding agency. So, we are largely looking for forgeous collaboration among the industry, academia, and government departments so that the effort should be pooled and deliverable should be very much target oriented. Since from the inception, we are introducing several programs for the overall development of R&D ecosystem in the country. And in that line, we have introduced a program called Mission for Advancement in High Impact Areas. And this is a priority-driven program, which should be give solution-focused research in the mission mode. As a mission program, we have introduced earlier missions on electric vehicles and 2D materials, AI for science and engineering. In that line, we have recently introduced another program, Strategic Prioritization of Medical Technologies, MedTech mission, in collaboration with the Indian Council of Medical Research and also Gates Foundation. So the MAHA mission is trying to bridge the gap between the innovation and it should reach the last mile in healthcare delivery products. As you all very much know that the World Health Organization has reported about 2 million different kind of medical devices in the world market, categorized in 7,000 generic groups. And India is, as of now, depends on 60% of its medical devices depends on the imports, which cost about 8.1 billion in the year 23-24, and it is expected to increase by 50 billion in the coming years, that reach 50 billion by 2030. By keeping this in mind and to reduce the imports and make country as self-sustained, this mission was introduced with a vision that it should give equitable access to high quality, affordable, and innovative medical technologies to all the citizens of the country. And at one point of time, we should be an exporter of medical technologies to the low income and middle income countries. So that is the total idea of this program. Through this program, we are trying to fund the development and commercialization of indigenous technologies, which are of, as I said, should be high quality, should be affordable and innovative. Though we are not very precisely focusing and been broadly classified in diagnostic and therapeutic equipments, implants and assistive devices, consumables and surgical tools, in vitro diagnostic tools, and AI/ML-enabled point-of-care devices. It's not just softwares, but it should give some point-of-care solutions at the end. So these are some areas we are interested, and we are also thinking to foster the indigenous development of high-priority, high-cost imported medical technologies with a vision to reduce the cost of such equipments 3 to 5-fold, so that it will be available to the all the citizens of the country. The mission is also interested in strengthening the existing infrastructures in the government-supported institutions and center of excellences. What we are going to do, we are going to fund in 3 categories: bioengineering, preclinical and clinical trials, and also industry startup support. And this is 100% funding for the academic and research institutions and startups, whereas it's going to be 70% funding with the 30% contributions from the private sector. And the major targets, we all know very well that the major critical areas of medical technology development and marketing is the high cost market entry. This involves R&D, certification processes, clinical trials, and marketing processes. All this makes the entry level products is much costlier. So we are trying to reduce that by providing substantial funding for R&D. And there is also there is a country level, concern that, the regulatory requirements are very, very stringent. But through this program, and though ICMR has already started doing that, through this program, we are going to give much more advanced and direct facilities to the beneficiaries of the medical tech mission, which they can easily access the Patent Mitra, MedTech Mitra, clinical network trials, all these things, and so that the process of R&D to technology transfer will be made easier than what is be considered as a constraint. And also, we are planning to give expert and industry advisors how to make the supply chain to be ensured for the technologies developed during this process. And there is also a deeper concern about the lack of coordination among academicians, technologists, healthcare professionals, and industry. And through this mission, we are planning to ensure that all of them come in one platform and provide the solutions. So this was somehow achieved by seeing the applications we have received for this call. This mission, was already achieved. The people are joined together in submitting the proposals. And I also request, there should be a striking balance between the technological advancement and longevity of the products which we are planning to develop, because the healthcare industry is not ready to change the equipments now and there by investing larger money. So the products which we are aiming should be in a position that it should be upgradable in nature, so that the investments will not be a constraint for adopting the new technologies. And apart from all these things, Government of India has already introduced a 1 crore fund through RDI fund, where industries are going to get benefited with the low interest grants for, it's not a grant, it's a loans for the developing the industries in all the sectors, sunrise sectors especially. And in addition to that, now recently DSIR, which is recognizing the private R&D units, is also given another advantage. Usually the R&D recognition will be given to the startups and industries after 3 years of their existence. But we have now removed that class, and you can get the recognition in the beginning only. So it gives an advantage that you could able to apply for medtech grants or the RDI fund and all. This totally removed that 3-year blockage, which was earlier given to the biotech industries. Now it was introduced to all the deep tech industries also. This is not restricted to, but to the major sectors like medtech, advanced robotics, semiconductors, electronics, and AI and IoT and other relevant areas. So the ecosystem currently in the country is much, much favorable. I request all of us join together to make use of the system and make India self-sufficient in developing the medical devices. Thank you.
It was really great, Dr. Thangaraju, to know the way Maha is bridging the gap between the innovation and the last mile. Although you touched upon, but we'd like to know more about how the key recent changes in DSIR registration, because that is something which is not simple for the new tech companies. So if you can elaborate on that.
Yes, the DSIR recognition for private R&D institutions will be given after 3 years of their existence. They should show their R&D capabilities and demonstrate their products. After that, only they are becoming eligible to apply for getting those R&D recognition. But now we remove the 3-year blockage from any industries, any startups especially, which are incubated in the parks, innovation parks and all. They can readily apply since from the beginning, so that they'll get the R&D recognition, which gives them an added advantage in applying for these grants, and also they will get, there is import custom duty clearances, charges will be reduced. So there are financial and also other benefits are expanded through this recognition.
Great, really great to know. So we'll move forward. We'll invite Dr. Taruna to please enlighten. Dr. Taruna is a scientist with ICMR, and we'd like to understand deeper what are the clinical real challenges to get a clinical grade solutions in medtech.
Thank you so much for that opportunity and to contribute to this session on ecosystem innovation towards AI-enabled health for all. And as you rightly said, that Indian Council of Medical Research is the apex body for the country in medical research, and the clinical evaluation is our mandate. So clinical evaluation of medical devices in a regulation compliant manner is our mandate, to be precise. So for that, we are making we are taking various initiatives. As Dr. Thanga mentioned, that the first initiative that we took was that we need to have some standards for the data sets that we have, because based on those data sets only the AI tools can be developed. So that was the first step taken by ICMR. And if you happen to see the website of our institute in Chennai, which is on tuberculosis research. We call it as ITRC, or Indian Tuberculosis Research Institute. So that institute has put in more than 10,000 curated X-ray images for TB affected individuals in different stages, as well as the annotation has been done for these images. And we also have healthy control X-rays along with that, so that the AI tools can be developed based on this data set. And people are using that data set, and already there is a CXR enabled AI tool which is being onboarded by the health ministry based on that data. And that has been developed by an NGO in Gujarat. So that was the first thing. And the second step was to move even further higher for the oncology databases, for the breast cancer, for glioma. So what we have done is we tied up with Indian Institute of Sciences, Bangalore, and the Art Park, which is one of the startups there. And these agencies together have created gold standard data sets for these oncology. So these data sets are already onboarded by MIT. So these are accessible to all the people who want to develop AI-based prediction, diagnosis, algorithms for these two cancers. And this is the process is going on. We are still, supporting these agencies to work further. So this is one aspect. The second aspect, what we are doing is we created MedTech Mitra and Patent Mitra. So the MedTech Mitra is a portal where any MedTech innovator, with respect to whatever they are developing at any stage of development, from TRL 1 to TRL 8, from ideation to the product, upscaling. So we are there to support them. So this is a structure which is a single window system. In fact, Minister Sir, Honorable Health Minister Sir had very nicely coined that this is the MedTech highway. It's not MedTech Mitra, it's a highway where people, when they are developing MedTech innovations, they fall into the death valleys. And those valleys of death are the challenges that they face during the course of their product development. And the most important value of death is regulation, because they do not understand what regulation they have to follow. And this is a major challenge for the AI tool development. And we have the regulators on board. We have joint drug controllers, both on medical devices and diagnostics, both sitting on board and giving one-on-one advice to each and every innovator who reaches out. So we are now completing 2 years. And with 2 years, we have more than 900 innovators who have joined us for getting advice. After that, the major step is the preclinical evaluation, as well as, so for AI tools, definitely there is no preclinical evaluation, but the clinical evaluation is a must. And for the clinical evaluation, we do have ICMR guidelines for the AI tools for healthcare, as well as we are helping them in developing the clinical evaluation protocols and the centers where these tools can be evaluated. So we have Center for Advanced Research, more than 30 Center for Advanced Research are there. And we have an intent network, Indian Clinical Trial and Education Network, which has more than 84 clinical trial sites across the country. And we do have characteristics of these trial sites on the basis of that what is the population that they cater to. For example, we have sites which are catering to malaria. We have sites which are catering to enteroviral diseases, which is like polio. We have, as I mentioned, the sites for tuberculosis. So these are sites which have very defined participant clientele on which this AI tool can be evaluated and developed further. And they will be also enabling them in designing the protocol, the study protocol in a regulation compliant manner, so that these studies and the results are acceptable to the CDSCO, so that they can get the marketing license from that. So this is the whole guidance we give at MedTech Mitra. The Patent Mitra is ICMR's cost. Any MedTech innovator, be it industry or academia, can just write to us and we bear the whole cost for patenting and maintaining that patent for 5 years, including search for the patentability, including the legal support for the patentability, and drafting the patent in such a manner that it is infringement secure. So this is another support system that we have at ICMR. Thank you.
Really great to know the way the gap between innovation and regulation is being filled. The trial frameworks you guys have created, that will be definitely a big enabler. And really interesting to know that all the infective focus like TB, malaria, all these things are being covered. The data sets which are required for our nation. It is not something which we are just borrowing it from somewhere and taking strides on oncology. Really great to know, ma'am. Anything you'd like to add on the adaptive AI systems trial frameworks? Are there clear guidelines on these 8 stages?
So, very pertinent question, and this is a process ongoing. We do not have very structured frameworks. The most important thing is that CDSCO has come out with special guidelines for AI tools for healthcare. The draft guidelines were published in October, and they are collecting informations and suggestions from the stakeholders, various stakeholders, including ICMR. And then there will be a final guideline set that will be available for the country, and that will be catering to all the structured frameworks. Thank you.
Really great to know the rigor with which patient safety and data is being taken care of in this fast-moving AI world. Now from innovation to regulation, now moving to the industry side. We'd like to know the views of Mr. Gaurav on the impactful AI implications. I think Dr. Gaurav is a known face in medtech world and CI placeholder also. So we'd like to know how impactful AI implications are on Indian medtech world.
Thank you very much for that introduction. Delighted to be on this panel, and really wonderful to know the initiatives that ANRF and ICMR are taking in enabling AI-driven medtech frontier. So from a medtech standpoint, as we make the transition from volume to value, I think it's extremely important that we interpret AI, at least I personally interpret AI in 3 different ways. So for me, medtech is nothing if it's not advanced, accessible, and available, especially in the Indian context. So I see this as advanced yet indigenous AI, accessible and innovative, available and impactful. So that's my definition from a medtech context of AI. Coming close to home, I think AI in manufacturing, especially in medtech, and this is a very important area because today India has nearly 13,000 registered manufacturers of medical devices with an average size of about $5 million. So size and scale is an issue. Now, how can AI help size and scale? You know, wherever AI can bridge manpower gaps in access, for example, if you talk about diagnostic tools, you know, AI can be a great triage for X-rays, you know, tuberculosis, cardiac diseases. It not only cuts down the processing time by 70 to 80%, but it also improves productivity in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. I think it's pertinent to note that India, as startling as it may sound, has only 22 radiologists per million population. US, in comparison, has 200 radiologists per million population. So it's extremely important that AI enhances speed, improves productivity. Now, the second area where I think AI can impact medtech is smart wearables. You know, today you have ECG patches, you have smart wearables, you have continuous glucose monitoring devices delivering hyper-precise, hyper-localized, hyper-personalized real-time diagnostics. I think that with a 200 million patient population suffering from diabetes and 80 million patients suffering from cardiovascular disease, I think that is a great enabler. You know, so another diagnostic and triage tool. The third area is, I think, treatment planning, where AI workflows are playing a very important role. In neuronavigation, for example, they can make surgeries a lot more precise. They can create workflows for surgical robotics, which are extremely important for precision and safety. Coming to my personal area, cardiology, in cardiology, there is a very interesting study. I'd encourage you to Google it. And it is published in Nature's, one of the most respected journals, which says that diagnosis of echocardiography made by cardiologists versus AI, the chances of rejection are only 17% with AI and 28% with cardiologists. So it's not only improving the speed, it's improving the prognosis as well. Also, if you take an example of a very recent startup called Super Health. Now, Super Health has completely created a new paradigm for healthcare delivery. They've created something called a complete tech stack called Super OS, a total operating system. Traditionally, what happens is that you have softwares that are laid over an existing hospital information system. They have a complete tech stack, which is an operating system which reduces human intervention. Now, how is this important in the context of healthcare delivery? It delivers hyper-precise medicine. It creates agentic AI workflows. It reduces the appointment time by dynamically adjusting physician and patient schedules. It also brings in transparent pricing. They do not differentiate, AI does not differentiate between a CT for hand and a leg. Why should it be charged differently? So I think the frontiers of what AI can conquer and do in healthcare delivery and medtech is evolving very rapidly, and personally very excited.
Yeah, really great to know, and witnessing it from the clinical side, it's really simply enthralling the way things are changing. One important point, you being on the industry side, what is the critical barrier which still, as a nation, we have to think on when we are looking at AI, particularly in medtech?
I think Dr. Taruna briefly touched upon it. Access to high quality data sets for a nation of 1.4 billion people. We do not have regulated, anonymized large patient data sets, which form food for any AI model, right? In medtech, especially, machine learning algorithms are more relevant than AI tools themselves. And the reason for that is, first, there is no large data sets that are regulated. And second, the clinical validation is very hard. You develop a data set, you develop a tool, prognostic, diagnostic, therapeutic, and then how do you deploy it? And for us as industry, it's extremely hard to monetize any AI tool or software in India. I mean, I have a hospital chain, large hospital chain seated next to me. You can upsell your solution. You can upsell a CT or an MR or a cath lab, but you can't monetize a software solution by itself. So that's a problem. Hospitals do not recognize and reward innovation. So unless there is a revenue model inbuilt, as they say, charity is not scalable. That is another limiting factor. Industry is not rewarded for innovation. And third, and the most important, is regulatory and procurement barriers. I touched upon it. The regulations for software as a medical device are still work in progress. Dr. Taruna mentioned it. It is evolving very rapidly. But what is also happening is that a lot of seed funding happens at the proof of concept stage. And then large Series A and Series B investors need to look at validated, ready to deploy solutions for which you need clinical validation. And there you create a $3 to $5 million funding gap. I think that can be very, very succinctly bridged by agencies like ANRF. So those are some of the challenges that I foresee.
Very well put. Exactly. The journey from idea to scale is something which really needs a next level push. So moving ahead with the discussion, we'd like to move to Mr. Christian. Mr. Christian is a global digital policy guy from Merck. I would like to understand from you how global digital policy is evolving around AI in medtech, and how do you feel India, where do India stand in all this?
Thanks so much for the opportunity. Thank you all for being here. So AI policy is evolving incredibly fast, right? So trying to catch up with the technology. And the result is really that the topic is extremely complex. So the US, for example, the US, where I'm based, changed its approach, right? President Biden had one approach, and this year President Trump changed it, trying to reduce some of the regulatory aspects of it, trying to innovate a little bit more, keeping safety in mind and having a national institute focusing on that. Europe is also changing. So they started talking about the EU AI Act, and it's already under review now with the digital omnibus. Even before getting enforced, it was going in, the high risk aspect of it was going to enter into force now in August. So this shows that policy is really changing incredibly fast, and it's having difficulty to catch up with the technology. So when the EU AI Act conversation started, we're talking about some AI applications, devices, etc. Then you had the ChatGPT moment and everything changed, and they created a new chapter on that in the parliament in the last minute. Now you have agentic AI, and the conversation changes. You have agents embedded in the device, maybe an agent taking care of the patient or working with the patient groups, agents with the hospital, and the devices and the ecosystem will talk and add just layers of complexity. So I believe the main message, and policymakers are understanding it, is that you need flexibility. You need to have the principles, the ethical guidelines, the outcomes you want to get out of it, and keep adapting. Have post-market surveillance, keep that feedback loop, improving everything. And when I think about India, I can trace a similar path. Maybe it was less regulated before 2017, increased some of the regulation, but it's also adapting, trying to find solutions. And I believe India and many of the global south countries can contribute in the sense of bringing different perspectives. So if the US is having difficulty, if Europe is having difficulty trying to understand where the technology is going, some tangible applications like here can become the example and influence the conversation. What is important to do that? Join the conversation, show the examples, the projects that are getting results, make sure that the regulation allow those solutions to interact in public-private partnerships with folks in other countries. So I don't want to extend too much, but that's a general idea.
Okay. So great to know, Christian. So you are talking of how India can harmonize in this whole, the new challenges which the whole world is facing out. And can India shape it for the world rather than just following them? Yeah, we understand that we do have a scale, we have data sets. But at policy level, how do you feel that with this, the very policymaker is getting bound to their own geographies? So what is the path to harmonize? How to take it to next level from your lens when you are looking at different markets internationally?
Very good. So the first element of harmonization, in our opinion, is really the ethical approach. So when we see a new regulation worldwide, we step back and decided to, no, Merck has to have its own approach. So we have a code of digital ethics developed with academia. It's published. We then established a digital ethics advisory panel and all relevant projects that we have, and we have many around AI with different partners. We'll go through this panel to understand what's at risk. So if you have that foundation, whatever regulation comes, you know, okay, how will I adhere to that? Well, if you have the right principles, somehow you are aligned. Same thing for data and for the solutions. We invested a lot in quality data sets, solutions like Syntrop is a company that we launched to facilitate researchers to have access to data, control their data internationally as well. So I believe that's how you harmonize, sharing with security, with privacy, the data sets, collaborating in an ethical level, involving multiple stakeholders. That will get you to the results you want. So,
yeah, very good. Yeah, well put. So it's all about understanding the foundation and then stepping back, putting everything at one place, and then thinking about global outreach. Yeah, great to know. So we'll move ahead in our discussion to Kinjal, who is a Chief Product and Technology Officer and a passionate technology guy working with AIG hospitals. So Kinjal, since you're already in a clinical market, you have seen, we had a side discussion, he has worked with FinTech and all. We'd like to understand, how do you feel that AI can augment workflows in hospitals? How ready our clinical structure is on this all AI-led medtech?
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me here. It's a very important point because the way hospitals think about artificial intelligence in healthcare is very different from how manufacturers and how regulators think about it. As Dr. Taruna and Gaurav mentioned, that there is a regulatory nuance and then there is a ROI or procurement nuance. At hospital, we see a completely different nuance, which is adoption nuance. So even though a medtech device or an AI algorithm is approved from a regulatory standpoint, and the manufacturer has also taken all the respective guardrails to ensure that it is manufactured properly and stays by all the right parameters. When this algorithm and device is handed over to a doctor, you're really asking him to drive a self-driving car and not sleep behind the wheels. Because the doctor says that if I have to really look at all the tests by myself, because at the end, it is the doctor who is responsible for the outcome, for the clinical outcome. So the perspective that clinicians come with is, if I have to anyways do it, then what is the benefit I'm getting? That's the big question that everybody need to answer. And that's where after regulatory approval, after medtech, and one of the biggest point that Gaurav mentioned is they don't see an ROI for the software, because the doctor says that I have to be responsible. Now, in order to make that successful, and at AIG hospitals, we have been able to make it successful in some of the areas, is we need three very important changes, which is process, technology, and people. I'll give an example. Many algorithms that are in the market today, all of them or most of them are trained on Western data. So the trust factor for those, even though they are mostly FDA approved, is very less for the clinicians. Now, in order to make that work, there are some advanced technologies which are also available. And as a manufacturer, Gaurav will agree with, is they need specialized scopes, some standard level of scopes or the machines on which these algorithms truly work at the required level of efficiency. So one is the technology in itself need change. We talk about agentic AIs, we talk about scribes, doctor-patient consultation, converting into automatic consultation notes, etc., etc. But you need good mics to be placed, which are all extra cost for hospitals. Coming to the people aspect. When the doctors say that if anyways I have to look at the result, the point which is important is earlier they were spending 20 minutes to look at the result and now they only need 5. Every clinician respects and appreciates this fact. But it is extremely important to have that person in the loop or expert in the loop for any AI algorithm or AI medtech to be applied in a hospital setting. And if we are doing that, I think this is extremely important for the regulators and for the medtech to do, is how we can get that expert in the loop involved in right from the beginning itself. And that's why that is an additional investment also that is required to ensure that while the clinician themselves don't look at it, someone else who is an expert is looking and verifying and approving on their behalf. And that would be an acceptable outcome. which will significantly improve the adoption in the hospitals or in clinical settings.
Yeah, can relate to it from my medical background. Yes, this is very, very important. So what we can see is that there is a journey of clinical deployment, the legal responsibility of the doctor, the real outcome, the real ROI for the person who is investing, and the ROI in terms of time, ROI in terms of efficacy, ROI in terms of efficiency. So well put. So if I just take it one step, you took all the part from the hospital and doctor side. Do you feel there will be a trust barrier from the patient side also?
Definitely, yes. I mean, I would never have, I personally, even though I'm a big evangelist of artificial intelligence myself, I would not take a prescription which is prescribed by AI itself. Because it completely depends on what data is being fed to the algorithm. And we have seen it. The very first thing comes from privacy itself. So we at AIG hospitals and a lot of large hospitals are actually using scribes, which is doctors and patients. They have lost the eye-to-eye contact. When you go to a doctor's office, you would like the doctor to look at you and not keep typing. And unfortunately, most doctors type with 2 fingers. So, then you want that eye-to-eye contact, and for that we have bought these patient-doctor consultation automatically converting into consultation note. The first thing that the patient gets uncomfortable is they are talking something very private and somebody is listening to it. The second piece is if somehow suddenly some medication is being prescribed, and I would like to give an example. We have implemented something which is called as AI-powered discharge summary creation. Now, when that happens, all the electronic medical record that is there in the system, in a few seconds, the discharge summary gets created, which is the biggest problem in any discharge process in any hospital you give. So we created it, we implemented it. The biggest challenge that we saw is once that started happening, the doctors eventually minimized looking at the true discharge summary which is being given to the patient. And that resulted into patients saying, did it really happen to me? Because there was some amount of hallucinations in the algorithm. So these things do create problems.
Agreed. And this agentic AI hallucinations is something which we all come to place every day with ChatGPT. So I know we are running short of time, so we'll like to wrap up fast with the last question. Everyone can just put their views on 15 seconds. As India, are we over-indexing on innovation but under-investing on validation? I don't know if you can start on this.
Thank you. So can you just reiterate, under-investing on?
Validation.
And
over-investing on innovation.
To a certain extent, yes. But the idea is that we are now moving ahead. As I said, that CDSU is coming with a special guidance for AI in healthcare. And then ICMR is revising their own guidances that we have. We are building those data sets. So yes, we are putting, equally in both the arms, the innovation as well as validation. The 84 clinical trial sites I mentioned, and more than 30 Center for Advanced Research. The IITs are a Center for Excellence for Innovation, but their evaluation. So what we did was we invested first in the Center for Excellence. In the IITs, we got more than 30 technologies developed, including AI-based technologies. And then now we have invested into the Center for Advanced Research, which are evaluating them as per the guidelines, as per the regulation. So it is equally, we are distributing our efforts equally. And more so, if you happen to hear the announcement that our Honorable Finance Minister had made, we are going to have more than 1,000 clinical trial sites. And this will include evaluation of medtech, including the AI-based devices. So this is what our mission is. And clinical evaluation is part of the validation. So the first step is evaluation. And then ICMR also supports validation in case you have done an independent evaluation and now your product is already approved. But as rightly said, hospitals and patients do not have trust because you have just tested it in some hospital-based area. If you want your tool to be evaluated in the primary healthcare, it has to be evaluated there. So we have more than 170 medical colleges and rural health research centers of ICMR where we do this field feasibility evaluation. And that is our validation program for it. Thank you.
Really great to know and really thrilled on what journey our country is going on. We are pivotal, we have data, we have scale, we have frugal innovative abilities. So we are bound on a great journey. Short of time, so we'll like to wrap up and we'll like to invite Gates Foundation to do a closing remark on it.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay, great. My name is Shyamashri Das. I'm here on the behalf of Gates Foundation. First of all, really commend the time, the valuable time and insights all our esteemed speakers have spared here. I'll say a couple of things. One is we have a fair variety of stakeholders on the panel, but still there are many types of stakeholders that are not represented here. So the thing is about incentives. How do we structure the ecosystem thinking in mind what are the incentives for everybody involved? We heard from our government representatives, but again, mostly from the research and financing end. We heard from private sector, but again, very established players, and we are not really, have not heard on this panel about the frugal innovators, the small and medium-sized players. We have the society at large. So when we talk about incentives, you have the tangibles and you have the intangibles. The tangibles are profit, business continuity, disease burden, out-of-pocket expenditure. So these are the big tangible incentives or disincentives that we need to talk about. Then there are intangibles. I mean, I think it was going a certain way, and then Mr. Kinjal actually brought the reality of it from a patient perspective. Trust is such a big intangible, but kind of makes or breaks any technology. And so it's really important to have a strong communication. So while this platform is on the backdrop of an AI summit, I think these conversations are much needed on a frequent basis. And so that's my cue to actually thank and implore CII and other similar organizations to bring stakeholders from different types and get them to a common forum so that people can hear what each other, challenges are. Because these challenges will be, filled. Like we did not have ANRF a few years back, but today we do. So it's not only technical expertise rigor, but also financing. The way ICMR is coming up with standardization of guidelines, the way it is able to navigate innovations from TRL 3 to 5 or 3 to 6, which is really the valley of death, is unheard of if you spoke like 15, 20 years back. But in 5 years, it will be something different. So we really need to have a continuous dialogue. And so the imploration is to CII to continue to do this, bridging of collaborators and communicate more effectively. So with that, thank you. And I know I'm standing between you and lunch. So have a great rest of the day and the rest of the summit. Thank you.
Thanks everyone. It was really a great discussion. Looking forward for AI-powered MedTech India.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nag, and all our panelists, and also Ms. Das. I would request Dr. Nag to kindly felicitate our fellow panelists, please. To Dr. T. Tangaraju. Dr. Taruna Madan Gupta. Mr. Gaurav Agarwal. Mr. Christian Wickert. And Mr. Kinjal Saxena. I would also request Gaurav Agarwal to quickly felicitate our moderator, Mr. Dr. Prashant Na, please. And with that, thank you everyone for joining us for this session, Co-Creating of MedTech Frontier, Ecosystem Innovation Towards AI-Enabled Health for All. Thank you all.
start off by saying that we have a session. This is all about people's AI. And you'll hear mostly about what we will talk about through the conversations we are going to have. I always like starting with a little story. So I'll start with a story and then I'll invite our guests. So you get a context of what AI Kiran is, what we are doing. This is one of my favorite story of a car that gets stuck and they need some help. And so they have a old donkey that's walking by with another old guy. And the guy says, I'll help you with getting the car out. And the owner is kind of like, this is like one old donkey and an old man. What can you guys do to help me? Just don't worry about it. And then they tie the donkey to the car. And the guy starts, this old man starts saying, come on, Ram. Come on, Bhim. Come on, Santosh. Come on. Like he keeps saying these names. And, voila, 2 minutes later, the car is out. And this guy is like, how did this, first of all, why are you yelling all these names, even though there's one donkey? And how did this puny little donkey get the car out? And the guy says, look, the donkey is blind. It doesn't know what's going on. When I say all these names, it thinks there are 5 other donkeys pulling the car. It doesn't even know its own strength, and he pulled it out because he thinks all these other donkeys are there to help it. So the point of the story is that we are as strong as who we believe is with us. They don't even need to be with us. Who we believe is with us. And for us at AI Kiran, we are very lucky. We don't need to believe. We actually have people with us. So we are not quite blind. We can actually see that a lot of people are with us. So let me tell you a little bit about what AI Kiran is and tell you who the cast of characters are who are going to be part of this. So AI Kiran is an initiative that was launched by Optimize Geo and Inc. Global Foundation, along with the Principal Scientific Advisor's Office. We've been hearing about AI forever, right? People in the technology field have been working at it for the last 30 years or so. But with ChatGPT, it's become everybody's buzzword, AI. But with AI, we have an amazing opportunity that nobody has thought about so far clearly. One is, with the Industrial Revolution, we created a lot of environmental problems in the world. With the internet revolution and social media, etc., I think we created an amazing way to connect with one another, but we also created a lot of angst, a lot of, I'm not the coolest person here. I'm sort of not happening here. I'm not the one happening, and everybody's having a great time. And somebody said that everybody is successful on LinkedIn, everybody is happy in Facebook, and everybody is cool on Instagram. But what is it behind that? With AI, it's a new revolution. We have an amazing opportunity to take everyone along. I think one of the things that happened with the previous revolutions was either they were for the elite or they were for only few. But now we have an opportunity to take everyone along. And what is everyone? Everyone is people whose voices have not been heard. So at AI Kiran, our whole goal is to create an inclusive AI universe where we started with women. We said a lot of women should be part of it. Then we said youth. Then we have now someone saying, hey, how about senior citizens? How about differently abled? So this is a platform where we want to bring together all the people who are working in all these different areas, be it rural or urban, etc. And we have people with us today who are going to explain and discuss with us what they are doing in these different areas. With that, I would love to invite our partners, Madhu, who's with Next Wealth. We have Yash, who's with House of Anita Dongre. We have, sorry, one second. I want to make sure I get everybody. We have Ravi, who's with Mentor Cloud. And what they do, you'll find out through the organization. I don't want to spend time explaining. And of course, we have Ria, who's with Udayti Foundation. Please join me on the stage and we'll have a great conversation and you can ask questions at the end. Please. Oh, photo. Okay, group photo first. Okay. Actually, I have to say that it is kind of, one of the most awkward times in any panel is standing here and taking picture where everybody is looking at you. But you know what they're doing? Something very cool at this conference. I have to acknowledge it up front. They take this picture, and by the time the session, please sit down while I talk. By the time the session is over, they actually have this photograph as a memento to all the speakers. I think it's like one of the coolest things. That this is the way to use technology to do something. So it's very, very cool what they're doing. So I really want to acknowledge for thinking about that. And so with that, I also have to, on a lighter note, you've noticed how I don't stand behind the podium, I stand here. The reason is I am the unofficial ambassador of a sari in this world. So I want you all to notice how beautiful Indian sari is. And that's why I always stand and talk. So you all notice it. Now I can sit down. So as I said, we have amazing partners. Everyone here is part of our journey. And they've all been working at this for many, many years. And the beauty of this is that with this advent of AI, we are able to all work together and get much farther faster. So I'm going to start with you, Madhu. And Madhu is part of Next Wealth organization. And they've been an amazing partner, and they're really changing the lives of young people, old people like me also, especially in rural areas. Because one of the things that's very important in India is we have an urban-rural divide. And so what can we do so people don't have to leave their homes and go to the city and work on things, etc., but really stay. So tell us a little bit about what you're doing, and also how you're participating in the AI ecosystem.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Lakshmi. First off, thanks for inviting me to be part of this panel, and with the great people that we have over here, from all the way from Silicon Valley to the world of foundations to the world of fashion. So thanks so much for allowing me to be a part of this. So yeah, like you mentioned, we at Next Wealth, we are focused on creating employment in small towns. So today we have about 5,000 employees across 10 different locations, all in what would be considered tier 3, tier 4 towns. 60% of our workforce is women. We work with various multinational companies, essentially helping them make AI practical in the real world. So essentially where our intersection with AI comes is we were founded as a social impact employment creation organization. We've really come into our own in the last few years with the increasing awareness and adoption of AI in the in the real world broadly, in enterprise and so on. And the way we look at our perspective on AI is going to be the engine of job creation in India for the next coming decades. Right? The same way that various technological revolutions have disrupted but also created new opportunities, we think we at NextWealth, more broadly we in India, have an opportunity to really use AI, lean into AI to be a transformative force from an economic perspective, from an employment creation perspective, from a societal impact perspective. And it's quite contrarian, because I think most people typically think of AI as and the disruption it brings from the damage that it causes. But every disruption also can have positive benefits, and that's what we are excited to be part of. And I'll speak more about it as we go along. But sure, that's for a quick introduction.
Great. So Ria, I'll turn to you now about Udayti Foundation. And it's, one of the things that's very exciting to see is how data-driven a lot of the work can be actually. We can learn so much. So you've been a very, very data-driven organization. So tell me a little bit about what you guys have been doing, and especially about what can AI bring to the conversation, either in terms of increasing more women to be in it or understanding women better in it. So tell me a little bit about how data-driven you have been.
Thank you for having me here this afternoon. It's an absolute pleasure to be on this panel with everybody. So you're right, at Udayti, data is the backbone of what we do, the decisions we make. For us, it takes perception to precision is what we really believe. And our work is focused on basically bringing more women to the formal economy, right? So we look at women entrepreneurs as job creators for more women. We look at bringing more women into formal employment and, sort of because we feel like that's where the true value lies. And as you mentioned, data, we have a very data-driven approach. And I think, as far as AI is concerned, when you look at gender disaggregated data and then you sort of divide it by geography, by sector, by life stage, patterns, and AI allows you to do that, right? We've basically built out two very important dashboards. One is on the private sector. We call that CGG. It's Close the Gender Gap. And we've taken annual reports of over 2,000 NSE listed companies, and we've created an index. We've divided that sector-wise. We can measure now organizations that are doing well in, say, cross-cutting sectors like manufacturing or specific like IT, healthcare. And that helps organizations act with precision, right? And build interventions that will actually have measurable outcomes and help move the needle. And I think, and on the government side, with the state government in UP, we worked with the planning department. We built something called the WE Index. And again, and this is now embedded in the CM's dashboard in the control room. And it's a small example of impact is, I think in the state of UP, they probably had about 300 women bus conductors before this dashboard went live. And in a few months, they were able to grow that to over 3,000. Right? So the real insights when you layer workforce data with infrastructure data, you're looking at housing, transport, safety, childcare, you realize that, women aren't necessarily opting out, but they're structurally excluded, right? And I think and that's what technology, that's what data helps us identify and work with stakeholders like state and central government, as well as industry and entrepreneurs when we're looking to move the needle with women's workforce participation.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's great that you're talking about how to bring different women into the conversation first. And Yash, so I'll have you talk a little bit about, you're from the house of Anita Dongre, like epitome of fashion. And you're part of this journey because you see that, technology, etc., what it can bring to further the conversation. But your brand has been known for engaging with a lot of craftswomen from the beginning. So tell us a little bit about what are you doing as a brand to make sure, in what ways are you integrating the craftswomen clusters you've created? Tell us a little bit about that.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. So ours is a legacy fashion house. We're about almost 30 years old today. So when I joined the business over a decade ago, I was given that very important responsibility of integrating technology within the company. And it has been overwhelming because when you're a traditional fashion house, you are used to working with legacy systems, you're used to working with a lot of spreadsheets. I think over the last 7 years, we've done a great job in digitizing a lot of the business. We were the first one of the first companies in India and first fashion house to adopt Salesforce across all their verticals, which is Commerce Cloud, Marketing Cloud, Service Cloud. So, we haven't ever shied away from making investments in technology. But I think what I find overwhelming is that we've just I just feel like it was yesterday that we went on this mission and we're already thinking of now it's going to change, right? Yeah. So it has been overwhelming, but I think for us, coming to your question on our craftspeople, I think for us in a fashion house, people are our real assets. Like when you talk about artificial intelligence, you're talking about coding, you're talking about building systems. But for us, it's all about our people, and our people is what brings the artistry, the craftsmanship. So doing good by those people is the most important. And for me, I would say work with almost 1,000 plus craftspeople across the country, both directly and indirectly. So when I say directly, we have actually set up skill centers in Maharashtra, where we employ about 300 women, where we train them in very basic skills such as stitching, embroidery, and they produce for the brand. And then we work indirectly with, like I said, thousands. We work with Seva in Gujarat. So the way I look at AI is I look at it as solving very simple real world problems. For example, these crafts communities don't have the data to know what are the current trends that are working globally. they don't have the go-to market strategy, right? They are talented, but how do they take the product to a more global stage? How do they get the relevant product to the global stage? So I feel providing them with simple tools just to get those basics, which we take for granted, because we work in the cities, we have access to various applications today that can give you trends. You have WGSN, you have all of these amazing applications, but they don't have these applications, which is why a lot of the times the products that are created from the crafts industry are never very relevant, and which is why they never sell for a very high value. So if we can just get them that data to get up to speed with what's happening in the world, I think that itself is a great start. Instead of going into
Absolutely.
great detail and doing something that is very advanced.
Right. Yeah. And I think it's so true. Like when, especially when the pandemic happened, we worked with the Muthoot FinCorp to work with all these women that were, daily wage workers, etc. Just teaching them WhatsApp and how to market on WhatsApp changed their life. They were like, okay, I'm making cakes at home and selling it. I mean, sometimes doing really small things helps a lot. And that actually, the mentorship you're providing leads to talking to Ravi, and you've created an amazing platform for actually the most important thing in all this is building the bridges of creating mentorship. So tell us a little bit about what you're doing.
Wonderful. Namaste, everybody. Again, it gives me immense honor to be here. Thank you, Lakshmi, because you are the ultimate connector. You are all about connecting the right people at the right time to make magic happen, because it is at the end of the day, the right human connection at the right time makes all the difference. So our company is all about connecting the right people. And we've always stood for this idea called success beyond borders, which we have extended to mentoring beyond borders. So it should not matter where you are in the world, whether you are a tier 1 town like a Delhi or a tier 4 city or a village, you should not have any limitations for you to achieve your full potential. So that's been the dream. And today we achieve the dream with technology, and AI makes it even more accessible. Because, as we were growing up, most of us have been told that if you don't speak English, you have no chance at success. And this is, in my opinion, the last remaining challenges of the colonial era. Because we have been told, in fact, I'm a family of 7 children, all my siblings were in Telugu medium, and I was sent to English because now you will go beyond our borders of small town, which I did. I went to Chennai and then to US and so on. But today that barrier is down. In fact, we are working with a team of AI engineers from Chennai. They don't speak English, but they said, sir, why do I need to know English if I know the technology and AI? So I truly feel the last remaining barrier of language, because if you go back to India, even before the colonials and the wars happened, right? Language was never the barrier. Whether you were an artisan or you're making ceramic products or textiles, it didn't mean what you did mattered. We are at that point again for the first time in our evolution, and I'm so happy that India is taking full advantage of it. And the tagline keeps keep me inspired. No other AI summit in the world has a tagline so powerful that involves people. They're talking about chips and technology and data centers and cooling towers, all of those things. India said, okay, fine, all that for what? For people. Welfare for all, happiness for all. That's achievable right now with technology. So we are taking the aspect of mentorship, the human connection, as a way to make success happen.
Yeah. And again, continuing the conversation of people. So Madhu, tell us a little bit more about the people that are involved in it, and what aspects of AI are we able to build the bridges? I mean, you've truly, one of the things about people, it's not just personally what's happening in their communities, how things are changing. So tell us a little bit about, with the work that you've seen, in what way are the people changing and how the community is changing?
So let me maybe try to answer that with a couple of anecdotes. Right? So, and both of these are like experiences that I've had at a couple of our Nextwell delivery centers. So one of our centers is in a small town called Chittoor, and I was there a couple of years back actually when this happened. And we work with a leading fashion e-commerce player, so that also kind of brings in the fashion aspect a little bit into that. So when I visited our center, we were doing a lot of catalog upkeep work. And one of our associates, or team leads actually, who works on that, was very excitedly explaining to me what work she does and describing that there are 74 different types of skirts, which type of skirt is in season, out of season, how she decides that, what are the different attributes, what people search for, what keywords are they searching for, and hence what should the description of that skirt be like, so people can find that skirt and so on and so forth. Right? And I was completely enthralled. She was extremely passionate about describing all of this to me. And when I asked her how does she know so much about skirts and so on, she said, she showed me her phone and said, she follows all the channels on Instagram and YouTube and so on. Right? So I think that's a example where, again, building on what you're saying, the knowledge that she had of fashion, her interest that she had in fashion. And remember, this is happening in a place like Chittoor, where if you go outside, nobody wears skirts, right? So she lives in a place where nobody wears skirts. She grew up in a place where nobody wears skirts, but she has this interest in, dresses, and she's picked all of this up. And she's able to do that, and there are people all over the world who are buying based on the decisions that she's making, right? And I think that's one example of how technology, AI, and the role of humans in AI kind of plays a role. Another example that I like to share is this happened relatively more recently, where I visited another one of our centers, and I saw two of our associates, both women again, walking hand in hand. And I just found that curious, and I went and asked them, "Hey, are you guys friends, sisters? How do you know each other?" And as I was engaging with them, I got to know that they essentially are neighbors who live in a village about 20 kilometers away from the town where our center is. So they grew up, they went to the same school, they went to the same college, they come to work together, they go back together. They're just that close friends. And that, for someone like me who grew up all over the country getting transferred around, my dad was in a government job, really gave me a perspective into what it would be like if families and communities could actually stay together, have entire lives, not just staying, but also careers, work, and everything that goes along with that together, what impact that could have. I think both of these are examples where in India, if we are able to kind of embrace the upcoming AI revolution, lean into that, and see how that could really start helping us do things, I think the avenues are really incredible. What impact that has from individual opportunities, as well as societal and community impact, is really quite significant. And I think that's something that we're really excited about at Next Wealth.
And it's really amazing actually working with Next Wealth and some other people. We realize that when you change the life of that one person, it's not that their family changes, rules of the game change, because their average marriage age is going up, and the parents are allowing girls to go to work and be earners, etc. Their self-confidence goes up. We don't have a chance to show, but we have some amazing videos from them where the women are so confident. Just getting this recognition from us to them gives them so much more excitement and acknowledgement. So, continuing on that, Yash, actually to you. Yeah, that's why I want
to add
to
to a
continue.
point. I think it's so important for every country to realize, where in the AI revolution they sit.
Correct.
I feel in, US, China leading the way in large scale adaptive models, computing, and they are far ahead in that, right? So I think for us, instead of trying to play catch up, we need to realize that in India, our advantage is human capital, right? We have the skilled engineers, we have the human capital, so we can actually make the model for the world on how to democratize AI.
Yes, yeah.
Right. So how do you make AI accessible at a large population level, because we are the largest population, and to solve simple problems, whether it's healthcare, whether it's access to education, whether it's financial inclusion, whether it's just, like you said, getting simple information to them so that their work and their business can just, get that much more amplified. So I think it's more about sort of, amplifying intelligence rather than replacing it.
Absolutely, absolutely. And actually that flows into the work you're doing with Udaiti, EcoWare and all these kinds of stuff. So tell us a little bit about how do we bring data into this? How do we bring some of the practices to enhance what he's talking about, especially the EcoWare and Udaiti work that you're doing?
Sure. I think that, I think Yash makes a great point. I think we just have to design intention, right? And I think if we have the awareness I really hope we take advantage of that, and that's what we do. I heard a very interesting tagline where I heard someone say, you know what, AI needs India, and it gave me something to think about. I think from EcoWare's perspective, Lakshmi, as an entrepreneur who's built a business, when you start off, capital is limited, right? You've got to make very conscious decisions on how you're deploying, where you're deploying. So from an AI perspective, to build a website, to build a brand identity, to build, your marketing costs, you keep thinking, at least when we were scaling or founding EcoWare, we thought, we need to invest in our people and our machines, and we'll go build a market. Like you kind of deprioritize these things, and I think AI has made some things for starting entrepreneurs a lot easier. You can't afford a photo shoot. You can put an image on. You can say, add this, give me a Brazil background, make it exotic, like whatever it is, right? So it gives you a few options that way. I think from a sustainability, building a sustainable business and practices, when you look at, trying to really generate your revenue from a 100% circular economy model, it certainly helps with raw material mapping, manufacturing efficiencies, mapping your market. Like I remember when I set up a distribution network for EcoWare back in 2009, I had distributors across the country, and they were large scale stockists, but where they sold after that, where it went to, I never got a chance to leverage that data, right? So I think from as an entrepreneur, I think this is where AI can certainly help you, and it goes back to the point of when you have data, you can act with precision, you can target the right consumers, you can spend your capital sensibly, right? It helps. And I think from Udayati's perspective, when we're looking at designing differently, we've got to design to be inclusive. I think that the conversation I've heard from various sort of pre-AI summits is this democratic diffusion, leveraging digital infrastructure that already exists, leveraging the awareness that we have to be more inclusive, and I think skilling plays a very important part. I think when you look at women, they are overrepresented in possibly like administrative roles, etc., where AI is going to be the most disruptive. But we also know that it's going to create jobs. We know that skilling and upskilling plays a very important part. Very recently, earlier this year, there was an article in the newspaper where it stated we had 950 million users on the internet. And I think 50% of that were between the ages of 15 and 24. That's really important. We leverage that. We also, the Golgappa guy in CP is using Paytm. That gives me hope, right? To say that there can be this democratic diffusion if we build better and we build with awareness. And I think yesterday, Sanjeev Bikhchandani, who spoke at the opening opening session, I wrote this down because I thought it was actually quite this thing. So he said, if you don't do AI, AI will do you. So do AI, basically, right? And I think it summed up the skilling piece very, just really well, yeah. So.
And, Ravi, talking about, continuing on the conversation, you observe a lot of things about, gender roles as they're evolving, etc. I mean, just a little bit about Ravi is that he's a technologist and does all this, but along with his wife, he also runs an amazing cultural organization. They bring hundreds of dancers and musicians to India and do huge events where his wife is the boss and he works for her. So it's great role reversal to see. But Ravi, tell me a little bit about this gender roles that are evolving. What are you seeing on your platform and even otherwise?
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, she's the boss. And I want all women to be the bosses because I was a speaker at the World Women Economic Forum. And I basically said, women, please take over the world, unleash your Nari Shakti, because women are naturally inclusive. You make sure everybody's happy. So absolutely, I think it starts at home. So, specific about the gender question that you mentioned, Even before AI became a thing, I was part of a workshop called Gender Intelligence. Because throughout history, we have talked about gender equality, and this woman, by one of my very good friends, Dr. Barbara Anes, wrote 5 books on gender intelligence, where she said there are certain areas where women are actually better. And actually, there is data to show women are actually better risk takers, because the risk starts with actually giving birth to a child. What are the bigger risks than that? Imagine a man being told, hey, you could die, but can you have a child? I think every man is going to run away. So this idea of gender intelligence is now possible because there is no limitation. Like I mentioned about the language, there's no limitation about gender. Now, with my wife traveling all over the world, I'm actually cooking now, and I'm using a lot of tools to really learn. So now we can actually remove the gender barrier where both men and women can take care of children, handle the tasks so that the family can move on. So it gives an extremely powerful empowerment tool wherever you are. And so we work with women empowerment initiatives around the world, whether it is women who went through some domestic issues. We have an organization in Australia. We work with entrepreneurs in America who are colored, as they say. So from so many initiatives, this technology, the way I see it, if you look at the very first internet era, it was called a browser. That means it has given you a window to the world that brought you products and you got you connected. AI is a technology that came through that window to empower you directly. And you don't have to be in a city. You don't have to be speaking English. You don't have to be of a particular gender. You can accomplish a lot more that are really close to your heart, like the example he gave about the skirts that she's interested in. So a lot of opportunity to remove all of these barriers, the location, gender, language, to really empower yourself. And India has, like we talked about, we should not catch up to Silicon Valley because they have immense amount of resources. Let them do that. India has taken a very different approach. Let's lead the world. Like you said, AI needs India, because at the end of the day, somebody has to use these tools. Like, ChatGPT raised $500 billion. Somewhere they have to make money. Somebody has to use it. AI needs India. No wonder everybody from the US has traveled here, is because AI needs India. And this is our opportunity to make sure that happiness and welfare and success happens for all across the Bharat.
I just want to say one thing about the gender thing we talked about. I feel it's not about women being more like men or men, men being like women or whatever. I think we each have male and female in us, and it's about giving room for it to come out. And I think in the Indian mythology, we have a great example of Ardhanarishwara, half man, half woman. And I always say that it's about discovering that in each of us and allowing that to come out. And I do want to, to acknowledge some people who are here who have done amazing work. It's not just us who are doing this, and we just happen to be sitting on stage. And I want to say this because at the end we all hurry and the acknowledgements don't come out. So I do want to acknowledge some people before I ask a couple of questions. One is I really want to acknowledge Prerna and Neha in our team who are here. Just stand up. And they are the ones who had, Neha is already out doing something else, I think. And Vaibhav. So Neha, Vaibhav and Prerna, I want to thank all of you guys because they have had no sleep for the last 3 weeks putting all these things together, especially Prerna. So number one, I want to acknowledge them. And secondly, I want to thank way back there, there's Pallav who's standing there, who brings all the things we talk about into ways in which it's shown out there. And I want to acknowledge some audience. We have like truly celebrity audience here. I really want to acknowledge my friend Deepa, who's here, who does phenomenal work. She's got the privilege of being Dr. C.K. Prahlad's daughter, but really she's bringing amazing things into the world. And I want to acknowledge my friend Aranya, who's here, who just did Humans in the Loop, which was one of the most amazing movies about this. And Ketki, who's here from Chicago. These are all the people who are bringing amazing voices to everyone. Ketki has been at this for the last 30 years. We have known each other. Of course, we were only 5 when we met. And and does an amazing film festival, etc. And the reason I'm saying this is that the most powerful people in this room are the audience, all of you. So when you finish, don't hurry, get to know the people. Ask Ashok, who's sitting there. He's our big supporter of Ink. Put your hand up, Ashok. From even before Ink started, the first check comes from him every year we do a conference. But the point is, everything, all the work you do here, all the people who are sitting there, it's important we work with each other. None of this can happen in our own journeys. These are just, we could put only 5 people on the stage. That's why we put 5. Otherwise, I would have put all of you on the stage. So I just want to acknowledge all of you that each one sitting here is as important as anyone else. And the more you include us in your thoughts and vice versa, it's great. So I just want to acknowledge the importance, as Ravi was saying, it's about all of us being together. And that's what the message India can give to the world is, with sovereign AI, with things that are coming, how we each can be part of it and shape it in our own way. So with that, I want to go back to Yash, to you, to talk about how the difference that we can make comes from every small piece of the pie, you know. So tell us, to prepare for this, we prepared, and then I always like asking a question that we never talked about before. So it's one of those moments. So if I baffle him, it's okay, but he's used to this. By the way, I have to say, one of the programs we have is a fellowship program, and it's going to be called AI Kiran Inc. Fellowship. We're going to launch it in March, and where we pick every year like 10 to 20 amazing people from very, very different disciplines. And all we do is we put them together and watch the magic happen. And Yash is one of our Inc. fellows from a few years. We have to always get them before they become famous. Like if I tried to get him as a fellow now, he would have said, no, I'm too busy. But we got him before he knew he was going to be famous. And so that's the only way we get all these good ones. Like we should have gotten Aranya 2 years ago. Now he'll be like, take a stand in the queue. So with that, Yash, tell me about, you work with so many, first of all, you're a brave man in a very strong women's world. And the male fashion is becoming really big these days. Men are wearing jewelry, I mean, all kinds of stuff, which is really, really cool. So tell me, is there a favorite story? And while I ask him, you also can think, tell me a quick favorite story or a person or something where you felt, wow, I can't believe this is what we get to do, So actually, I shouldn't put him on the spot. Any of you, I'm giving all of you equal opportunity. Tell your favorite story of, wow, this is what I get to do. And I must say, while he's thinking, one of my favorite stories about Yash is that Anita Dongre, while she's a huge name now, started with 2 seamstresses on her balcony, So she had her first workshop in the middle of the slum. So after school, like any working mom would take the kids with us. So Yash, as a kid, used to go to these slums, climb up this ladder and see his mom work on all these things, etc. And these are the stories that are so heartwarming and beautiful. The reason why the brand stays humble is because they never forgot who all were part of it. So tell us a little bit about someone who played a role.
Well, I think, I'll just keep this more generic to 2 stories through our journey of the company. Two come to mind. I think one is what I spoke about earlier, is when we set up the skill development centers in Maharashtra. This was a partnership with the government of Maharashtra. At the time, Mrs. Poonam Mahajan facilitated this and allotted the land for us in Charoti, which is a small tribal village on the Mumbai-Ahmedabad highway. When we set up our first center, I remember we opened up the enrollments. We had about maybe 100 plus women apply, I think about 60 qualified. And I remember after the first month, we went there for a follow-up visit. And I think that's when they got their first paycheck. It wasn't much. I think maybe each woman must have got about 9 or 10,000 rupees. But it was, I remember they literally came up to my mother and said, like, you've come as an angel in our life. Because these women are from tribal backgrounds. So no education. They're dependent on their husbands, who are basically either wage workers or they work in the city on construction side. Many of them have alcohol problems, so don't also spend all that extra money on, on these vices. And they said, for the first time we feel independent because, this money we are using to, buy books for our kids. We are sending them and paying our school fees. And what's amazing about the women in Indian villages is that when they have the extra money, they will spend it on the household and on their children.
Yeah.
Right, which is why it's so important to empower more and more women in our villages in India. So that's one story I think which really touched our heart. I think the second one for me, which is a personal win, was when we launched our store in New York.
Yeah.
So we were the first Indian fashion house to open a flagship store overseas and in New York City. And we opened this beautiful 3,000 square foot store in Soho, which is a very, for those of you who are familiar with New York, a very fashionable and aspirational neighborhood in New York. And I remember it was the first few days of the opening, and I was living in New York at the time. So I used to be at the store every day, excited to meet our customers. And there was this one day where this mother-daughter was just they were intending on coming in, but they stood outside the store for a good 4-5 minutes, and they was just looking up at the signage, and then they came in. And then when they came in, I could see the mother was a bit teary-eyed, and then they just shared. They said, it was so nice to see an Indian brand standing shoulder to shoulder with all the international greats in Soho, and we just felt so much pride and just the happiness. So I think these two stories personally for me have been very touching in our journey.
So Madhu has tons of stories, but I'm going to put him on the spot. I want you to tell the story of when there's a wedding in the village, what happens. This is like one of the coolest stories I heard.
No, I think thanks for that, Lakshmi. I'll tell two stories today, since you said I have tons.
You opened the box now.
You can't put it back.
This is the most fun. You can see AI statistics later.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I'll
So
be mindful
this
of
is the
it.
last.
All right. So more serious note. I think the wedding part of it, I think, is a continuation of what I was saying earlier, right? So I think the power of communities staying together and people staying with their families and where they grew up is whenever there's a wedding that happens to one of our employees in one of our centers, that entire team takes off for a whole month, and it's a nightmare for us to manage the work, right? But that's kind of how it works, because for them, that entire month-long celebration that happens for a wedding, first of all, they do celebrate it for a whole month, and then everybody is part of all the different functions that they have, the arrangements and so on. And it's more for us to kind of plan our work around that, unlike most of the rest of us who live in big cities and are kind of come from nuclear backgrounds. We go to a wedding, we attend half a day, one day at most, right? So that's a completely different experience of people, even what it means to kind of work. But I think building on top of that, I think one other anecdotal story that I want to share that's been very inspirational of late is, so I came across one of our associates. She's a girl. She actually was from Jabalpur in Madhya Pradesh. And she came out of college during COVID, couldn't find a job, didn't have much to do, taught herself how to code. And as the AI revolution kind of took off, started applying for a bunch of tasks around what are called code eval tasks on various online platforms, and got to a stage where she now earns between $40 to $80 per hour. She taught her brother, sister how to work on similar kind of platforms. So now, her brother bought himself a motorcycle. Her sister is kind of paying for her own whole wedding by herself through her earning from this platform. And today she is helping us actually train another couple of batches of college students who are still learning software engineering in different colleges and places we work with to learn how to code using AI. Right? So I think you mentioned the movie Humans in the Loop, which, by the way, we screened for all our employees. So thank you for that. But here's an example where I want to make a pitch to you for your next movie. I would like you to call it Humans in the Saddle. Right? So I think where AI really comes to life is, and by itself, it's not a scary technology as much as the media hypes it out to be. I think here are real life examples of people that we work with who are really taking charge, using it as a tool, and creating, stories for us, but lives and impact outside in the real world. That I think is really something that we should be celebrating. So thank you for the opportunity to squeeze in
Okay.
one more story.
So we need to do this side, that side, now to you, and then to Ravi.
So I think, Lakshmi, there again, two stories. So really quickly with EcoWare, I think, started as an experiment, 2 machines, 20 people. My husband and I then scaled this up to over 100 people. And we set up a manufacturing unit in Greater Noida back in 2013. I was the only woman at the starting point. And we then had, built our women team. And a lot of these women came in the packing department because it's sort of a safe space. And like Yash said, opening their bank accounts, getting their financial independence was just, was great to see. And, but what was even for us more empowering was that they went from sitting and counting and packing to running machines, which was really, really empowering to see, and to support that hunger to learn. And I feel, again, we need to be inclusive. Everyone supports this. Everyone needs to be part of this conversation for growth and when we're talking about inclusion. And I think from a different perspective, from an Odeti perspective, so I decided, I wanted to step away from EcoWare operationally and just kind of do something else. And we debate returnship a lot. And what I loved about Odeti and the vision that Pooja, who's the CEO, has is that, it was all about transferable skills. It wasn't a cookie cutter model of hiring. And it was sort of women creating opportunities for other women, which I thought was really important. So yeah, those are my kind of 2 stories.
Wonderful. Ravi.
Can I tell 10?
I was like, oh my God, this is too weird. I was just going to tell him, you can tell 10 stories if you want, but you have 1 minute. So as long as it says 150, you can tell as many stories as you want.
No, I think, by now, basically why we wake up every morning to really, have these kinds of stories happen millions of times. One of my mentees' story has become a Bollywood movie, which some of you have seen, that drives me every day. Right? But one story that I want to share, very recently, we worked with, a program for mentoring MSMEs across Bharat. And one of them, she doesn't speak English, and I was the only one in the company who speaks Tamil. So I talked to her in Tamil, and she said, sir, in the village, 1,000 people, there's 1,000 women she wants to essentially enable employment for them. So we mentored her, and she said, and she now feels that in a year from now, she will have 1,000 people working for her in the organization. That's why I told my team, that's why we do what we do every day, connecting them to the right mentors, making sure that they feel confident, like you said, their self-esteem goes up. Forget about English. We don't have to know English anymore. We talked about it. So this kind of stories is what makes me travel around the world. I was in Doha yesterday, Delhi this morning, Mumbai this morning. This is for these kind of stories to happen a billion times. That's why AI for All, this conference is very, very close to, and all of you can make it happen.
So as we're going to wrap up, I have 1 minute, 23 seconds. I'm standing up again because first of all, you have to show the sari. Secondly, I'm vertically challenged. If I sit down, you can't see me. So both the reasons. So I just want to wrap up by saying the kind of work that we have all taken on is like a decade-long work. Sometimes you just kind of say, what am I doing? There are mornings you get up and say, what's wrong with me? Why am I doing this? Because some things you work on, it takes so long for the needle to move like 1 inch, And so I do want to say, there are, for me, first of all, whose company I have, and Kritika Reddy, she's not here right now because she's judging something else. She's the one I started this with. And I also want to acknowledge my friend Archana, who's here. When we started this, she's the one who stepped up and really led Inc. Women and AI Kiran to where it is. I really want to thank you guys. And I just want to end on, we were talking about stories on this story of, to me, whatever we do, it has to help someone. If we can make a change to one person for 1 minute in their life, it's good enough. So I do have to say, Sunita Krishnan is someone who rescues women out of prostitution. We've been working with her One story she told on the stage was so powerful. We were able to raise millions of dollars for her. And within 1 year, she built a home she dreamt for the women she's rescuing. So, and I met an 8-year-old girl who had her last breath in that home happy. So to me, every time we wonder, what the heck are we doing? I think of that girl and say, if all the work we have done has made someone happy for a day in that miserable life she had, if she had her end days to be happy. And we get to work with really cool people like our fellows like Yash. And I do have to say at the end, my friend Anand Gandhi has sent someone here, and I'm so excited because Anand is one of the most brilliant people I have ever met in my life. He's bringing out something called the world of Maya. I want you all to be watching out for it. It's going to change the way India will be seen across the globe. And I'm very excited to be able to work with all of you, with people like all of you. And so every time I wonder what the heck I'm doing, I just call one of them and like, for example, Yash throws some of the best parties. I don't have to do anything, show up with 50 of my friends. I call him and say 30 of us are coming. Then I call him and say, no, 40 of us are coming. Then I call him and say, no, there's going to be 50. So I want to thank all of you for giving up the most precious thing you have, your time. Thank you. And please go to aikiran.ai and become a member. It doesn't cost you anything. 5 minutes of your fingers time. aikiran.ai. Thank you.
Titled Data Governance at the Intersection of Digital Public Infrastructure and Artificial Intelligence. And here we aim to explore how data governance practices in digital public infrastructure affect and enable AI development in the global majority world. And we aim to build a dialogue bridging government, civil society, research, and technical communities on developing governance frameworks that align with the BRICS Declaration's emphasis on sovereignty, equity, and participation. We have a great lineup of speakers with us this afternoon. I will start here with Chinasa. Chinasa Akolo is the founder of Technicultura, a policy specialist at the United Nations Office for Digital and Emerging Technologies, and a recent computer science PhD graduate from Cornell University. Her research focuses on AI governance and safety for the global majority world, datafication and algorithmic marginalization, and the geopolitical impacts of AI. Then we have Smriti Parshira, who is a lawyer and independent researcher studying the interactions between digital technologies and society. She is also a PhD candidate at the Indian Institute of Technology in New Delhi. Then we have Vinicius de Faria Silva, who is a digital technologies advisor at Brazil's Ministry of Management and Innovation in Public Services, with over 24 years of experience in digital technologies, innovation ecosystems, and adaptive governance of large-scale digital infrastructures. Then we have Marianne Diaz-Hernandez, who is a Venezuelan human rights activist, researcher, and writer. Her work spans online freedom of speech, privacy, internet infrastructure, web filtering, and digital security. Her most recent research delves into the intersection of identity and the body as shaped by technology. The session will be moderated by Prateek Wagre, Head of Programs and Partnerships, Tech Global Institute. I request Prateek to take the discussion forward. Thank you.
Just doing a check if you can hear me. Okay. Thank you everyone for joining us this afternoon in the quieter confines of the Sushma Swaraj Bhavan compared to Bharat Mandapam. And for this important conversation on these two governance topics that we've seen coming together in the last couple of years around digital public infrastructure and artificial intelligence, right? And specifically, I think what we wanted to explore today was the data governance aspect of it, because as we're seeing interest and movement towards using various forms of digital public infrastructure in terms of identity programs, payment rails, all of these feeding into artificial intelligence and how that's also then being used for service delivery for citizens. I think it's important to sort of address the question of how is the data that's forming the basis of some of this coming together, what are the safeguards that we have, and how that process is unfolding, how those conversations are happening, and how that sort of goes ahead. So with that, I think just in terms of housekeeping, the way we'll do it is I'll ask you each a question to start with, and about 3 or 4 minutes each, and then based on what you say and also certain threads that I want to pull on, I'll maybe do another round of questions, and then we can open up to the audience for Q&A. So Vinicius, I want to start with you first, right? And maybe I guess ask you to just reflect on what the Brazilian government's journey has been with the rollout of some of the some DPI programs, and specifically I guess in the data governance context, what sort of challenges have you seen? What sort of breakthroughs have you sort of been witness to in this journey?
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, we have been going through a strong movement in terms of at first whole government platforms that gradually some of them has grew up to become more like DPI with societal impact, And being very honest with you, what I can say is that in terms of data governance, I mean, the same problems that we used to have, we have now. I mean, it's we didn't fix these things to do DPI, and actually somehow DPI make easy to create new data source, big data source, centralized ones. That is good somehow, but it's also, creates some issues. And so I could say that in terms of the relationship between DPI and data governance, they have their own tracks, It's the data governance track is much more related to the, I mean, what you do afterwards, you know, afterwards the transactions and so on. And of course, GPI has been creating a lot of valuable data, and we have AI kind of coming up strongly. And then, yes, then we have a lot of challenges in terms of, I mean, and actually the old challenges, they are still there. But we need to shortcut to some new ones, for example, regarding how to train AI models, how to do that respecting privacy, and so on.
I got it. And if I can just maybe follow up on that, since you know we still have a couple of minutes left on that. So you said, you know, data governance and DPI essentially in two different tracks, right? So how do you then sort of see them coming together? Because that's where there's a lot of at least conversation on, right? So what's been your experience on that?
Wonderful. This is pretty much what I guess the big challenge that we are going through. I would say that one of the pillars of this approach that we are trying to do is the verifiable credentials wallet, you know, and this is how we think that we are going to exchange data more smoothly inside government and also from government institutions and with the private sector, you know, having the citizen kind of controlling the process, with his own wallet, you know. So this is something that we are kind of investing a lot, and we believe that this model is promising, you know. It's from one side, the personal information side. From the transaction data set side, which are big data sets and so on, we have been going through since many years ago, trying to do big data lakes and so on. That didn't work. Of course, they work for something, but they didn't do that magic that we thought that, a big data lake that will solve everything. It's not that way. Actually, we will have local databases forever in hospitals, in some specific agencies, and it's not going to change. Just put everything in one place. And then we are coming up with a lot of kind of trying to come up with solutions for how to gather this data to train AI models. You know, for example, hospital data, for example, how to use this data for training AI models without kind of compromising the privacy of the people, of the citizens, so we have been going through, for example, we have been talking to India about deeper training. That is a technology that differential privacy. We have been going through other technologies also, like federated learning, and so this is something very kind of strategic, I guess, at this moment, you know.
All right, thank you for that. Chinas, I want to come to you next, right? And I guess from your vantage point at Odette in general work, how are you sort of approaching this question of, I guess, making DPI data available responsibly, for training some of these models? And I guess from your perspective, what you also see in terms of the infrastructure that's required, and some of those, those challenges that are needed, or that you see to support this process.
Most definitely. So I would say that having sufficient data infrastructure is actually what's most important when it comes to DPI. A lot of governments have a lot of this data mostly within paper records, or let's say like offline records, and also in structures or formats that are not easily available to implement or leverage for training AI models, or let's say even just basic algorithms. And so I think that's two or so things that governments have to really focus on. In my office at the United Nations, I don't work on DPI. We usually do the AI policy and international coordination stuff. But my colleagues are really working on just trying to understand what governments need from DPI, and then also basically how they can, develop relationships with partners, whether they be in the respective countries that they are in, or external, to understand what are the needs for these respective systems, and then also how can we ensure value alignment when it comes to understanding what DPI is needed for the countries, and then also how do we come to agreement on the actual technical and social infrastructures of DPI more broadly as well.
Right. Thanks for that. And Marian, I want to come to you next, right? And maybe from, I guess, from your perspective in terms of when you look at this across the whole life cycle, right? And in this process of this intersection that we're thinking of and data governance, I guess from the what have you seen, and and maybe you have case studies to reference in terms of what you've seen in maybe in South America, especially when it comes to around, I think, some of the other questions around representation, community design, and robustness of DPI solutions. So what has your experience been when you're looking at this from that perspective?
Thank you. So DPI, in my experience, is often discussed as if it is a technical product that you deploy and then move on, like it's done already. And in practice, it is a social process, a political process that is continuous. So we think about DPI in 5 stages: conception and scoping, strategy and design, development, deployment, and operations and maintenance. And both deployment and operations and maintenance are not phases that look back to close a circle. You might imagine it as a spiral, right? It just goes on. You always have to be maintaining that system. Because the risks that are related to exclusion, to surveillance, to abuse, do not appear at any one single moment. They continue to emerge as the system evolves, as society itself evolves. And when governance and accountability become weak, then the harm becomes structural. So the thing with this, and what we are seeing, at least in the countries that I have worked in Latin America and across the world, is that we do all of the conception, scoping, strategy, design, all the way to operations. And then we tack on some sort of remedy, safeguards, whatever you want to call it, to the risks that are going to start emerging. When you do that, you are leaving aside a set of possible potential risks that are specific to that society that you should have been seeing from conception. So you should have included the communities in the design of the systems from the beginning. And so what we see, and I'm going to just touch on my first example right now, which is Mexico. Recently, Mexico did an overhaul of their identity system, which touches on a myriad of things. It is, in practice, it's a DPI system, even though they are not calling it that like that. And the data flow, the reform facilitates international data transfers and government access without effective controls, including geolocation data, biometric data. It circulates across borders. It's shared from public to private and back. It's a mess. And so these risks are very concrete because we're talking about a reform that is aimed to help with disappearances of people who are desaparecidos, who are taken away. And in practice, that's the exact opposite, just exacerbates those harms. And there are ways of doing that in a better way, but I'm going to leave it for later.
No, thanks. That was helpful. And Smriti, I want to come to you next. I guess as the resident Indian on the panel, and and DPI conversation is something that's been pushed. But I just maybe from you wanted to get a sense, based on the Indian experience, what are, I guess, the larger lessons we can draw around questions of inclusion, equity, and resilience of some of these processes and systems that we've rolled out.
Thank you, and thanks so much for having me in this conversation. We've obviously been hearing a lot about the DPI AI integration, and I guess the way to look at it is, what would this integration entail, right? And what are the data governance and equity implications at each of these levels? And I would say there are three kinds of integration that are possible, right? One is about creating global resources. There's conversation about compute systems and data sets at an international collaboration level, and that's more about pushing back on the dominance on some of the global north entities and how can the global south make coalitions, right? And yesterday there was a very interesting article by an Indian journalist, Aditya Agarwal, which says that there is possibly a likely outcome out of this summit which could lead us in that direction. That's one kind of question. And the data governance there, the questions are, what would be the cross-border flow mechanisms? We know that's an unsettled issue between a lot of countries. So how will that be, resolved? Where would all this data reside? What will happen in a geopolitical crisis between these partners? So that's one set of questions, right? The second question is around AI as an input into DPI. So in the Indian context, we've heard announcements about, for instance, AI being incorporated in the Aadhaar ecosystem, which is our digital identity project, for the purposes of fraud detection, for the purposes of using language models to make the ecosystem more accessible to a larger number of people. So, we are hearing those examples, but we've also seen examples from India, but as well as from other jurisdictions, like the infamous incident in Netherlands, where, they used AI in their public welfare system and found that there is a lot of misclassification happening, mistargeted. People were being wrongly accused of committing fraud and they were excluded from the system. We usually think these are global south incidents and problems, but it is quite pervasive whenever you try to deploy AI without thinking through these consequences. And the last, which I worry the most about, I think, is the reverse problem of trying to fit DPI into AI, right? So DPI as a feeder into the AI ecosystem, and recently we have the a set of AI guidelines that have come out from the Indian government, and one of the use cases they talk about there is the DEPA ecosystem, right, which is the Data Empowerment and Protection Architecture in India, which is the consent management system that is being adopted in various sectors, also has been kind of blessed by our new Data Protection Act. So the idea there being that it's a consent management system where electronically an individual can give their consent and say, I agree for my data to be shared by X company to Y company for a certain, purpose, and I can define the parameters around that. And the suggestion seems to be, how can this become a feeder into training data sets for AI? And I think there is where we need to worry from a data governance, data protection perspective, because consent as a mechanism, which is the basis of this whole ecosystem, is so broken. We know that that's well recognized. There are structural power problems, there's consent fatigue. All of that is not going away. You have a verifiable form of taking consent, but that doesn't mean from an individual perspective, it's all sorted. And then when you take that data, you're talking about personal data, you make that an input into AI, then that's really something which needs to be debated and thought through very, very carefully, before we go down that path.
Thanks. And incidentally, I was doing my second question to you, but so it, in fact, the good segue into the other part, which I wanted to bring about was, for this integration and considering the challenges that you highlighted, there is going to be this element of data sharing between different types of entities, right? Whether it's the public sector and the private sector, or within different parts of the government, within different branches of the government, or different, regional, national, and those sort of conversations, that come in, right? So I guess from that perspective, and Vinicius' question is also to you, in terms of, what have you seen in terms of those models, and what should we be thinking about, because this conversation is sort of is happening, and there's a certain trajectory, certain pace to it already. So what should we be thinking of? What should we be looking out for? Both in terms of, I guess, the data sharing model, even sometimes the governance models, in terms of how sometimes some of these systems may be set up, either as whether they should be completely public entities, or whether there is a public-private partnership. And those sort of things. So I guess that question for both of you, maybe Vinicius, you first, and then Shruti.
Yes, we went through this journey of data sharing with a kind of data buzz that kind of abstract and gives you access to a lot of database inside government. And yes, we made the good progress, I could say, since the last 10, 15 years. But what we have been realizing is that if you want to kind of share this data, I mean, actually, most of this data belong to the citizens. And if you want to share this data, I mean, for the citizen, in the name of the citizen, it's very hard you do that. I mean, kind of letting the citizen, I mean, kind of just watch that and authorize, approve, you know. I mean, actually, what we have been learning is that the sharing process with the private sector should be triggered by the citizen, you know, not by the government itself, you know. It's not like the government talk to a company and say, oh, nice, let's share the data of the citizens, you know, and then we ask the citizens if they want. Sometimes there have been initiatives which have goodwill that has been made in this way, but they are very kind of fragile in terms of privacy preserving, and also legally very, very fragile also. And in terms of sustainability, technical and institutional sustainability, because these are kind of arrangements that are done which are not quite well set up, you know, and they are very fragile, for example, when you cross new governments and so on. And this is, as I told you, why we are putting a lot of efforts on verifiable credentials, that we think that actually most of this data is private data, personal information data, that the citizen kind of want to use for his, I mean, better doing the things in the life, you know. I mean, documents from the government, other kinds of documents, and to make, I mean, to make business, to do a lot of things in the real economy, the digital economy also. And this is what we think that, I mean, might kind of solve this. And just to wrap up, what we have been learning also is that to manage consent this way, I mean, with this perspective of, I mean, like the government gathering all the data and sharing with the for example, private companies, and kind of try to make the citizen decide, it's too complicated to kind of control this kind of consentment, you know. It's too granular, it's too, I mean, it demands a lot from the citizen, and it has not been has not shown to be kind of actually productive, you know. And this is why we are kind of putting all of our bets on the wallets and the VC wallets.
Got it, thanks. Pradeep, you want to take that?
So I think there are, you know, so many layers, as you pointed in the question itself, right? Whether we're talking about personal data or non-personal data, which kind of entities, which kind of arrangements, and each kind of layer can have its own problems and concerns and things to be wary of. You know, if you just take health data as an example, we know health digitization is a big move happening in a lot of countries, including ours. The question to ask there is, you know, what are the kind of incentives being created when we tell everyone, take your analog or physical, you know, medical checkup or medical reports and convert them into a digital format? There are questions there about, you know, then who gets access to that data? What is my agency in that relationship? When I go to a doctor, usually, you know, I'm not in a power to say, you know, don't do this or do this with my data. At that point, you just want redress to your ailment, and you will agree to most things. So there is a inherent power imbalance in that situation. So what consent given in that context, how can that be translated into other contexts? You know, will that data be available to insurance companies, to pharma companies, to researchers? So there are questions to be unpacked. And then what are the governance layers and mechanisms around each of that? And as you rightly said, you know, in the Indian context, there is a political economy in which these ecosystems have evolved. What we call the techno-legal approach has evolved in a particular manner. It is about, based on the premise of a public-private partnership in which most of these systems have been developed. But there is also the questions of incentives behind all of that, right? So when we say AI will also be used for things like, techno-legal solutions for transparency, accountability, I guess the question is whether those same incentives will translate. It's possible use case, but are there enough people who see a business use case, who will see an ecosystem develop? Like, will we see those kind of use cases being adopted, or will it be more in context where commercialization of data is the logical outcome? So I guess those are the kind of open questions.
Thanks, Priti. So, Chinasa and Marian, I saw both of you nodding at various points to that question. So I just wanted to give you also the opportunity, if there's something, along this, if you wanted to add along this question of, data sharing between different entities, whether they're, public sector, private sector, within the public sector, and some of the questions that both Vinicius and Smriti raised, if you have thoughts about that, because I saw both of you nodding very vigorously at different points. So,
yeah, I'm just a big nodder, so I will probably be doing that a lot. But more broadly, when it comes to the governance aspects, my work focuses on Africa in my personal capacity as a researcher. And so there are actually lots of provisions within national data privacy strategies or laws, and then also even regional efforts from organizations like ECOWAS, which is for West Africa, SADC, South Africa, and EAC, which have their own data privacy laws as well. And so it provides a lot of opportunities for cross-border data sharing, but I think the systems are not necessarily in place to actually facilitate that kind of data transfer. And so as we put these laws into practice, particularly within Africa, I think some of this also applies to the Indian context, that we also ensure that infrastructure is also in compliance, with these respective laws.
So many buttons. Yeah, a couple of things. First, on consent, because there was a lot of talk on consent, and deeply agree with Srinivati in terms of the importance of consent and meaningful consent where there is an imbalance in power. And Vinicius says something along the lines of consent being too granular to be practical, with which I violently disagree. Because I think that in the granularity is where the solution lies. We live in a global society where anonymity is disappearing, and that is seen as something good. I have gone to, I don't know how many convention conferences, forums, where the makers of identity solutions say outright that this is going to eliminate anonymity. Finally, yay! And I want to cry and scream and kick something, and often do. But anonymity not only is necessary for democracy and for free speech and for all human rights, but it is also a spectrum. And we are seeing it as a binary. As, yeah, there are fully anonymous, a man with a mask. We don't know who they are a criminal. If you why do you need to hide something? And the reality is that for many of the transactions that the systems that we are building require identity, full identity, the transaction actually doesn't need that. The transaction needs some piece of information. I say, when you go buy alcohol, the system, whatever system it is, needs to know if you are of age. The piece of information is not your birthday, it is not your age, it's not your name. It's yes or no. Are you of age? And that is all. So that transaction can be made pretty much anonymous. Then in some places, you might need to share more and more information until you get to the doctor and they know everything about you, and that is scary. But for there to be meaningful consent, you have to have control over which different scenarios are you sharing different information in. And the person has to understand that. And if we keep building these systems that basically want to babysit adult people, then people are never going to be able to actually have agency over their rights.
No, thank you. And I think great points there. And maybe, and just to, I guess, build from that and also maybe segue into the next point that I wanted to raise, going on the point of agency and rights, because we're also seeing, I think, this concept or this idea that these will be, designed to make decisions about people, right? And I think at various points, some of you have already touched on that. So that brings in this question of, of discrimination and algorithmic fairness and how that plays into this conversation. And I guess maybe, and this is for all of you to maybe come in on, was where do you see this question, the larger question framing that we have today of this, the data governance and this intersection, and how does that tie in with what could happen with, especially this thing of when it's deployed and it's being used to make decisions about people, and there is risk for exclusion. What should we be taking into account? What should we be watching out for in that process? And if there are maybe examples that you've come across in all of your work, then I think that would be useful for everyone to hear. So maybe we can start with you, Maria.
As you wish. Yeah, I think that technology is a magnifying glass. Technology doesn't create discrimination. There is discrimination in society, and technology amplifies it. And I mean all technology, AI particularly, like more powerful technology will do so more powerfully. Like that, just basic, right? And there are a few things in there. Of course, why is there discrimination in society? Because of invisibilization. There are sectors in each society, and it's different in each society. Sectors of the population that have been invisibilized for longer and that have not been able to participate in decision making. They have not been able to participate in the design of the systems that rule them. So how do we start fixing that? It's just a start. We start by listening to the people, to everyone, in the design of the systems. The example that I mentioned earlier, and it's a positive example, I live in Chile. I am from Venezuela. I have had to run from Venezuela. I live in Chile. And Chile, it's not a perfect country by any means. There's a lot of discrimination, but they have some systems that work. And they recently changed their data protection law. Our data protection law? Yeah. And it's coming into effect this year. And the process by which the law was created had a lot of consultation. Consultation with NGOs, consultations with just society, NGOs on digital rights, of which Chile has some of the best. Consultations with migrant organizations. As a migrant, I also engage in that. And it is a very decent law. It is a law that for cross-border data flows has a lot of examples to look to in terms of safeguards, in terms of how to build a data protection authority that actually should work, at least in paper so far. And that is because they already had a law that was sort of okay. And then to iterate on that, again, they listened to, like, they had a lot of consultation processes. So you can get there. If you do the opposite, you get Venezuela, which is just a mass of laws that were completely unconsulted. But, and that massifies the problem, right? So it should be through consultation, not only with experts and with the companies, but also with just the people. Because again, what we're doing is infantilizing the population, like thinking that someone, because they are poor, they don't have university degrees, they don't have anything to say about how their data is handled. And that is not true. Like, not only is it stupid to say, it's also just simply not true.
Yes, reinforcing, we want to put wallets on the hands of each citizen, so that they can share their data by attribute with selective disclosure. This is, This is what we are looking for. But at the same time, we have all these big data sets problem that it's a kind of, let's say, transactional data that is related to citizens, but they are not kind of private information themselves, you know, or personal information, sorry, PAI information. And this is where we are trying to kind of find solutions, but we don't have an answer for that, you know. It's actually, we are just trying to see how these new technologies, you know, like privacy preserving technologies, all these federated machine learning, how these things could kind of fit or not, you know, a kind of new data governance model, you know, which could deal with all these complexities, you know, but yeah, it's a kind of a big challenge. It's not easy, you know.
Yeah, just to add to what my fellow speakers were saying, I think the problem of discrimination is a very real and unsolved problem in most societies, and the way it interacts with the AI conversation, I think, is at two levels. On one level, it could reduce the overt kind of prejudice-based discrimination that happens in human interactions, and that's a positive that can come out of it. But on the other hand, it can really amplify the statistical discrimination that happens when you take group-based characteristics and try to make, presumptions about individuals based on that, right? And, just to take examples from the Indian context, we know that there is a caste hierarchy to credit access. So, you take that data set, that, under trial prisoners are far more in numbers in terms of minority groups. You take that as a data set. Women of childbearing age are likely to leave, the job market sooner than others. So all of these factors are true in themselves, but when you make presumptions and models which take this training data set, then you really have the chances of amplifying that even with no human interventions. And that then combines with, coming back to the data governance question, this generalized assumptions with very individualized personal data. For instance, in the credit case, talking about taking alternate forms of data, right? Taking your mobile phone history as a data point to determine whether you're credit worthy, taking your SMS records, your social media profile. So the interaction between these two kinds of generalized information and very personal information can have a kind of disastrous effects, which is something we really need to investigate. We talk about there are pockets of information about what can go wrong, but I don't think we have systematically investigated this, mostly because this is obscure systems which we don't really have insights into, and researchers are not able to unpack this because we don't have that transparency.
Yeah, really great responses from my co-panelists, and I would say that when it comes to bias more specifically, a lot of the academic literature on this is really focused, let's say, more so on racial bias, which comes from constructs that have been rooted in the United States and also in Europe. While racial bias does happen in Latin America, for example, and also in Africa, it's a little bit less because there are only a couple countries, particularly those within Southern Africa like Botswana, Namibia, and South Africa, that actually do have, let's say, more populations of white people versus other African countries. But for the most part, they are, quote unquote, like racially homogenous. And so if you try to apply those measurements or constructs into measuring and evaluating bias, then it really doesn't provide you with sufficient information to understand where your models are failing. And so when it comes to non-Western context more broadly, integrating measurements that focus on caste, religion, tribe, and also gender, and also the intersection of all of these, what is actually a bit more important for governments and also organizations working in these regions to measure and then also evaluate.
And thanks for that. I think all very interesting responses. I want to slightly switch gears, and I'm also looking at this ominous-looking timer in front of me. So this is just to flag, just to mark that I'll come to the audience for questions. So if you have something, just just keep your questions ready. Just maybe go one last round for the panel here. I guess another part of this conversation that comes up is in this context is maybe regional frameworks and how you share data across borders. This is a conversation that's come up in this context as well. And and I think that brings up various questions of one in terms of what in some cases commitments that countries have made at various international forums in terms of sharing data across, but also given the current geopolitical reality, I think a lot of countries are also thinking or rethinking these data sharing arrangements, or at least how open they want to be, right? And I think I know in I think in the African context, South American context, there are some regional frameworks that that various countries have explored. So if you could hear from you on some of them, and how and what you've seen basically in those in that context, and maybe to go out and what you think might change. This is a tough one. I'm putting you on the spot. You can only choose to answer it if you want to. You don't have to answer it, but just in terms of shifting geopolitical realities, how you think some of these might actually change if they'll actually hold up. So we could maybe go in the reverse order this time.
Happy to start. And so when you were talking about the question, the first two words came up, localization and also sovereignty, which is, I'm sure that's been a very popular word throughout the conference or summit. And so governments are understanding that basically in alignment with some of their existing data privacy laws, that localization of data is a requirement, and that they don't have the infrastructure in place to align with these laws respectively. And then also even just from a technical standpoint, it's much easier to access data if it's housed in servers in the country, or even closer to where you're actually working or implementing these respective solutions. And then sovereignty more broadly, plays into this localization, providing a little bit less reliance on these big tech companies or foreign providers. A lot of them will still have to play a role in local ecosystems or tech ecosystems. I think that these two, localization and sovereignty, really go hand in hand.
Just to add to that, yeah, I think, at the geopolitical level, this is a conversation going on for a few years. There have been many countries pushing very hard for what is called the free flow of data, right? And they are usually countries which are also where the biggest companies are located or originate from, and they are historically the ones who've gained advantage from the concept of free flow of data, and they're the ones who are pushing at it on the international stage. The G20 has been a forum where a lot of this discussion has happened. A few developing countries, including India, have maintained the position that there are inequities in that concept of free flow of data, and we want to have opportunities for what is being called data for development, right? Which means the sovereignty question, right? How is data being utilized locally? Can we restrict it for certain use cases, etc.? And that's a tension which is still brewing. And in that, there is of course the added layer of data localization, right? Which is we've seen that in our data protection law finally adopted a fairly liberal position compared to the other countries with data protection laws, saying we're going to allow free flow of data, but reserving space for sector specific restrictions. And really that is where, I think the future will lie, because on the face of it, it looks like we have a very liberal regime on data flows, but it doesn't change the fact that on, payments data, on telecommunications data, many kinds of data, we already have localization restrictions. So I think that balance is still not clear.
Yes, I guess that this is as we have been saying, an area that is very kind of open, and there is no, I guess, perfect solution yet. And we see two ways. I mean, it's pretty much what I have been saying. One thing is to get the data to the citizen in their wallets, and then they have the authority to do what they want. If, for example, a Brazilian has got the documents as VCs in its wallet, in his wallet, and a bank in Argentina, for example, is able to verify that verifiable credentials, maybe because the government has made a kind of interoperability agreement and so on. I mean, it's up to the citizen. I mean, although there are some legal issues and so on. I mean, it's and coming back to that big problem, that is the big data sets, which are kind of a mixture of transactional, which are partially, private, partially kind of how the business runs. This is more complicated. We have been taking a look at, for example, the data roaming concept. That is a kind of a way to to move securely your data in a kind of controlled network when they have controlled nodes like data embassies, you know, and which looks interesting. It's a technology, European technology, very strongly based on pseudonymization. But I mean, it's kind of a state of the art, you know. I mean, it's we need to, I mean, to see, I mean, what this means in terms of technically, architecturally, and also socially, how this kind of, because we're talking about trust. So, I mean, we need to see how these things develop, make some experimentations, small experimentations, controlled ones, so that we can try to scratch that.
I think that this is also an issue of power imbalance. Because to go back to my initial example, who is the data flowing to from Mexico? It's the United States. There might be agreements, there might be treaties, but it's that factically it's about the power that the US has over Mexico. So it's not an equal relationship there when the data flows. And then we have to ask, like, as we say, like, always follow the money, right? Who is the data benefiting? Like, who is this data for? In the case of the states, it is for policing, it is for immigration, or for cracking down on migrants, legal and illegal, and everyone. And it's not for the citizens, it's just like police state. So in the case of Chile, for instance, when the data flows, it flows mostly to Argentina and to Brazil as well, but mostly to Argentina. Who does the data benefit? Big companies, because it is about targeting, advertisement, and this marketing. And so when we create laws and policies, and public policies, and just strategies in general that are about how do we allow the data to flow, and we think about all the things that we mentioned, right? Like anonymization when possible, minimization when possible, selective disclosure when possible, all of that. We have to ask also the question of who is the data benefiting? It is supposed to operate in order to benefit the citizen, no, in order to benefit faceless actors.
Thank you. I think lots to think about. Going to open it up to the audience for questions if there are any. Yes, I see. Yeah, sure.
Just very, very fast. A lot of things that we have been coming up the last 30 minutes, I guess, they are about kind of how to manage ecosystems, DPI ecosystems, you know, what incentives you give for, as she has been saying, who earns something with that data, who can take advantage for some reason to make easy some transaction. I mean, I guess at the end of the day, what we're talking here is how a DPI kind of may control the flow of data or kind of influence that, you know, and it's about, as she said, incentives, rules, and everything else.
Thanks for that. I think there was.
Charles first?
Yeah, I think we're short on time, so maybe we'll just take one question and then leave it to the panel to respond.
Okay, all right, perfect. Well, first, I just wanted to say to Marianne, I think we're kindred spirits in our suspicion of the state and our respect for anonymity, so more power to you. Smriti, thank you so much for bringing up the conversation around consent. Obviously, it's a massive issue. I'm kind of grateful that you did, because you're right, we are building AI layers on top of DPI. The question which I'd written down was, I'm a forensic investigator, so my concern is chain of custody. And if an AI model accesses financial data, for example, via a consent manager, and then leaks it, who becomes the data fiduciary under the DPDP, for example? Is it the AI app, the bank, the consent manager? And right now, it kind of feels like we're building a chain of deniability as opposed to custody, where every layer kind of blames the other. From a liability perspective, is there a clear audit trail mandate for DPIs, or are we effectively creating state-sponsored black boxes?
A very interesting question. I don't know who wants to take that.
So I think your answer is in the question, you know, as you said very correctly. So there are layers of entities, and there is a bit of, you know, behind the veil, what is happening, the lack of who is the processor, who is the controller, who is, you know, going to be eventually responsible. I think the way consent management is designed currently, it is only about the first layer of, you know, whether consent was taken and is there an auditable trail about that, not about the whole chain of what has happened to the data. Did it exceed that mandate of consent, and what happened? Where did it land up? And I think ideally, if we want to push with the techno-legal approach, that's where we need to be thinking about, you know, from the citizen's perspective, how do you take that whole trail and make it really someone accountable when that falls? But that's not, I think, where the conversation is right now.
All right. Okay. So thank you. I think with that, we'll wrap up this conversation. I hope, you know, and you know, thank you to all of you for sharing your insights, giving us a lot to think about. And I hope, you know, the folks who joined us, you had you know, a useful time listening to this, and hopefully go away with a lot of questions as we try to answer some of the broader questions. So thank you.
and the transformative role of AI, machine learning, and computer vision in enabling smart logistics and consumer welfare. So this is going to cover the two critical areas, that's public distribution system and consumer welfare. Before getting in, I would like to invite esteemed panelists onto the stage and take their seats. I would like to invite Ms. Nupur Ajay Srivas, IAS, Director Civil Supplies, Government of Andhra Pradesh. Ma'am. I'd like to invite Mr. Hardik Dave, Founder and CEO, Road Vision AI Private Limited. Mr. Aditya Vardhan, Founder, Vexo Labs. Mr. Partha Sai Suratu, CTO, RNIT AI Solutions. Mr. Lakshmi Venkat, Co-founder and CTO, Real Variable Digital Asset Services Private Limited. Ms. Nozomi Hashimoto, Deputy Country Director, United Nations World Food Programme. Ms. Theresa Matthew, South Asia Lead, Disruptive Technologies and Venture Capital with IFC. Thank you very much, esteemed panelists, for coming here and taking your respective positions. So I would like to set the context for today's discussion. Maybe I'll take 5 minutes before getting into the engaging discussion with the esteemed panelists, and we'll move forward from there. So when we talk about public distribution is not just another kind of a supply chain. It is one of the world's largest social protection architecture that is available and touching the lives of millions. I would rather say each and every individual or a citizen of a nation is touched by one of these two systems, either a consumer protection or a public distribution system. Over the years, India has evolved a lot, has initiated multiple digital transformation journeys across different states and central government, which include digitizing the fair price shops, integrating the biometric authentication, enabling portability, build large-scale digital infrastructure in many ways. So the foundation for the transformation is on the move. We already have reached a level where we are ready to take up a further transformation journey to AI, integrating it for efficiency, transparency, and scalability. And despite all these developments that have happened in the sector, we still have certain challenges staring at us. And it is not about these are the issues because of any problem. These are because of the scale that we operate and the complexity that we encounter in day-to-day operations is what making it more complex. Now, the issue is not about availability. The issue is about efficiency, transparency, and dignity of delivery. What are the structural challenges that still are staring at us in the PDS and consumer protection space? There are certain leakages here and there. It's not because of any other reason. It's because of the complexity of the operational issues that we have and the volume of operation that we are taking up. It's million tons of transactions and transfers happening day in, day out. And then the static allocation models instead of with the changing and dynamic economic realm that we are living in. The logistics network, it's too large for a human to comprehend and monitor very effectively. And beneficiary database, so the economic changes that are happening in a real time have to be updated and to be brought into the system so that effectively we are addressing the need of the citizens, not just a a regular allocation that is going on or a static kind of a situation. And then we also have a rapid urbanization and migration, which is posing further challenges in the public distribution system. The governance systems often rely on information, not on predictive intelligence. Probably that is where the point of inflection that we currently are at, where we should look at moving into a proactive and predictive analytics, objective-based decision support. And I'm sure the topic that we're going to talk about, the solutions that are being implemented at multiple places, are going to throw light on the possible solutions that can counter all the challenges that we are talking about. Now, the artificial intelligence is what we are going to talk about. It allows us to move from, excuse me, reactive governance to predictive governance. While many nations are using AI for predicting hunger and supply chain disruptions to counter the hunger, while we have an opportunity to move to a next level and have a AI system that ensures the food actually reaches the right citizens at the right time with scale and efficiency. With this, I'm going to invite, now, let me give a brief introduction or an overview of the panel. The panel members today we have are from three different spectrums. One is we have policy leaders, we have innovators, and we have global transformation partners, which is a rare convergence of those who share policy, build solutions, and drive implementation on the ground. With this, let's begin what I believe is not just a discussion on technology, rather a conversation on the future of welfare delivery itself. So I would request Madam Nupur Ajay Shrivas is engineer by education and an IAS officer of 2018 batch, currently serving in a key leadership role in the Civil Supplies Administration of Andhra Pradesh. Ma'am, I have few questions to ask you. Ma'am, I would like you to throw some light on the initiatives that the state has already been taken related to AI and associated technologies in food and public distribution and consumer grievance redressal systems. If you can throw light on that.
So traditionally, the public distribution system has faced challenges with respect to leakages, inefficiencies, manual monitoring, and very limited real-time oversight. So in order to cater to these challenges, the Department of Food and Civil Supplies, Government of Andhra Pradesh, with the support of our technology partners, we have evolved a AI-based smart warehouse monitoring mechanism, wherein we are using video analytics to monitor the vehicular movement of the personals, as well as the inventory movement in and out of the warehouses. Secondly, we are also tracking in real time transportation of food grains. This is being done through GPS-based monitoring, wherein it is enabling us, the authorities, to ensure that only legally registered and legally permitted vehicles are only permitted to enter into the warehouses. And the system also has a feature of anomaly detection, wherein we can identify the trips which were closed, which were too short, and which were taking too long, like more than 24 hours for the vehicle to go from the source till the destination. Thirdly, we are also doing a consumer awareness digital platform, wherein we are also integrating the price monitoring and forecasting activities, which will help us in decision making, as well as timely interventions can be carried out. In the coming few weeks, the department is also going to evolve a system of smart allotment of PDS, wherein we will have an end-to-end solution right from the allotment of food grains to the district till the distribution of food grains to the end beneficiary. So the department on behalf of Government of Andhra Pradesh, we are aiming to evolve a system of accountability wherein the system generates and anticipates the problems which might occur, which predicts, and then enable us to have timely intervention as well as real-time supervisory oversight both at the field level and as well as at the state level.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, a small request. Maybe all the panelists, if we can like to take a photograph of us, which we should have done at the starting. So, ma'am, you talked about predictive solutions, kind of how do we understand what is a requirement and all, right? And accordingly building the solutions. So, how do you see this transformation of governance from this existing system to evidence-based and objective and proactive governance system? What is the view on that?
So, given the massive scale with which the public distribution system operates, we are distributing food grains to crores of beneficiaries on a monthly basis, on a daily basis. So, the previous system, the traditional system, what we have involves a lot of manual inspections, manual reporting, which is highly resource intensive for a department which cannot cater to these activities on a day-to-day basis. So now with AI, we are moving towards, as you rightly said, evidence-based governance, wherein our decisions will be based on the continuous data streams rather than these periodic, episodic manual inspections and checks. So, in case, for example, in case of the warehouse monitoring system, we can, in real time, we can detect any unauthorized vehicular entry, any unauthorized person's entry in real time. And as a result of that, we can alert our field functionaries who are working in the field. So the person can, our field officer can visit the place of incident and he can review it and he can take corrective action based on that data. And not only this, with this we can also identify the places and locations where such anomalies, such violations are being reported frequently, so that we can correct those activities also as a result of that. So we are looking at a transparent system, developing a transparent system with end-to-end transparency and maximizing our operational efficiency also to plug the leakages wherever it is happening as on today in the entire supply chain, right from storage to handling to transportation, as well as the distribution of food grains to the last mile beneficiary.
Thank you, ma'am. So the point that you have touched on is the vision-based monitoring of the warehouses. So I will take this question from you, next question to Mr. Hardik. Hardik is a CA by qualification and is been implementing AI at multiple places. So, Hardik, you've been doing this vision-based monitoring of warehouses, right? So, what has been how effective is that, and what are the challenges that you've faced while implementing it in Andhra?
Sure. So, firstly, good afternoon to all. And I must say that it's very unlikely for the government authorities like APSCL, right, to really be that bullish on new technologies, right? Because AI, even large enterprises are still at that stage of piloting with these technologies, but seeing the government authorities doing it and actually taking it to the real world use cases, it's very commendable. Now, talking about what exactly we have been doing and how does it really work and the challenges. So, when we talk about APSCSL, the Andhra Civil Supplies Department, primarily we are talking about almost 400 warehouses, MLS points, which is attended by almost 15,000 Hamalis who are engaged into loading, unloading of the goods which are coming in, coming out. And then there are almost 1,500 fleets of vehicles moving across the states on a daily basis, which you have to keep a track of which particular, say, a registered vehicle is entering which premises, right? Now, to maintain that, there have been CCTV infrastructure in place for years now, right? Like almost 5-6 years, there is CCTV infrastructure, more than 2,000 cameras across all of these warehouses. But then they were largely serving the purpose of recording, right? So you have the footage coming in and saving on the NVR or the storage devices, as we call it, with no intelligence coming from it. Our job is how do we add AI layer on top of it? So almost 2,000 cameras from 400 different locations getting streamed at the real time. And then you have to run analytics on top of it to track which all vehicles are entering or going out, who all workers are there on the ground and what exactly are they doing. Because say the payments to Hamali is also based on the activity they do, right? How many say bags did you load or unload, and that's how the payment is calculated. So is it all there is a problem, right? That there are no workers on the ground, but they are on the paper. Those things needs to be flagged, right? Or if there are vehicles which are not registered as a contracted vehicle, but it is entering a certain premise, that also needs to be flagged real time. That okay, this truck doesn't seem to be in our record, right? Why is it there, and why is it there for maybe a longer time? And then the stocks, right? Annually, the department is taking care of almost 1,200 crore rupees of stocks, right? So even say a 10% loss of that is a big value, right? And big loss to the exchequers. So what we do is we built AI which can understand which all vehicles, who all workers are they registered or not registered, and the different types of goods which are in the inventory, right? To be able to reconcile exactly that on a certain day at a given time, which all vehicles are entering, are they matching with the registered records or not, which all workers are there on the site and are they registered Hamalis or not, and what all things are there on the stocks. And not just that, okay, I see these 100 bags of maybe rice, or each one of them being 50 kg, but also to be able to estimate that are these full bags or half full, right? So that molecular estimation of what could be the volume involved in each of these stock items, and then keeping an eye on the entry and exit points so that you know that what is actually coming in and going out. So that type of real-time intelligence is what we provide. Every time there is any abnormality or anything suspicious that we see, like that our AI sees across any of these locations, it will generate a real-time alert, which goes to the field staff as well as to the central team that, okay, this is something that you might have to look into, right? And then they take the corrective action, and it's part of the log report that, okay, this is what all we attended or not attended in today's time. Now the challenge is these 2,000 cameras we are talking, they do not come from a single vendor, right? So there are 5 different types of vendors, different types of cameras with no uniformity in the specifications used, almost 4 to 5 different VMS systems being used, which you have to integrate to and then run AI on top of it. And then running AI on top of 2,000 cameras real time is itself a huge task to solve. Right? So that technology challenge of how do we run analytics at real time, at intelligence, and being able to generate meaningful insights, not raise false alarms, because that is something which will definitely piss off the on-ground people that, okay, you say there is a vehicle, but I don't see a vehicle on the ground. So to avoid those false cases, that's have been something of a great challenge that we have solved over the period. And thankfully, the solution is working well now. There have been meaningful insights that we have been delivering to the team, and that's what we are solving for.
Excellent, excellent. That's phenomenal, Hardik. So one, you're doing it with Civil Supplies Corporation. What are the other areas where this kind of a solution can scale, and what kind of other problems this can solve?
Sure. So far we are doing it for the MLS points, right? Which is in the entire supply chain of just the PDS. It's just one point. The logical step would be to maybe go one step behind or one step further. That can we also have these installed in like the same sort of analytic systems in the central warehouses where the larger, where say from where the goods are getting shipped to the MLS points, and then also to go one step further is for the fair price shops, right? There are endless ultimate distribution points. A lot of potential leakages might be happening at that point, right? Because that's where you're dealing with large public, and of course there are not many systems in place. You're dealing with large number of such outlets to manage. So that is going to be a natural extension. Also on the technology side, the one piece that we have solved, that when you have so many analytics coming from such large videos, you really may not want to click that, okay, show me what happened, right? You just want to chat. Nowadays, we as a generation are getting trained to chat instead of clicking. And therefore, what we've also built as a capability is what we call semantic search. So instead of you going that, okay, tell me what all happened, or like you trying to manually discover, how about you having a chat assistant where you can say that, okay, tell me all the abnormalities that happened in the last 1 hour and which have not been attended. And the AI will answer that, okay, these are the 5 things, but then the staff took more than 10 minutes to solve this, right? You might want to be aware of these. So those semantic search capabilities and then expanding it in the entire life cycle of PDS is going to be the natural extension of what we are building.
That's perfect, Hardik. So you have talked about the fixed places where the monitoring happens. Maybe a food for thought. If you can monitor even the logistics, just think over it, and that will solve the larger problem and transit-related concerns. So I'll move from the image or the visual-based AI modeling to my next question is to Aditya. Aditya Vardhan is founder of Exo Labs. Their tagline is building accurate, decentralized intelligence, which is a very interesting tagline. So, Aditya, institutionalization of regular memory, often government institution, is something which is very, very important because of the dynamic changes that happens in the institutions, right? So the work that you're doing with AP Civil Supplies is something related to that, is what my understanding is. So can you please explain what exactly is that, and what are the use cases that you're able to implement, and what has been the impact of that on the functioning of the corporation and department?
Sure. Firstly, thank you for this opportunity. So our use case essentially when we started off was pretty simple, right? You upload an Excel file filled with surveys and you get an analysis out of it. However, what we tried to do was when the analysis comes out, you factor in the sort of policies and guidelines that have already existed for years. So when we started doing that, we understood the fact that institutional memory is very fragile. There is transfers which are constantly happening, geos get suspended and things like that. So what we thought was to put up an intelligence layer between the user and also this past knowledge that one would have that could give people the sort of efficiency to take decisions with, right? So once we started doing that, once officers started using this, what we realized was although this was built for surveys and analysis of surveys, they started using it for things like generating an FIR template, performing cross-policy research, and trying to analyze what are those factors or policy decisions based on which something is working or not working from a survey perspective, which would essentially give people deeper insight. And it is also something that takes a lot of manual hours to do by a data science team or somebody, right? So in essence, when you put up sort of intelligence on a structured knowledge, that is what addresses even the problem that ma'am was saying, you need to give me evidences of what the answers are and how I need to trust them and things like that. So when that happens, your speed with which you're taking decisions improve, the efficiency of decision making improves, and also the regulations remain pretty consistent across different regions as well. So that is what we noticed when we try to do this, an LLM on top of institutional memory.
So you must be doing a lot of backend verifications for this models to run effectively, right?
Yes.
So what are those things that you do in the backend to make it more accurate and consistent?
Right. So security in something like this is two-faced, right? One is definitely the data privacy, privacies, and all that sort of stuff. However, what we have been lately seeing is also this problem of hallucinations that is coming up, wherein companies are facing millions of dollars of losses for the reports that they are generating and things like that. However, loss of money is okay at a certain degree, but for PDS, it essentially means hallucination essentially means that a family is not going to eat for a week or 10 days or whatever. So that is not something that you would want to happen, right? So, and therefore, what we believe is you have to build systems on which you can blindly trust, because a human layer of verification is always going to be there, but the system has to do its job accurately when something is coming out of it. Now, how does this trust get built, right? There are primarily three factors based on which trust is sort of built on. One is you need to be clearly able to see what the thought process, the chain of thought of the model is before it gives you an answer, on what basis it is giving, on what is it reading, and things like that. Then secondly, you need to be able to deploy it as an on-premise solution. The data shouldn't be going anywhere. And thirdly, most importantly, you need to be able to customize and train the model at the local level. For example, an officer sitting in Guntur would have a lot more detail on the intricacies of how things function, even after you incorporate the unified intelligence as a framework, right? So these three capabilities is what builds in trust into a system. And that essentially is what we are trying to do at Vexo Labs, wherein we solve this at two different layers. One is to build models that can look at data and sort of give you the quality answers along with citations. And other is by focusing more on the existing research and science that has already happened for all these years, which is essentially machine learning and deep learning on vectors and all that sort of stuff, wherein you rely on the traditional approaches a lot more and you cut down the reliance on LLMs and SLMs and all that sort of stuff. Or the third thing that you can do is focus purely on the SLMs. Build SLMs that can reason by themselves. And since they'll be focused, you're more likely to get an sort of accurate cited outputs and things like that. So that is what we do.
Thanks a lot, Aditya. Now I'll move to Partha. Partha is from RNIT AI Solutions. He's Chief Technology Officer. So Partha, you're also implementing LLM with a different use case with Civil Supplies Corporation, right? So you have been doing computer vision also and LLM also at multiple departments and multiple states. So what are those use cases? Before getting into the specific that what we are doing in Andhra, if you can give a broad overview, a quick overview of what you're doing.
Sure. So we have been working closely with e-governance across India with various state departments. And in peak COVID, we started with a FRS-based solution to identify the sanitation workers. And then we extended it to students and teachers in school education, which by itself had an impact of identifying more than a few lakhs of ghost students and eliminating 100 crores of leakages. So we then transitioned to pensioner identifications, and the beauty of it is that the entire solution is edge-based, so there is no internet or power dependencies. So with a small smartphone, the entire identification of the beneficiary is happening. So in the fair price distribution also, this can be implemented so that all the distributions can happen in a timely fashion without any disruptions. And the, in this growing age of AI, the user privacy is something which comes first. So our solution is also DPDP compliant because none of the biometrics of the user ever leaves the phone. It is all the AI processing happens at the edge. And in health department, we have also done a vision based solutions. So basically, CCTVs are majorly used for reactive purposes rather than proactive measures. But in government hospitals, using the same CCTVs, we were able to monitor any sanitation, security, or pest control issues and proactively alert the required people and take the necessary actions.
So in civil supplies AP, this is largely to do with the PDS system authentication. So next level of biometric authentication, can I say, is what you are implementing?
That is something in the plans. And also uh, one other solution which we have currently implemented in AP civil services is the natural language based querying. So basically, all the stakeholders always want the information at their fingertips. Though there are a lot of MIS dashboards present, but all the information is never available on it. And for let's take an example. If a stakeholder wants to increase the ratio of female dealers in the fair price shops, so they would like to know how many, what is the current distribution of male to female in the fair price shops, and that also district-wise division is required. So all of this normally they have to rely on an MIS person who runs the complex queries to extract the information. But now with just natural language, they can type in, give these inputs and get the information, and also they can get district-wise distribution and in which districts they would actually have to improve those things. So any information which is already in the database, without much effort, they would be able to get it. And we have also made the solution self-healing, so that in case the query is misplaced, then automatically it learns, it understands what are the tables, and it reruns it and gets the right output always. And
Interesting.
the potential next point for this is conversational AI. So we are taking it to the next point, so that instead of typing, they can directly converse with the data. And I think the future of citizen-centric services will be highly reliant on conversational AI. In this aspect, I would like to give another example which we have implemented recently in skill department in AP. There is no lack of good skill set in Andhra Pradesh. But the point is the employability has to be increased. That is, creating a good resume or facing the interviews without fear. So for that, we gave solutions like converse with the bot and have your ATS ready, resume created. Converse with an AI avatar and prepare for your mock interviews and get your interviews done. So this kind of conversational AI is something which we are working on, and we think it will have huge implementations in citizen-centric services in PDS also. At RNIT, we feel that AI is supposed to enable the humans, not replace them, and our solutions speak for that. Thank you.
Super, super. Nice to know that. Now, from PDS, let's move to the consumer angle of it. When we talk about consumers, the first thing is about price stabilization and how much the consumers are actually spending on their essential food items. So my next question is to Lakshmi Venkat, co-founder and CTO, Real Variable Digital Asset Services Private Limited. Venkat, you are working on market intelligence as one of the tools, which is very dynamic and multivariate kind of modeling that requires to understand how the prices are moving. And it is a challenging task for most of the government entities. It has double impact. One, the consumer spend is increasing, and the second one, it hits the inflation at an economy level. So, how the predictive modeling you are able to implement in essential commodity price analytics, and what has been the impact of that in making a decision by the department in stabilizing the prices?
Great, Kalyan. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. The biggest outcome or the benefit of moving from a price monitoring to looking at predictive intelligence is the fiscal efficiency at a state level or fiscal efficiency at a national level. How do we get to the fiscal efficiency? It requires preemptive intervention. For the preemptive intervention to happen, you would require a lot of data. The data that has so many variables that you will have to consider definitely in terms of modeling, in terms of looking at weights to the parameters. And this is all different data sets. So there is time series data, there is historic data, and then there is live data. And this data ingestion that happens daily from the Raitu bazaars or the mandis or the general markets that comes in every day. Apart from that, there is a terrific job done by the department in terms of giving us almost 7 to 10 years of historical data, not just in terms of prices, but in terms of buffer stock release as well and buffer stock management as well. So that helped a lot in terms of looking at how do we create these models. And then believe me, it's not one single model, that gives the output. It's a combination of 3 or 4 different models that work in unison to be able to do that. But end of the day, what is important is the governance to get that preemptive intervention triggered. Onion prices are rising over the period of 5 days about 10%. The model predicts it can go 20% up. So the alert goes, you may have to look at buffer stock release, right? Now, there is another commodity where the prices are falling below, and then it is going to breach MSP, which is on the other side of the spectrum. And which means that, government has to procure so that the farmers and, the supply chain is not affected because of that. So you have to look at both ends of the spectrum, when you're looking at solutioning like this. So that has been our experience. And then believe me, there are 3 variants that we need to look at. There are temporal shocks. There are steady inflation related issues that comes in. And also you would probably know that there is also coordinated manipulation as well. So you will have to understand these patterns to be able to alert, which is which with a reasonable confidence.
So now you have been implementing this for maybe certain commodities, right? Knowing the complexity of each commodity, each food product, and the factors influencing the prices, it's going to be very complex. Now, my only worry is about how do we scale it to multiple commodities so that as a basket, I'm able to take a view and be able to manage the inflation well and also the protect farmers' interest.
Absolutely. Today we are managing 75 variants across all the districts in Andhra Pradesh. So these are vegetables which have shelf life. There are pulses, there are edible oils. And then within these, there are multiple variants that we have. And each of these have their own seasonality. Each of these have their own crop cycles, their own yield patterns, and their own, for the issues related to the farmers, in terms of the yield that gets affected because of this. So these are some of the inputs that, we definitely have to consider when we look at the output. But apart from that, what we are also discussing is scenario modeling, right? And stress testing. How do we do the scenario modeling and stress testing so that we are able to, so currently the output or the efficiency is about 85%. how do we bring it over 90 so that we can reduce 5% of false positives? Because end of the day, every false positive requires a governance decision, right? So how do we reduce that? That is also a very important aspect. So, and we definitely are looking at ways and means in terms of looking at the models that look at just a minute, I'm looking at my notes. So the models that are looking at, say, time series forecast, gradient boost, flow-based analysis, right? So these are some of the things that, that are important. At the same time, how do we make the government become a anticipatory market participant? That is the most important aspect, that, how we are looking at the transformation related to this. But end of the day, AI recommends, governance decides.
It's an interesting statement, Lakshmi Venkat. The anticipatory market participant. Let's have a discussion on that later.
Sure.
So, taking it forward, my next question is to Nozomi Hashimoto. Nozomi is Deputy Country Director with United Nations World Food Program. So, Nozomi, you have heard what are the initiatives that are taken up in India with respect to AP. Can you give a overview of what are those few, 2, 3 AI related activities which are relevant for public distribution or consumer affairs, which are there in global markets, which can be adopted?
Sure. Thank you very much for the question. And I have to confess, when I first got that question, my answer was, well, India is quite ahead. There aren't that much that can be aspirational for the Indian market. So that I have to really mention there's a lot that other countries are looking to learn from India. That is a reality. Now, the World Food Program, we do a lot of food distribution in emergency contexts. It may not be necessarily fit perfectly in the PDS context, but at that level, what we do, because we have operations over 100 countries, one, what's important is we predict where the next big food shortage might come. So there is a real data coming in for the climate and agriculture production mechanisms. 24/7, we monitor about 90 countries' food security situation. And as far as like 60 days in advance, there's a red flag coming up. Then the entire machinery starts to move to start procuring commodities for that particular localities, start transporting and prepositioning. So that's prediction is definitely one thing. The other is when something happens, how quick we can assess the situation. And for that, we use the satellite imagery that is being analyzed by AI. So maybe that's something potentially interesting when there is a big disaster hit, like a big massive scale flooding or the earthquake. Before we constitute the technical experts visiting the sites, visiting the locations, it all took a couple of weeks for us to figure out how much stuff is needed, where, etc. But now we can do all this analysis with AI within 48 hours. So these are some of the interesting examples that I would like to share. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Nozomi. So with the experience that you have that is happening in India, what do you think is the right approach to have this AI implementation, especially in the social sector and food security space, that can be adopted by India?
Sure, thank you. So I have the pleasure of being a part of this Indian ecosystem for the last 2.5 years. And wow, within the 2.5 years, how much has happened in terms of the modernization of the PDS. We have the pleasure working with the Department of Food and Public Distribution at the national level as well as the state levels. We have done the nationwide supply chain optimization. We have introduced the Annapurti grain ATM machines. By the way, those machines are showcased at the expo. So if you have a chance to visit the expo, please also visit our stall. And then also we have some other panelists already mentioned, but we have also tested the CCTV AI-powered smart warehousing, etc. Now, why within a couple of years so much innovations can take place. That's because of the complementarity by different partners. WP has the pleasure to bring in our expertise, global experiences, but also our technical understanding. And then, of course, we partner with private sector who has specific technology skills. We have a huge partnership with IIT Delhi to sort of, develop some specific algorithm, etc. And then, of course, the government's a strong leadership to bring forward, take people together, make it work. So I would say, I was looking at this nice logo, welfare for all, happiness of all. I feel like our panel topic is very much relevant for this, but I would also add efforts by all. That way we can bring a lot of things together. Thank you.
Thank you, Nozomi. My next question, we will get into a different topic now from the financing perspective of AI implementation. With us, we have Teresa Matthew, South Asia Lead, Disruptive Technologies and Venture Capital with IFC. Teresa's AI solution adoption requires a lot of funding and cost involved in it to adopt at scale. So what is that IFC is looking at in that space, and how are you planning since you are in disruptive technologies, how do you look at this disruption to happen and IFC support in this area?
Sure, thanks, Kalyan. So first of all, I think AI adoption in government systems is not merely a technology challenge or a financing challenge, it's actually an ecosystem challenge. And this is where DFIs have a distinct and catalytic role to play. Firstly, DFIs can help mobilize capital at scale for the AI ecosystem. So to give you an example, IFC has invested over $500 billion and supported over 200 plus Indian tech startups over the past decade or so, directly and indirectly through its venture capital investment program. But more broadly, I think DFIs can use patient capital, also blended finance and risk sharing instruments to de-risk early adoption, be it in AI startups or even in infrastructure like data centers and connectivity that governments can rely on. Secondly, DFIs can invest beyond AI solutions into capacity building as well as standard setting. And as we all know, successful AI deployment in government systems will require data governance, procurement, reform, cybersecurity, and skills within the ministries and implementing agencies. So DFIs can finance technical assistance, training, change management to ensure that AI systems are actually used and maintained and trusted over time. And third, by bringing together governments, global tech firms, as well as local startups and implementing agencies, DFIs can help move from pilots to platforms to ensure that these systems are interoperable, privacy preserving, and aligned with public interest outcomes, particularly in systems like food and as well as social protection.
So follow on, Teresa, is it's good to know that you invested like $500 billion in nurturing the startup ecosystem in technology that was specific to AI. Is there any kind of a plug-and-play models or the use cases development, the way like hackathons are happening now on digital adoption? Do you have any such thought on having those few use cases demonstrated and ready for adoption kind of thing?
So in PDS and logistics, I think AI models can actually be embedded across core operations. I mean, in the last decade, we have seen significant reduction in grain losses in India's public distribution system through digitization. And the numbers are quite staggering, right? And similarly, even in logistics, I think the costs have come down quite substantially over the last decade thanks to digitization. And I think the next level of efficiency gains will come from AI adoption. And we've seen enough examples in the private sector. So if you take demand forecasting, for example, there are companies like SatSure, which use satellite imagery and AI to build predictive models that can help in procurement optimization, as well as inventory monitoring and leakage detection. If you take logistics, for example, not specifically in the PDS context, but more broadly, there are companies like Intangles that have developed basically predictive maintenance solutions building on AI technologies. These can, help significantly improve logistics efficiency by reducing breakdowns, improving fuel efficiency, load optimization, as well as improving safety. And finally, I think there's been a lot spoken about computer vision AI, which has phenomenal applications in inventory monitoring, tracking both the quantity and quality of grain at entry and dispatch point within the warehouses. And we've seen companies like Arya.ag, for example, implement a lot of these technologies to improve their warehouse management operations. So I think, and from everything that's been discussed, looks like there's a lot that's already there. But yes, there are lots of examples from the private sector, I think, which can find application in the PDS system.
That's great to know. So we'll sum it up with Nupur ma'am, just your view on how this public distribution system can be a modern, efficient, and embedded with emerging technologies. And what is your view on how do you want to take it in Andhra?
So we at Government of Andhra Pradesh would like to evolve the public administration system, public distribution system into a citizen-centric ecosystem wherein we deliver quality food grains to the rightful beneficiary at the right time, which will not only empower the citizens, but also the administrator and the government at large. And I feel it's not just about adopting new technologies, it is more about strengthening and improving how the existing public distribution system governs. And for this, we are also striving to embed the accountability built into the system so that the officer can act faster and deliver better services for our people.
Thank you very much, all the panelists, and thanks, audience, for your patience, audience, for the session. Thank you very much. Can we go for questions, or it's okay? Thank you a lot. And I think by the time we get the mementos, we can take 1 or 2 questions, right? Thankfully, we have a couple of minutes, so we can take a few questions.
Yeah, thanks for a nice session. We are supply chain management consultants, so we work in the area of digital transformation, SCM, and sustainability. So recently, we have also been working wherein we can provide some solution for the government. In the area of in the area of digital transformation. So after hearing to you, we were also looking if from our side, from the private sector, I would say. So what is the sort of scope we have so that as private partners, we are able to provide our expertise in the area of digital transformation so that it can really, give a lot of comfort to the policies which the government is bringing in, and how we can become the partner into that. So if you would like to comment on the same.
At the government, we are also procuring the paddy from the farmers. We procure paddy. So till now we have discussed the warehousing, logistics, and transportation. So with respect to procurement also, we would like to automate a few processes. Those activities can be discussed and can be taken forward.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So I would request panelists to please accept the memento. Just. Yeah. Madam, I would like request you to please hand over the moments to the panelists, ma'am. Ms. Lakshmi Venk, we'll start from this side. Teresa Matthew. Nozomi. Hardik. Aditya. Arda. Now I will take the honor of presenting the memento to ma'am.
Much for coming in. Um, I'll actually do a very brief introduction of the panelists that we have. It's an esteemed set of panelists who've spent years in the industry and know a lot. There's a lot to learn from them. And I'll try to keep this session as much focused on learning, right, and learning from their experience. Before we start, I'll maybe start the introduction. I'll start with Hitesh. Hitesh heads the ICICI investment team, right? They've been very active in this space. They've been doing investments. They're building a portfolio where they look at new technologies, and with ICICI backing them, they also invest in technologies that work at scale, right? So it would be good to learn from Hitesh how he sees this space. Then we have Nidhi. She's an industry veteran, spent almost more than 20 years in the financial industry space, and now is working with NetAmbit. She heads their products and partnership, where she focuses on how they can enable sales for their customers, right? And looking at new technologies in that space. Then we have Chinmay. Chinmay is a partner at InfoEdge Ventures. He leads their investments in the AI space as well as other investments. Spent several years in the industry, was a startup operator himself, and now is on the other side of the table. Then we have Rajiv. Rajiv is the CEO and MD at Work Expertise. They're a solution provider for staffing solutions and technical solution providers to several of the leading brands in India, and they've been expanding really quickly in this space. Right? I've been at the luxury of having worked with them directly as well, so I'll try to bring that flavor in the conversations as well. Right? Maybe Rajiv, I'll start with you, right? I think the topic for this session is voice as the default interface, right? How is it that India is going to operate, and how is the next billion population in India going to come into this ecosystem, right? And what role will voice play? I think you've been advising a lot of senior folks at some of the biggest brands, right? Like Hero. What is your learning from the industry? Why is
AI for humanity is also very aligned with the voices of the top scientists, including Professor Geoffrey Hinton, Turing Award and Nobel Prize winner, who has called for global collaboration to ensure safe AI, as well as Professor Yoshua Bengio, who has always been calling for safe AI for humanity. I hope today's session will allow us to continue the conversation and bring global awareness, at the same time garner enough collective wisdom to have call for action towards that as well. At the same time, it's very aligned with our AIII's approach with the theory of change towards AI for humanity that we term make AI for humanity more profitable than AI. Last, in closing, I'd like to thank the organizer, the summit organizer, AI Impact Summit, for allowing us to host the session. I'd like to express my gratitude to all our invited speakers, Samir Gellot, Judith Weinberger Singh, Maya Sherman, Shokshuk Tan, and Vibra Hamita for their participation and contribution. I also like to express my personal thanks to Samir for his extraordinary effort to organize the session, especially in my absence. I hope all of you a successful and enjoyable session today. At the same time, work together to exercise collective wisdom with the audience towards impactful outcome. Thank you very much.
So before we proceed further, the organizers have requested us to take a group photo. So I think we should sit and then take a picture. Would that work? Yeah. Yeah, proceeding further, why we are doing this session. Currently, the population of India is 1.4 billion. The global population is more than 8 billion. More than 75% of the people are in the global south. And this is the first AI summit which is happening in the global south. So the reason why we are doing this, global south primarily known as developed majority or the country which are under development. So the reason they could be in the upfront or in the race forward is through the optimum utilization of the technology. And it's not a movement, it's a feeling which started not from us, but from someone at the back end, which also have the same intention. So this movement was basically started way back in 2015, and continuously it has been propagated by the United Nations, by International Telecommunication Union, that SDG 18 is a necessity. Why? The reason is almost 70% of, so we have 17 SDGs, but almost 70% are being achieved by digital transformation or the digital technologies. But there is not a single SDG which relates to the technology. So this calls for another SDG, but which relates to AI for humanity. And this is a perfect time when AI is impacting our every path of our life. So before further ado, I would like to invite maybe Judith for her opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Samir, for having me here today. And at the outset, let me please congratulate India on hosting this AI Impact Summit. I'm just coming from the MSc from Munich in Germany, and this was already very positively highlighted that India is taking leadership. It's such an important topic, penetrating different kinds of areas of our geopolitical relations. And of course, congratulations to you, Samir, and thank you for the invitation to this very interesting event here. I'm pleased to be speaking on this very important topic today on behalf of Hans Seidel Foundation India. We are a political foundation and think tank headquartered in Munich, Germany, and we have operations in more than 50 countries. Here in India, we look forward to celebrate our 30th anniversary in a couple of weeks. And many of you might have heard the slogan, especially now in recent times, given that the free trade agreement was signed between the EU and India, that the EU and India are natural partners. And I think there are myriads of reasons to substantiate this claim. But one overarching reason, I believe, is that the EU-India partnership has never only been interest-based, has always been value-based as well. And this holds true to the Indo-German cooperation as well. In light of this, both Germany and India are committed to the effective implementation of the SDGs. At Hans Seidel Foundation India, through its projects and in collaboration with local partners, we strive to support this localization and implementation of SDGs, particularly SDG 5, 6, and 13. It certainly is no news that digital means can effectively improve the global effort of delivering towards the SDGs, and there are many concrete examples. In this era of AI, however, a set of new questions arise that go beyond technicalities, such as digitized project management cycles or technology deployment for more effective resource efficiency. We are increasingly looking at questions that revolve around a deeper understanding of how AI can foster human development, not at any cost, but truly sustainably. So this is, in fact, what also drives us at Hans Seidel Foundation right now. And I think this Impact Summit is a wonderful opportunity to really dive deeper and reflect. And let me be frank, while we at HSS India increasingly rely on digital tools to enhance our work, for instance, through digital monitoring dashboards for the implementation of state climate action plans, we are still far from truly deploying what is often termed as AI for humanity. And while there might be a lot of examples, and probably many of you are aware of them, that international organizations like the International Rescue Committee already successfully use AI for humanity, I do believe that the mass or the broader spectrum of NGOs or those multipliers who advance development, sustainable development at a global scale, they have not tapped into the potential of this. But perhaps this is not entirely a weakness. At this critical juncture of AI deployment, caution may in fact be prudent. While AI for humanity is widely discussed and its transformative potential highlighted across global fora, we must first take a sober look at the risks that accompany it. Probably, being a German, we also always focus on the risks first before talking about solutions. So please allow me this perspective. So these risks need to be assessed against core pillars: ethical foundation, global harmonization, sustainability, and the delicate balance between innovation and accountability. Only by fully understanding both sides of this coin can we derive a robust actionable roadmap, one that meaningfully advances the so-called SDG 18 and can be implemented by a broad spectrum of organizations worldwide. When preparing for the session, I also looked at the World Economic Forum's Global Risk Report 2026, and this report highlighted that adverse AI outcomes rank highest among those most significant long-term global threats. And those risks include the loss of human control over increasingly autonomous systems, the weaponization of AI, and unintended geopolitical escalations. In other words, if we are serious about AI serving humanity, we must be equally serious about addressing its governance gaps. Only then can AI become not a source of fragmentation and risk, but a genuine driver of inclusive and sustainable development. Therefore, humanity-focused AI deployment is key to truly achieve social good. In this regard, I believe a robust regulatory framework is essential, and I already got a chance to have a little chat with my co-panelists here on the regulatory side of things. And the point I'd like to refer to, without going into too much of detail, is the EU AI Act, which establishes the world's first comprehensive risk-based AI regulatory framework. And it explicitly is designed to safeguard human rights, democratic values, and sustainability in ways that align with SDGs. The particularity about this act is that it actually categorizes AI systems from unacceptable risks. So we have, categorizes different degrees of risks, and one is unacceptable risks, for example, the social scoring bans. Then we have high risks like mandatory bias audits in hiring or lending tools. And it directly mitigates harms like the discriminatory outcomes under SDG 10 and promotes energy efficient AI practices to curb data center emissions, supporting thereby SDG 13 and SDG 7. By 2026, full applicability is aimed to, but it sets a precedent for AI as a force for collective good, countering dystopian risks like surveillance, overreach, while enabling SDG-aligned applications in health and poverty alleviation. While this act is also being criticized, and particularly by industry for its, hampering characteristics in terms of overburdening bureaucratic implications, and also NGOs have mentioned that there might be certain legal loopholes that diminish accountability. There are also a lot of proponents who emphasize its voluntary nature as a strength, enabling early compliance, harmonized standards across Europe, and global leadership in trustworthy AI. In the digital era, frameworks like this, India's AI Impact Summit, and efforts related to that, as well as global initiatives such as the ITU's AI for Good, exemplify pathways forward, mitigating risks like bias and disinformation, while harnessing AI for equitable outcomes as evidenced in some concrete examples, including the IRC's crisis tools. I was asked to also think of a quote that kind of fits to the topic of this, and I've chosen one from this year's International AI Safety Report. And I quote, "AI's potential to serve humanity hinges on governance that prioritizes human flourishing over unchecked power." So with all of this in mind, and that's the second ask that was conveyed to me, to come up with a concrete roadmap towards AI and humanity from my point of view, I propose 3 components, and I wouldn't call it a comprehensive roadmap. I suppose there are many more pieces or bits and pieces to be referred to or integrated. But as I understand, there are some that can be highlighted here. And one is referring back to my initial statement that the EU and India are natural partners. There's so much scope to further deepen the cooperation also in this regard. So the first step that I am proposing is to adopt a hybrid regulation that kind of feeds from the EU framework that I've just talked about and also integrates essential outcomes from summits like these. The second point or component is to invest in ethical pilots. We do not have to reinvent the wheel when it comes to sustainable development or best practices in AI for humanity. We just have to look to countries in Africa who have successfully worked with certain tools, policies, and frameworks. And that, of course, should be underpinned by different kinds of financing mechanisms and also public-private partnerships. Integrating the private sector or having this kind of symbiosis between the public and private sector is essential in my point of view. Otherwise, the development in this regard might just spiral away from the actual ground realities. And the last point I'd like to mention here towards a roadmap is to foster global coalitions. One could refer to the AI for Peace Africa Summit as a reference point, and further launch regular AI for Peace forums that would be definitely needed to further advance the discussions and the expertise, and have also experts that reflect both the global north and south. So with this, I'd like to close here, and thank you once again for having me.
Thank you, Maya. So, thank you, Judith. So, considering the areas which Judith has highlighted, how EU AI Act and the other peace areas could assist in propagating AI for humanity. So that is something which is very pivotal at the moment when the geopolitics tensions are on rise, and these issues will be dictated by the technology going forward. So this is something which comes at a perfect time. And if you see how the wars are being fought, how the data is being theft, so these are the issues which we could definitely consider under this pivotal topic. Now, moving forward, I would want to invite Vipul to highlight his areas of expertise and to suggest some of the concrete actionable wherein he see AI for humanity could be a perfect fit.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Samir, and thank you, Judith, for that note. And it's an honor and pleasure to be with all of you here. I want to split this into 2 parts. One is to answer a question and kind of step back when we speak on AI for humanity. I think it's extremely important for us to understand that when we're talking about AI for humanity, the first fundamental thing, so that we layer down and we become more concrete, is that who are we talking about when we talk about AI for humanity, right? So the first point there is, of course, the geopolitical point has come out, but when we talk about AI for humanity, it's extremely important to know who our audience is, and our audience is a combination of both global south and the global north, right? And it's slightly more nuanced than that to make it concrete. When you're building AI for humanity, for advancing that point, it's important for each country, each player in this ecosystem, and I by that mean international player in the ecosystem, to be well aware of the fact is where they fit in, right? Is a country a developer? Are they building foundation models? Because we're talking about this topic is all about the global sort of picture, right? Is the country a developer? Is the country using a built AI tool? Or is the country in the application layer where they're fine tuning some existing model and building applications on top of it? Second, it's to build AI for humanity is the aspect of what feature matters to each country, right? When we build it for humanity, right? So it'll be about is data sets more important for you? Is infrastructure more important for you? Which particular AI type is important for you? And what I've done is we're talking about AI type. We've spoken about the AI actor. So to carry on from what Judith said, how do this become concrete? To build AI for humanity, or for it to become a sustainable development goal to be driven by impact, what I need is alignment on features. And I would like everyone here to think in this room, we're all humans in this room, what is our expectation from AI? What are the features I want in AI systems? And if we think in from that perspective, we would realize that we agree more than we disagree at the broadest level. What it would be? It would be privacy. It would be security. You would want accountability. You would want transparency, which could tie to audits. You would want protection, and you would probably want to safety, right? So the way to implement this, so when we have to shift our focus on these features, and then to concretely implement this, we have to implement these features, we have to think of what is known as from my perspective, when we were having this conversation with Judith earlier, is the law plus approach, right? Law plus approach has also sort of come out in the paper published by the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor of the Government of India as well, a paper that they published on techno-legal governance in January. What is law plus approach? How do I build? Because as from a global lens, I identify features which you would find these features almost everyone at the highest level agrees upon. Then we identify which laws help us enable that feature. Privacy can come in from data protection law, but privacy can also come in from the security lens, from laws and from standards, or from cybersecurity. Safety could come in from what advanced models are trying to build, but safety could also just be trying to eliminate bias and bring the very broadest implementation. So you have standards, you have laws, you can have industry frameworks, and so it's an alignment on what we're expecting for humanity. And once we have that alignment, it's about using multiple skills in the room. And the heart of what I'm saying, which came out in Judith's conversation, is governance. Because at the final point, AI for humanity lies on three pillars: where the technology is going, how are we commercializing that technology, and where does governance, which is risk mitigation of AI systems, intersect with the first two pillars. Thank you.
Thank you, Vibhav. Commenting on that part, currently in our parliamentary system, we have three main pillars. One is the parliament, the other one is executive, and the last one is legislature. And the fourth pillar, which is very important pillar, is media. So considering that in the AI for humanity space, these are the three pillars remains the same, but the fourth pillar, which is media, will be replaced by AI. Because everything currently is being governed by AI. And as Vibhav rightly mentioned, we need to think about which area require the humanization of the AI. Currently, we are talking about the democratization of technology, But at the same time, we should also think about humanizing of technologies. Reason being, when maybe after 5 years down the line, when we will have the democratization of the technologies, at that time we will think about the humanization of the technologies. So at that time it would be very late, and most of the damages would be done by the technologies rather than helping the humans to move forward. So building on that, I would now like to invite Maya for her interference or the comments on this issue.
So first of all, hello everyone. And again, thank you for this opportunity. It's been a long time coordinating and brainstorming this session. So thank you, Samir, for all the work. And again, wonderful to be here with the co-panelists. I think it's great to have different angles across the country. You know, we have here Singapore, Germany, India, and Israel. And I think that actually all of these countries are bringing a slight different angle to how we're seeing humanity going forward and the role of each country in the AI ecosystem. And again, brilliant interventions by both of you. So I'll say briefly that I'm definitely in alignment on the role of governance in this discussion. Clearly, I mean, we are speaking about AI for sustainable development, but we should definitely speak about the way that we are governing AI in the public space. I'm personally thinking that we should speak a bit more about co-governance, how we're enabling more communities, different ecosystems to be part of this discussion. Because in many ways, if we saw in the beginning high-level standards, broader AI guidelines, high-level standards, broader AI guidelines supposed to be for everyone, we're seeing the gaps and voids today. We're seeing perhaps the loopholes of what in the beginning we thought could be broader AI guidelines for the ethicist, for the ecosystem, speaking very highly of biases, transparency, and accountability. But now when it comes to practice, when we're trying to implement AI in those spaces, when all of a sudden we need to think of how AI can be a better enablement of the ecosystem, of how we can use AI in climate spaces, in agri-tech, in healthcare, we need to be slightly more nuanced. So I think that first of all, I feel transparency, accountability, we understand today that we cannot mitigate them fully. I'm almost thinking of it that in the climate space, we went through something similar. In the beginning, we thought, okay, we will be speaking about climate mitigation. It took us time to understand that we need to speak about climate adaptation. And it comes under the understanding that there are some things that perhaps we cannot fully mitigate, but there are things that we need to first of all adapt, enhance the resilience in the AI discussion. I think it's an important thing. It's almost part of the governance. I think that we are now trying in many ways. I think different countries are first of all trying to see what are the interesting AI blocks that are being formed, the role of different countries. I'll give an example because it's kind of recent, but Pax Silica is a wonderful example. A US initiative. We have different countries joining it. A counter to China, DeepSeek coming, giving an interesting US alternative to open source AI models, and more to come. But in the end, and perhaps as an addition to the wonderful interventions before, we're trying to see how we can provide a better infrastructure for AI development, understanding that the safeguards today So we are aware of what are the high-level standards, but we're trying to go a bit more to the nuances and perhaps a bit more to what sovereign AI models are supposed to look like. India is a wonderful example in this regard, especially with the foundational models coming up, the work that sovereign AI has been doing in the country. And I feel that more countries are reaching this discussion, but governance has to be part of the discussion around sustainable development. And I think that more interestingly, it's about, again, core governance and countries trying to design some of these elements together. So that's from my beginning, but again, we're still continuing.
Thank you. Thank you, Maya, for your comments. Now, I would like to invite Judith once again. Judith, any area wherein you think AI for humanity could be a benchmark, or the practices wherein Settle Foundation is currently working? Any case study wherein you are currently utilizing this concept, but it's not there on the papers?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So I mentioned briefly in my introduction that our foundation, which is headquartered in Germany, we have presences in 50 countries with over 80 projects. And I'm, of course, so I'm not fully aware of all the projects that we do in relevant countries that could already kind of work with such approaches or in that kind of a framework. But I'm sure that I'm not mistaken by stating that we are just at the beginning of fully embracing the possibilities of AI in the kind of work we do globally. And when I say we, I don't even refer to only us as Hans Seidel Foundation, but probably many more actors who are active in international cooperation and particularly in development cooperation. But like always, I think the private sector is leading the way, and then the public sector and publicly funded bodies and institutions are kind of following. I believe that that's going to be the same dynamic here, and that's already evident, as I mentioned, that of course certain kinds of tools and advanced methods that contribute to more effective crisis management by, for example, having early warning systems that can be integrated in international organizations. That's already on the rise, like the International Rescue Committee, for example, they're successfully using that. Also WHO in terms of the one malnutrition prediction tool. I think they use that in Kenya. And there are probably many more examples, but as I stated, I think we still have to first look into those kind of implications. What are the options right now? Where do we want to go, and where can we really further improve our own projects? And for speaking of India, or our cooperation here with many local partners in the NGO sector, I think the opportunity here is to make processes simply more efficient, more scalable, and to a degree also more transparent. And I think that's a kind of exercise that has just started and we are keen to explore.
Thank you, Judith. Now coming back on Maya. Maya, considering the innovation side or the areas wherein you are currently working, what do you think, how far we have reached, and the picture or the milestone which we have set for us, where are we currently on this agenda on AI for humanity? Like,
such an interesting question, because on the one hand, I want to say that, again, perhaps on a more optimistic note, the fact, and you're seeing it in the Impact Summit, this is, again, the biggest AI convention across all the ones who are preceding. And I do also want to mention the most diverse one. And again, as someone who, as an AI researcher who moved to India, especially for this reason, because I know that, again, social technologies are part of this country, and diversity by design is key in this country. And I think that it's a big honor for India to see the level of diversity that this summit is bringing. It was lacking in previous editions. Also within the global north, it was missing, but I think, the tremendous role of India in connecting the global north and south is something that takes the AI community forward. So I'm saying this on the better side. I feel that what we're still missing is, first of all, us as AI scholars, practitioners all across, I think that we are still missing the understanding of how we would like to see hybrid humanity going forward. I'm saying this because there are some threats that we are not addressing properly. One of them comes to, I think, the intellectual parts. AI does make us, I would say, perhaps slightly lazier, or in many ways we are becoming more dependent on the automation and the machine, and the human mind is becoming slightly rotten, and that's something that we do not want to get into. I'm saying this because we don't want to reach into a possibility that AI will potentially replace us as humans, and that's something that we're not addressing properly. The fact that human thinking is becoming slightly less complicated today because we are reliant on the machine. I also want to mention that currently we don't have enough safeguards on Gen AI models. We are seeing this with chatbots that are actually advising young users to commit suicide. We are seeing this with different medical interpretations, different extortions that we're seeing on the platforms. We are, in many ways, have not put enough safeguards and protection on these platforms because they're somewhere in between. They've become our psychologists, the free psychologists we've always dreamt to have. This has a strong linkages, in my view, to the way we want to see humanity going forward. It doesn't mean that we're doomed. It means that we are enjoying this AI hype all around us. We're investing so many budgets, assets, and still we have an important mission going forward, which is to understand what role do we have in this ecosystem. Do we want to be smarter using it? Do we want to let the machine doing most of the work for us? There's so many interesting dystopian quotes of Bill Gates, who unfortunately will not be arriving to the summit, but I mean, he was one of the only ones from the AI ecosystem who will not be coming to India, but he was saying that most of jobs will be replaced by AI. In the same time, Elon Musk is saying that money will no longer mean anything in the next few decades because we won't need it anymore. People perhaps will not need to work. So I think that understanding how humanity is supposed to look like, that's our next mission. But I feel that the entire ecosystem is all here to discuss about it. But we need to move from discussions and declarations into actual concrete, I guess, milestones for us to see on how this vision is supposed to look like from my perspective.
Thank you, Maya, for sharing that interesting perspective. And I'm looking forward when I don't have to work and then I can sit and enjoy my life. Now, coming on Vibhav, considering the governance perspective, the multiple committees that you are part of, how do you think this initiative aligns with your areas of interest, and what are the core sectors which could definitely be merged into this area?
Thank you, Samir. First of all, I think very interesting interventions both from Maya and Judith, and I want to kind of, before I respond to that question, I want to throw out a fundamental question for the audience here when we're thinking of AI for humanity, rather when we're thinking about AI. One thing that we must always keep in mind, which is actually there, which is tied to the ethics discourse and responsible AI discourse, is that when AI advances, it necessarily asks us a question: and what is it to be human? And I think we need to keep that in mind, right? Because when we're talking about AI for humanity and we're going to have AI is a pattern recognition tool. It trains on data, it detects patterns from data. Today it can generate text, tomorrow it can generate code, it can generate images, right? So I think one of the fundamental pillars of what will be AI for humanity would be for each one of us to contemplate and think, what is it that makes us human? And if AI is achieving a particular objective and achieving a particular task, once it is doing that, does that make us less of a human? This is a slightly sort of philosophical, theoretical direction, but I think it's an important point. Second, in terms of the governance piece and where all of this intersects, I think all of the AI for humanity approach is pretty much aligned to the work that we're doing in the governance space. And I'd actually 4-5 points that sort of important to highlight. When we think about AI for humanity or protecting humans, let's phrase it that way, we're thinking of accountability. The two pillars of accountability that we need to understand. One very traditional way that we understand is harm has taken place, we use laws and we take action. But that's not how governance works. Governance, like I mentioned, is law plus, which means that we're building AI for humanity. We have to be comfortable with the idea of mitigating risks across the AI life cycle. What do I mean by AI life cycle? It means when I'm conceiving building an AI system, when I'm preparing the data set, when I'm collecting the data set, when I'm building the AI model, when I've put out the AI model in the market and I'm getting input on how the AI model is performing. So you have to think of risks across the AI life cycle. Two, when we're thinking of AI for humanity, sure, we have a developer, we have a deployer who's using an AI model, we have end consumers. What we also need to think about, and is an extremely important topic in the context of the summit also, and perhaps from the pre-summit perspective as well, is what do we do about impacted users and communities? We need what is now phrased as participatory approach to AI governance that has to develop. What does that mean in simple terms? It means that if I'm building an AI tool which will contribute to a certain underrepresented population or uses data sets of a particular population that is not so well, it's taking effort to get them in the AI process, my design processes have to have a way where I can take feedback at my development stage. And the final point, 2 points. One is that I also have to think of audits. Audits is a way of, there's both product audits and process audits, but it's about sort of keeping a trail. It's very simply put, maintaining a trail of how you've built the AI system or deployed the AI system or used the AI system, which is trail. And to keep it sustainable, it'll go back to knowing who we are as a country in the global ecosystem. What matters to us? Democratizing access to infrastructure, building sectoral applications, and what impact will that have on the population that I'm building and increasing AI adoption for? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vibhav. Now, quickly, I will give 10 seconds to each of the panelists. What do you think when you heard this term AI for humanity comes to your mind, starting from Maya?
I would say AI for inclusion. I think that up until now, the AI community was very gated. This summit is the proof that AI can be more diverse. It should be. And we are currently, I think for years we've been missing the voices of all countries in shaping regulation, legislation. If you want to have a proper society that is AI driven, advanced, everyone should have a place on the table.
Thank you, Maya. Now, Judith.
When thinking of AI for humanity, I think one word comes to mind, especially also after hearing the contributions from my co-panelists, resilience. I think if we successfully leverage the opportunities and possibilities of AI for that very cause, for social good globally, then we can build a quality of resilience that would actually sustain or kind of help us navigate through lots of crises or prevent them even. So that's my
Thank you, Maya. Vibhav?
I think on the same part on the, as what Judith said, different part of the coin. When I think of AI for humanity, of course I'm thinking of AI being an enabler, but most definitely in my mind it is risk mitigation. It's about being aware of the fact on how do you mitigate the risks while you keep moving forward. I mean that definitely it's that constantly striking that balance, which is in tandem with how AI is evolving.
Now, before we analyze the key takeaways, if anyone in the audience have any questions, I would like to invite them. Yeah. Please state your name and with whom you would want to ask the question.
Okay, yeah. Hello, my name is Patrulekha Chatterjee, and I'm a social policy professional and a columnist. Been in the profession for about more than 35 years. And it's really glad that I actually came to Sushma Swaraj Bhavan and been attending since 2 o'clock. And the note of this ethics and inclusion, which is what I've been writing on all my life. And I feel ethics is not an add-on. It has to be there right from the beginning. And I'm somebody who's been actually using AI. And one of the things I would have liked a little bit more discussion on, when you talk about ground reality and global south and inclusion, is hallucinations. I've been going to a lot of the discussions just over here, and I use AI. And I feel if you are at a certain level of knowledge and then you use AI, that's one thing. But if you wade into AI without any subject knowledge, you're not going to be able to detect, because they're very plausible lies. When you in my research, when I come up something and they will say this particular paper supports your thesis, and this paper doesn't exist, the writers don't exist. Now I'm thinking in a country like India, where one of the sessions I was attending where they talked about the number of people who are unlettered, and this is something glitzy and blingy and tech. I think it's extremely important, the accountability, the governance, to have this. And while we must use AI and we must innovate, we have to be realistic about it. And if we don't do that, if the trust and the ethics are not there right from the beginning, it's not an add-on. It's not something which you cook the whole thing and then you toss it in as an afterthought. I think we'll be in problems, especially in a country like India. And we have fakes, so many fakes in AI, voice cloning, all that. People don't realize, they because it's tech, they take it for, it has to be correct. So I think when you talk about AI for humanity, trust has to be, I think, a major word. And thank you so much for an excellent discussion. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you for your suggestion. Anyone would like to comment in like 30 seconds?
I'll be brief. Tech literacy is key, and it's part from any discussion that we do have. I think it's above governance. In many cases, the threat of deepfake also connected to the fact that we have a smartphone. So sometimes actually this problem that we're seeing of deepfake, of lack of trust, are actually across those who have this accessibility to mobiles and smartphones. And it's, again, when speaking of digital divide, it's almost paradoxical. The ones that are more connected are prone to these threats. Nonetheless, especially when speaking on trust, we need to be able to understand technology. So I believe the tech literacy, again, something that India has been working constantly on along with other countries. This is key across all ages. So I think that's the way to go forward, clearly.
And just to quickly add, literacy, completely agree. You have multiple approaches already in India suggested. There are frameworks for employing responsible AI, suggested frameworks for doing responsible AI across the AI lifecycle. You have standards, both from BIS and the Telecommunication Engineering Center, which speak about risk mitigation. You have current laws. We've had a spate of personality right cases in courts. So there is work happening exactly on this thinking, but this is going to be a permanent tension when you think of AI for humanity, where we're thinking of risk mitigation at the design stage and addressing harm when it has already happened. So we'll always be on both sides of the coin.
I think we can take the questions afterwards because the organizers are already mentioning we don't have the time. So concluding this session, I believe there are certain key takeaways or the keywords which we need to focus on while thinking about AI for humanity. Some of them are trust, resilience, inclusion, and mitigation. With that, I think this is a topic which needs a complete one-day capacity building program, and we are working on developing a guidebook as a concrete, actionable framework. So probably you will see some more development in this space, and we will definitely have a discussion after this session on any questions which any of the participants or anyone from the audience would have. Thank you very much. And with that, I would like to thank the organizers, AIII, GIBA, German India Business Alliance, Maya, Judith, and Vibhav, as well as Shock. So sorry she was unable to attend because she had another session at Bharat Mandapam, and coming from Bharat Mandapam to here is a chaotic and mess. So thank you very much for staying, and let's have a discussion after this. Thank you.
partner Triple IIT Allahabad and SparkX on AI for All, building India's future-ready human capital from school to workforce. I request Mr. Prakash, Scientist E from CDAC, to escort our distinguished guest on the stage. Today we have Professor Anil Sahasrabuddhe. He will be available online. Professor Mukul Sutavne, Director, IIT, Triple IIT. Mr. Vivek, Professor Om Prakash, Ms. Neha, and the entire panel will be moderated by Dr. Mandar. I request for one group photo. Now I hand over the stage to Dr. Mandar.
Hello. Okay. Good evening to distinguished panelists and esteemed participants. I, Dr. Mandar, Karyakarte, Registrar of Triple IT Allahabad, welcome you all to the panel discussion on AI for All, building India's future-ready human capital from schools to workforce. Okay, it is my privilege today to moderate this session. Now, in this session, we particularly bring in policy architects, institutional leaders, create an action on AI education at a scale which will cater to the requirements of 2030 and 2040. Okay, can we have slides? Okay. So, there are key challenges, and these key challenges, let's understand through some certain statistics and numbers what we have. So there are 650 million Indians under age of 25 and about 170 million in the age of 18 to 25 who would be our workforce by 2030. Okay, that's first one. Second, there are 260 million, that is 26 crore students in K-12 education. So they would be ideal workforce by 2035 or 2040 for the nation. As per World Economic Forum, 27% of global workforce by 2030 would be supplied by India. Now the question is, with this AI coming in so speedily, will, as a nation, we are ready for it? That's the question we need to answer. Further, there's the AI disruption that we are seeing for last 2-3 years. The McKinsey report states that by 2030, 30% of the challenge. Also, the World Economic Forum says that 85 million jobs that are today present will be vanished. Same time, there will be 97 million jobs that would be newly created with newly defined job roles. NASSCOM report says that by 2030, 1 million AI professionals are required for Indian industry. And current output is around 50,000 engineers annually. So we are producing just 5% of what is estimated requirement of 2030. So that's again a key challenge. Now, obviously there are certain, and these are the preparation gaps, that is under 5%, 23% of the rate of employability is observed as per NASSCOM reports. And as far as teacher capability, human capability is concerned in K-12 education, only 2% of teachers are generally aware and trained about AI education. So that's the challenge that we'll have. If you look at the socio-economic equity status, then only 66% of urban India has internet access, as well as if you look at ASHE report, which is basically a higher education report, of women are in STEM education, and then 22% in AI education. So even that number is too low, the scale at which the 2030 or 2035 expects us. If we look from socio-economic balances, then the families which are in top 20% income, these families or children in those families have better access to the resources compared to rest of the. We have different opportunities. First is National Education Policy 2020, which says that we can introduce coding or AI education into the schools or K-12 education. So that's the opportunity. We have Atal Tinkering Labs already established in more than 10,000 schools, which can be an enhancement to AI education, which can be modified to this. And most important is that if you look at publications that come in from various different higher education, then India ranks third globally as per Stanford report. So these are good opportunities as a nation for us. So what we look at, so we can say that we can cater to or target 10% of 26 crore or 260 million students studying in K-12 education. So which is around 26 million or 2.6 crore students. And if these 2.6 crore or 26 million students, if we had conservative workforce conversion of 10%, we can be at 2.6 million AI literate professionals. So that is only 2x of the 1 million requirement. So by 2030. So what are the stakes that we all need to deal is there are around 1.5 million schools, and that is a so that's the challenge, like urban, rural, the income levels. Third is AI should augment education and not as a replacement of the teacher or human capital. And fourth basic challenge is aligning K-12 education, higher education, and industry and innovation together. Okay, so with this tone setting, let me welcome and introduce our panelists. And to address these questions, I'll introduce the panelists first. We have Professor Anil Sahasrabudhe, who is the chairman of NETF, National Education Technology Forum. But due to some 11th hour emergency, he is not present here, but he has sent a pre-recorded message about his opinion on the topic of discussion. So he will address basically policy architecture needed to mainstream AI education. We have Professor Mukulesh Sutavne, Director of IIIT Allahabad. He brings the perspective of premier technical educations as development hubs and demonstration labs for K-12 AI education. We have Professor Om Prakash Vyas, Director IIIT Naya Raipur. Professor Vyas will share insights on regional equity and how emerging institutions, especially in developing states, can anchor AI education in the regional areas. Then we have Ms. Neha Sharma, who is Partner People Advisory Services at EVA India. So she brings industry lens, that is how workforce requirements, employability expectations, and public-private collaboration models can be established for better penetration of AI education. And we have Mr. Vivek Varshni, founder of Speed Labs India and architect of SparkX competition or event that we had held earlier. Okay, So before we engage in the panel discussion, I request Mr. Vivek Varshni to introduce the SparkX initiative. The floor is open for you.
From the user that is
the main challenge in doing all physical AI scenario. Thank you,
Good evening, everyone. SparkX was the event which we conceptualized to bring the ideas at a school level in tier 2, tier 3 towns, specifically where there's a lot of demand, lot of urge to learn new things. And we designed this entire competition in two parts. One was an Olympiad, which was a written competition about the learning and the knowledge about AI. And the second was giving the opportunity to students to come up with solutions using AI and solving some of the innovative problem statements that they could have thought in their local ecosystem. And we were surprised that the students coming from last year, we are looking forward to reach 1 million plus students in the coming edition in 2026. And I think we are very thankful to IIT Allahabad for helping us in this entire conceptualization.
Thank you, Vivek, for your introductory remarks. I will now open the panel discussion, and we have first question to Professor Anil Sahasrabudhe, who is not here, but he has sent a pre-recorded message. May I request to play the pre-recorded message? Question 10 minutes.
Namaskar. Good evening, everyone. Dr. Sutavane, I'm very delighted that I'm here in an online mode to talk about various issues related with AI. And the question which was asked to me is, the AI education start from the class 3 or much later? This is a question which is debated all over the world, but in my candid opinion, earlier the better. So children at the age of about 8, 9, when they are in the class 3, this is the right occasion to create awareness to make them ease with the use of AI tools, understand the minor nuances, and therefore it is apt and appropriate to start AI education in the class 3 onwards itself. Of course, the next part of the question is, should AI be different at different appropriate age levels? Yes, certainly yes. What children at 9, 10 years can understand is different from what they understand at the age of 16. And therefore, what we teach after class 3 and what we teach at 8th standard and 10th standard must be age appropriate based on their development in terms of all other courses and subjects that they are undertaking. The next part of the question which you also asked was, is AI education to be specifically as AI education, or it should be across the board in all subjects? I'm sure in the beginning, naturally, AI as a different subject may be necessary because all the textbooks, all the teachers are not geared up for that. And therefore, there are specialists, maybe AI teachers, who will start teaching from the class 3 onwards till class 10 as a separate subject. But as we go along, maybe in a couple of years' time, we must integrate it with all other subjects, be it mathematics, be it social studies, be it geography, be it physics, chemistry, biology. In fact, AI has, as an agnostic or non-agnostic, it has to be part of every course, every subject. And therefore, how in different courses, different subjects, AI is to be integrated, has to be taken care of by our experts who are writing textbooks, who are conducting the teacher training programs, create that awareness, and then we need not have a separate subject of AI, but AI will become part of everyday life. In fact, it will become an important life skill. Like we all of us learn language, we learn mathematics, we learn science. So AI will become an integrated part of all of these courses. And that is the manner in which we need to move as we go forward. As far as the frameworks are concerned, naturally, there are different levels of guardrails that are required because there are being reported items of unethical use of AI. Therefore, ethical use of AI is one of those very important subject matters world over debated, and therefore we must have our own framework where we detail out where to use, when to use, how much to use. I think that is the framework which, whether it is the Education Ministry, whether it is the Ministry of IT, the National Education Technology Forum, we should come all together and decide on these frameworks. There are countries who are banning the use of mobile phones or use of AI tools. There are others who are prominently using it left side, right center. And therefore, there is somewhere in between what we call middle path where not permitting is not right, but use the tools of AI for effective methodology of learning. So therefore, several pedagogical aspects in terms of how learning takes place. Different students learn in different ways, different styles. How AI can enable them, thereby true access, equity, and quality are delivered at an affordable cost to all of us. And that is the spirit in which the AI has to be utilized. And that's why frameworks which are robust, frameworks which create access and equity need to be created. And also the availability of these technologies, tools to all the citizens of the country, including in the remotest areas, is the part which the government has to play a very important role. As far as the other aspects of use of AI and misuse of AI are concerned, some legal boundaries have to be set up. All people have to be made aware of non-misuse of AI, and if someone uses it in a wrong manner, how penal actions are there is also to be told to all the citizens so that misuse is avoided. I'm sure in terms of research is concerned, there have been many reported things where articles get withdrawn, and therefore ethical use of AI in even research is important. Teacher training is important. Parents training is also equally important. How much to allow students to use AI and other technologies at home, and how prepare students for what we call Viksit Bharat is also equally important. I'm sure all of you will go by this methodology, which is adopted by the government in terms of ethical use of AI. Thank you very much.
So with this note, I thank Professor Anil Saraswathy for his elaborate answer on the first question. Now, the education ecosystem is spread as higher education and K-12 education, that is school education. Today we have among our panelists, Director of IIIT Allahabad, who will basically comment on role of premier institutions. My question to you, sir, what specific role should institutes of national importance like IITs, NITs, and IIITs will play in this K-12 AI education ecosystem? Floor is open to you.
Yes. At the outset, please accept my warm greetings of the evening. In my capacity as a co-host of this particular panel discussion, along with our partners, Vivek is here. I also must thank the panelists who accepted our invitation to be part of this panel discussion. Professor Sasrabuddhe, despite some family emergency difficulties, he was generous enough to give us the message on video and giving the responses. Neha ma'am, who accepted the invitation, is from E&Y. My colleague, ex-colleague, Professor Om Prakash Vyas, who happens to be now Director of IIIT Naya Raipur, the whole team of SparkX Initiative, SpeedX, and SameLearn AI, and Dr. Mandar. This all revered co-panelists and esteemed audience. Again, welcome to all of you. Mandar, I must appreciate you for the comprehensive statistics which you presented in the tone-setting presentation slides. The role of INIs, we are Institute of National Importance, IIIT. IIIT Allahabad is one of the first centrally funded IIITs established by Ministry of Education, Government of India. We are 100% centrally funded like an IIT, but we are IIT in the domain of IT. We are Indian Institute of Information Technology, and we offer those hot cake branches: information technology, computer science, electronics, and communication. And believe me that we receive the genius of this India, the country, Bharat. JEE means toppers come to me. JEE means toppers come to me. If a student gets admission in IIT Kanpur, the neighboring IIT, for mechanical engineering, JEE advanced scorer, he leaves that and he joins my IT program. 100% placements, more than 100 or 200 placements, because peak packages are touching crores of rupees every year. Average package is 40 lakhs, all 100% employable. So no issues, no worries at all. But as an INI, which is a dream destination of the genius of this country, do I have some social responsibility? Yes, we coined a term, Institute Social Responsibility, like CSR. We appeal, Vivek, we appeal Neha ma'am that there is a corporate social responsibility to support society. So ISR, there is something like ISR. We should also support society. When we happen to be dream destination of students from the society, from the country, pan-India, then do we really owe something to this society? Answer is yes. IIIT Allahabad's doors were never closed for school-going children. We have, Allahabad happens to be, Prayagraj happens to be the religious capital of the North India, near Varanasi. It's also educational capital of Uttar Pradesh. Okay, we have many schools, many good schools. When any principal of any school approaches us for visit of their kids to IIIT Allahabad campus, we welcome them with open arms. We have first-year physics teachers and first-year chemistry teachers. They are part of Indian Association of Physics Teachers, Indian Association of Chemistry Teachers. And we celebrate a day, Physics Day on campus, wherein we intentionally invite 500 students, school-going kids on campus from 8 to 12 standard class. Similarly for chemistry, just to create awareness, interest about these school-going kids and really chase their dream for the destination of IIIT Allahabad, create interest about science in them. We know that our constitution says that the next generation should be very curious, anxious, and it should be it's carrying a scientific temperament, attitude of asking scientific questions and inquiry. NEP also says that, but deep rooted in Indian ethos, we try to really follow that kind of philosophy. And when we say that, then when the school going children, kids are allowed to visit IIITA campus anytime throughout the year, and we have some planned activities and calendar for them. We also have something like this, that we want to engage with the school going kids. All teachers, couple of them are sitting in the audience also, they have very elegantly adopted AI in the curriculum, in their behavior, ethically, as Professor Sasrabudhi was rightly saying. And then we teach AI. We breathe AI day in, day out. All my teachers. Let me mathematics teacher. Maths teacher knows how to apply AI in maths. Okay, we don't prohibit use of AI. We certainly prohibit unethical use of AI on campus. We are one of the rare institutions in the country to adopt AI use policy in the institute. One of the rare institutes in the country. We do that. And then when we say that we have a social responsibility of really elevating the stature and the standard of these kids, school-going kids, so that they can reach the destination like IIIT or IIT or NIT, then what we can do? So we can create AI content for schools. Unique example, we collaborated with Vivek and Praveen is here. And what we could do, Dr. Surya Prakash is here, my young faculty colleague is here, Professor Sonali is here. With them, they created the content for Olympiad, which we did for the country. And then the culmination was in Tech Fest of IIT Bombay. So we three together came and we could really generate or create enthuse awareness in school-going kids about AI education that we could all do, right? And we were happy that we are really percolating, disseminating the education, the worm of AI education in school-going kids. And we are really discharging our duties with the responsibility that we are doing. I think that is the role of INI, like IIIT Allahabad, Mandar, that we should be doing this consistently, persistently, so as to create awareness about education of good use of AI in school-going kids. And fortunately, we have partners like Vivek with us. Okay, we could do that. And the visual impact is seen, Vivek, Olympiad, apne video dikha abhi. And then we are happy that we are doing this. Okay, there are multiple ways in which can contribute, but only thing is that because we don't know much about the cognitive levels of school-going kids, how easily they'll assimilate, grasp the knowledge of AI in them. We need some kind of mentoring from NCERT, CBSE, for that sake. Professor Behra could not make it today. He was to be our co-panelist. He could not make it today. But NCERT, CBSE should really frame a curriculum for school-going kids. We are here to design the content, to deliver the content to the best of our capacity. And that is also part of our ISR, okay, Institute Social Responsibility. I think we should be happy about it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your commitment. And now, as a nation, we are spread into multiple regional diversity. We have few states, few cities, few metros which are highly developed, but we also have states where still education is a challenge. So we have Professor Om Prakash Vyas, Director of IIIT Naya Raipur, and my next question goes to him. How can newer IIITs, state government colleges in tier 2 and tier 3 cities serve as regional anchors for penetration of AI education to these schools and skilling in schools? Sir, please, the floor is open to you.
First, greetings of the day to all the people sitting here. It's really very interesting to take this issue of tier 2, tier 3 cities in India. We have to realize that as per AICT, more than 1,000 engineering institutions are in the tier 2 and tier 3 ecosystem. More than these people, the important in this case is that we have to understand how digital India arrived and how we want to progress to AI India. Digital India was more towards the connectivity, towards the making the people a part of the whole ecosystem. But AI India is a different ballgame altogether. AI, we all know, is as good as the data on which it is trained. the diversity on which it is particularly applied. And then if you are willing to really make an AI relevant, you have to understand that here now the inclusivity is not a charity, it's not a option, it's a basically model design. It's a Robert's decision that the tier 2, tier 3 ecosystem should be included. And how to include it? We can definitely have the state engineering colleges and triple ITs like us who are close to the rural areas. They can connect with them in terms of creating a cluster approach where we primarily help them in the curriculum design, in faculty capacity building, and try to create the local relevance to the AI models. As we all know, the algorithmic bias in AI, ethics in AI is going to play very, very important role in future. So we have to keep creating a child-safe environment in terms of AI development, usage, and continuous upgradation of data. We also know the vernacular languages and the particularly the difference in the cultural aspects of India. We have to very clearly understand that AI model, which is trained encompassing all the possibilities, will definitely be much more relevant, much more usable, and definitely much more successful. So a very strategical approach has to be adopted to include a tier 2 and tier 3 institution in a very structured approach to have AI inclusivity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, any education is not complete if we exclude industry. So we have two industry partners here, and there's an industry perspective because we talk about workforce readiness, and industry also has expectations from the upcoming or incoming workforce. So my next question goes to Ms. Neha Sharma. She represents industry here. My question is, what specific AI-related competencies beyond coding are you finding critical for employability of young aspirants or young workforce?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me here. It's really good to share the stage with such an eminent group of panel members. So thanks once again for having me here. I think, as from an industry standpoint, when I look at employability at an entry level, there's a massive shift that's happening, and some bit of this reality is probably we are all aware about it. So there are three broad shifts that I see in the industry at this point in time from an entry level employability standpoint. One, of course, is that India, is at a very, very prime stage where, we are expecting about 2.3 million new AI jobs to be created by 2027. And I think that is itself is a phenomenal opportunity if you're a student in this country. Having said that, it's also a fact that, when we look at the last 12 odd months, there has been a very sharp decline in terms of the entry level or traditional entry level openings as compared to corporates in India. And this trend is probably going to increase, over the next few months, given the fact that AI is going to take over some of the routine tasks, routine jobs that entry level, graduates or postgraduates really started their careers with. Interestingly, in addition to that, we also see that if you look at the the latest Skill India report of 2026, it also pegs graduate employability level at about 56% for this year. It was 54% last year and now 56%. So of course it's improving, but at the same point in time, if India produces roughly about 10 million graduates in a year, we are saying 44% of them are probably not employable, and those are stark numbers to really sort of look at. But I still go back to the first point that I made, which was it's a very interesting time for us, and it's a great opportunity if you're a student in India, because there are some 2.3 million net new AI jobs that are going to be there. The country needs it, a lot of industry needs it, and there is great optimism around it. And these are not just STEM and tech jobs that I'm talking about. So if you're a non-coder, it's an equal opportunity, or probably it's a better opportunity for you to today be a student and be applying for some of these roles. So if you have to ask me, clearly there are two most important critical skills that I'll tell every student to really pursue at this point in time. Number one is, and I think I heard some of my panel members also speak about it, we are not competing with AI, and students should definitely not compete with AI. We are in a world where we have to embrace AI. It has to be a part of everything we do. We have to leverage AI in terms of making productivity, the next North Star. So my one advice to all students is that as much as possible, it's in your curriculum or it's outside your curriculum, you must start using, dabbling with AI, make your mistakes, figure things out, learn prompt engineering, learn the language of AI, which is prompt. Even figure out a lot more around the AI integrated tools. So if you have to make a good presentation, and that presentation requires data analysis and data integration and visualization, there could be 3 different tools available today in the market which can uplift your outcome to a next level. So use some of those and really be friendly with AI. Use AI in a lot of your everyday orientation. So that's one. And the second, skill that is clearly needed by students as they enter corporate is domain expertise. And this domain expertise is, domain could be anything around sector, industry, function, technology, but getting into depth of, what problem are we trying to solve is just extremely critical for you to be employable in today's day and age. And I'll give another example over here. Like a year back, if there was a sales analyst who was taking an entry level job in any of the Indian conglomerates or any MNC company across India, you would be expected to create, one of the outcomes of your job would be to expect to create a sales report, which is essentially going to be like, you extract a lot of data from the CRM, you clean the data, you analyze the data, you probably sprinkle a bit of insights on that, and you share it with your boss or your management, and expect them to take a lot of decisions today. And even if it's not perfect, it's going to get perfect over a period of time. AI can do all of this and do it really well. So then what's the job left? The job that you now need to do is to really use that domain intelligence of the context in which you work, which could be your industry, or why a product is not performing well, or why is it that competition has launched something so different. Get all of that intelligence into the AI system for it to kind of produce more insightful, actionable reports for you. So it is these are very interesting times. There is great opportunity, but at the same point in time, I think speed is of essence here, of how do we really make sure that our students that are graduating are truly employable in today's day and age, which is changing so fast. So just wanted to share those thoughts with.
No. Thank you, Neha. Further, when we did SparkX exercise with Speed Labs and IIIT Allahabad together as a collaborative exercise, we had a lot of establishments of development labs and demonstration labs. So my question goes to Vivek Varshni, who is representing Speed Labs here, is what are the minimum viable infrastructure requirements in terms of hardware, software, connectivity, teacher support to run such meaningful AI programs in schools across different resource contexts?
Hello. Hello. As the other co-panelists have already highlighted the need of, the urgent sense of urgency that is required in the nation towards AI education. I think that the first question that comes to any school owner's mind is how much money to be invested to be ready for that kind of, education in their school. I think it is a matter of choice of how much you can do, but obviously the first step is to recognize the need, put up the basic infrastructure in the form of computer lab as well as robotics labs, because if we have to redesign the workflows of future, the students need to have a hands-on learning experience, hands-on discussions about these problem which cannot be done in a pure class element from the in the form of CSR if the government funding is not sufficient, and really support even the private schools in some manner. There could also be models in which the IITs and IITs, triple IITs, and other good colleges can share their infrastructure as well as faculty days and allocate them towards the gap of school requirement. What I also want to sensitize here everyone is that the any gradual shift will not solve the problem. At the problem that we are trying to solve, if we think it is a 10-year problem, probably we will, fall behind. We will not be able to solve it, because by the time we will solve it, the problem will be magnified multifold. It is very important that as a nation, we move with a sense of urgency and try to solve it in a 2 to 3 years time frame. And any incremental delta approach will not work here. It is quite evident that AI has already beaten human in reading, maths, scientific reasoning. So it cannot be matched by everyone to build out things which AI can build. The only way we can still remain employable as a students is that we learn how to use AI as a creator of technology rather than as a user of technology. And at some point, that learning and that mindset has to be taught in schools. My belief is that the best age to learn that is primary schools and middle school, because in India, unfortunately, after ninth, the pressure of marks comes. So, willingly or unwillingly, students cannot devote a lot of time to extracurricular learnings. But if we can very productively use the primary school years and the middle school years in a way that teaches them how to solve problems using AI, I think that will be the fundamental shift in the way of learning. And I think it is a time for a total reset in school education system. There should be many more conferences around it. There should be many more talks around it. I think the way AI Impact Summit is, organized at a national level, where industry, academia, government, and international bodies are coming together and ideate. Similar way, at a school level, with the sense of urgency, we must create brainstorming sessions, ideations, and try to drive a total reset in the school education sector.
Thank you, Vivek. My quick next question to Professor Mukul Sutavne. A quick half-minute comment. Can we have various programs where BTech, MTech, or PhD students in higher education can serve as a AI education facilitators?
Yes,
Can
sure.
such models be built in?
Yes, why not? Why not? That with the support from this corporates, or I can say industry partners like Vivek, okay, we could set up an example, right? So yeah, is here, and then we could have some small lab which was set up by them. Investment came from them, and believe me that all my BTech students were also very excited about this small facility which was set up by SparkX in IIT Allahabad. There were robotic small kits, and then some kind of AI coding and programming, and they could really make the robotics to run in live. And experiments, they were really designed for school-going kids. So we have the brightest of all BTech students, then master students, and PhD students. They can certainly work as volunteers. We can develop demonstration studios and labs in the domain of AI, and let's say AI applied to vision, AI applied to languages, AI applied to anything, robotics and so on, AI applied to healthcare for various domains. And as we said that we have best of the best cream of the society kind of teachers and students, and we can volunteer. We are committed to volunteer ourselves for this social outreach program. We can certainly say that. How do we in turn reward? That we can say that my colleagues like Professor Sonali or Dr. Surya Prakash, they devote time in volunteering for School Connect for AI education. Then it will add to their appraisal, certainly. And also probably tangibly benefit them in terms of some kind of plus to their CPDA, professional development allowance, that I can do. For the students who volunteer to take part in this kind of activity, we can give them a certificate, okay, appreciation, or probably we can have, say, it's a social internship for them. We can allot some credits to them. They can earn credits out of this social internship, which is a School Connect program for AI education. We can do that. We also have, I can say that I can endorse or probably recommend very strongly such students who volunteer themselves for AI Education Connect to the corporates, to my probable recruiters, that these students have social inclination. They are best kind of students who have some passion to do something for the society. And what you need is not only the intellect, not only the brain, you also need the empathetic hearts. Okay, so see to it that you select the students with the priority, preferentially, and benefit them in turn. So we can certainly demonstrate this model to the world, and we are committed, as we rightly said. All my teachers, all my bright students, all of them are committed for AI School Connect program because we have that passion and we have that expertise.
Thank you, sir. My next question to Professor Vyas. How can the regional institutes can act as a bidirectional knowledge flow between higher education research and school level pedagogy? So quick comment, please, as we are in short of time.
As you know, this is a very important role that is tier 2, tier 3 places we can do, that IIITs especially located in these areas can work in a hub and spoke model and to help the adjoining and engineering colleges, school institutions in terms of curriculum design, in terms of faculty capacity building, and try to also incorporate the local knowledge, local systems into the AI, because as we know, it's not only just enabling them to learn AI, but also they can contribute to the AI systems. And the hub and spoke model can definitely be created, but it requires the multi-departmental coordination, multi-government facilitation to make this happen. And of course, this will be very, very useful for the AI in terms of all inclusivity.
Thank you, sir. In view of the time, a quick question to Ms. Neha. What specific gaps are encountered by industry during hiring, even from premier institutions like Institute of National Importance like IITs, NITs, etc.? And a further extension to this, with an industry perspective, at what level the AI education should be introduced into the schools? And if industry would co-invest in K-12 education and higher education, apart from the CSR charity, what kind of efforts the industry would be like to take for workforce pipeline development?
Sure. So I'll try and answer. There are about 3 or 4 questions in that. I think just to start with, we are in a stage where industry and academia and policy necessarily have to come together a lot more faster in a lot more collaborative way. I think there's no doubt about that. Time is of essence. If we are not able to make significant shifts in the next 12 to 18 months, I think I agree with some of my co-panel members, we are going to be seeing ourselves as lagging behind. And therefore, it is important that we move beyond a bit of this CSR philanthropic sort of a view around contribution to truly come together and make things work, for the students and for the future of this country. So I just want to first, reiterate on that aspect of it. Now, coming down to, what challenges do we see from, school students coming in from premier schools or premium B schools across not just EY, but across all multiple, client organizations that I see. I think what's great about the students that we get is, their intellectual capacity to connect, different dots and just share quality of mind. I think that's fantastic. And that's something that is basically a quality of mind that can learn anything. And I think that's something which is great. I think what one would expect a little bit more is probably initiative. We are in a, day and age where, very quickly the hierarchies across organizations are collapsing, as I think all of us would have been experiencing. So, you could be a fresher from campus or 2 years of experience, or you could be somebody with 12 years of experience. Very soon you will start seeing that they can be very much equated in the AI world, right? So just initiative coming in with smart brains is something that, probably would be an added advantage to it. And sorry, I think there was another question that you had asked, but, I'm also seeing time's up over here.
Yeah.
So, okay, probably we'll pick that up offline then.
Yeah, sure. So may I request to play the second video of Professor Sahasrabudhe? I'll just read out the question to him. What governance structure would you recommend to ensure convergence among multiple regulatory stakeholders, and industry bodies. So,
as far as the question of convergence of various regulatory bodies like AICTE, UGC, NCTE, Ministry of Education is concerned, the very fact that a new bill is coming into the parliament called Viksit Bharat Shiksha Adhishtan, where merger of all these regulatory bodies is going to take place, will solve one part of the problem. The second part is, naturally, when there are multiple agencies existing, there must be discussion, there must be debate, and by mutual consent, each one of the regulatory bodies must adopt a robust framework for the ethical use of AI. As far as National Educational and Technology Forum is concerned, it is not merely the use of technology such as AI, but in terms of pedagogy, how augmented reality, virtual reality, metaverse, digital twins, animation, simulation, on what we call as AVGC sector, the use of all these technologies can be embedded for twin things. One is for teacher training, for that effective way of teaching learning process in a classroom where attention span of students is reducing is one part of the story. The other part is how students can be engaged in the classroom by creating interesting, exciting content and also enabling students to use their creativity. In fact, creativity is a human trait. However, AI tries to become creative. The creativity of the Homo sapiens will be still ultimate. And therefore, AI tools must be used for empowering students to become more creative. And thereby, we may have a lot of competition amongst students to create more interesting, inquisitive content for children below their age as well as above their age. Also for teachers, also for parents. And therefore, AI as a tool, all variety of data sets which are fed to it based on the past and previous experiences make it an intelligent system, but how it can become more intelligent and what it can do in terms of creating a creative content is where human intelligence will come into play. I'm sure frameworks which are developed will be used by all the agencies in order to move forward. Thank you very much.
thank you to all the panelists. Now, the floor is open to the audience. We can have quick 2 or 3 questions from the audience. Can you pass on the mic?
Hello. Basically, I just want to add 2 points, whatever the discussion. So one point I want to add, as the directors have said, that definitely we will be the part of the social responsibility. And by the way, I want to just add that we already started the fulfill the responsibility of the social, because in the Olympiad, around 10,000 students already participated in that. And we conducted the workshop, and after that they submitted the project in the Tech Fest. So this part already done by the IIIT Allahabad with the permission of the STEM. So this means this kind of social responsibility already fulfilled. Mean we started, and in future also we will complete it. And I also want to add one more point with the video presentation, that as sir said that yeah, okay, school actually first understand what is the need of that. But I want to tell you that okay, after the need, they can start, like in the government school also, they can start with the single computer, because we already made some videos, the LMS with the STEM learn, so they can get the lecture from there, and they can start with a single computer at least, like in the government school. And the private, okay, if they have the fund, they can get up to some explainability, because we have all kind of like with the STEM, we have all kind of facilities. Okay, thank you.
Maybe the mic can be passed to the audience.
My question to Ms. Neha. You mentioned about domain expertise and how it's critical in developing or designing AI. For people who have domain expertise, what roles exist in AI if they want to contribute to AI?
Yeah, no, I think it's an interesting question, and I'm assuming you're talking a lot more about not just entry level, but levels above in the organization right now, mid management to senior management. And I think we spoke about employability, that itself, corporate India itself is going through a lot of change. So around domains, and if you have been, say, a functional expert in finance or in supply chain or in healthcare or even in services or banking, this is again a great opportunity for you. To share some facts with you, for every tech or STEM job, there are 10 non-tech and STEM jobs in the market right now from an AI standpoint. So that's the opportunity. Now, what are these jobs? These jobs are a lot about, can you have a better communication language with AI, like prompt itself? And prompt is an art and a skill, like any language, it's an art and a skill to it. So asking the right questions to AI itself is very important, which most people are not able to get it still, even after a lot of training. The other role that is being really in demand is around the AI tool integration, which is again to say that you need to produce, you have a business problem to solve, and you know what you need as a leader in the organization. You, from a domain expertise standpoint, you need what data you require, but that data is not going to come from one AI tool. You need to look at 5 different AI tools, assimilate the data, think about it in a different way, and then produce it back. So just the knowledge of a host of AI tools that are available and which one is important for you to solve the problem itself is a skill in its own way. And those are, again, growing jobs in the industry right now. Another one is AI content optimizer. There's so much content and right content and bright content that AI is generating right now, which could be even synthetic content. But if you have to make a marketing campaign, can you really look at the right things that AI is producing and then be able to apply yourself? So human judgment is at the top and the most important needed right now. But using AI and then elevating the outcome is the skill that all professionals need at this point in time.
Thank you.
Sir.
We can have only one more question in the interest of the time. Yeah,
maybe.
Yeah. Shall I?
Yeah, please.
Okay, sir. My question is with Professor Vyas and Professor Sutamne. Like, we are working for AI reachability to the school level. So being a education expert and in a leading role, I just want to understand, do we think that we should improve our teachers training program, like B.Ed or M.Ed or whatever TT courses which we are using for our primary teachers for their preparedness? Because we are doing it in an outsourced fashion, but somehow we need to update our teachers' skills so that we can actually get the AI into the school level.
Thank you. It's a really pertinent question, that all the training, whatever they have received so far, it may not be so relevant as of now in the face of AI evolution. And we should definitely try to construct some AI refresher program, AI orientation program, especially the area of AI ethics will be very, very crucial, because you're dealing with a child of very tender age. So we have to definitely construct these programs and try to definitely correct between the schools and the institution like ours. I completely agree with you.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. So in the interest of time, as we come to the end of the session, first of all, I thank you all the panelists for the rich and elaborate discussion. I thank Professor Sahasrabudhe. In spite of the emergency, she could find time and he could send a valuable message based on the questions shared to him. I also thank all the audiences here for the patience listening and active engagement and and interest in the panel discussion. Just to summarize, I'll summarize the essence of this panel discussion in a minute. So on the policy framework, the AI education could be introduced as early as from class 3. The government is already working on convergence of different regulatory bodies, right from school education, higher education, innovation, research, through a new bill of Viksit Bharat Shiksha Abhiyan. As far as the curriculum and pedagogy are concerned, Professor Sahasrabudhe mentioned that we can start with AI as a vertical in education, but with gradually we can move to AI to be part of all the courses and subjects. He also mentioned about ethical use, equity, and access of the AI to all, irrespective of the gender, urban-rural divide, as well as the socio-economic status. On the infrastructure front, the adult tinkering labs can be enhanced, especially for building AI education laboratories in the schools. Professor Sutavani mentioned about how higher education institutes can become a hub of development and demonstration labs, create contents, give it to the schools. And Professor Vyas mentioned about hub and spoke model, how regional institutions can act as hub and spoke model for delivering education to the schools or facilitating education to AI education to the schools in the regional areas. With this, I thank all the panelists for their elaborate discussion. And as we started with a initial quote of targeting or handling 650 million young age population of India. So the basic essence of the discussion is that to catch the bus, and probably all the stakeholders right from industry, regulatory bodies, and higher education can come together to meet the workforce requirements for 2030 as well as 2040. I once again thank you all, the panelists and the audience here. Thank you once again. Just Mukul Sutavane, Director Triple IT Allahabad, to just hand over a memento to all the panel members. So first to Professor Vyas, being Director of Triple IT Naya Raipur. Ms. Neha Sharma from ENY, representing industry to this panel discussion. To Shri Vivek Varshni, representing Speed Labs and industry and motivation for AI and robotics in school education. Thank you all. Now the floor is given to the organizer.
Yeah, thanks to all the panelists. Such a nicely curated session and very impactful discussion. On behalf of India, I request Prakash to just hand over the mementos from India AI side also. Yeah.
you.